Warmonger. How Clinton's malign foreign policy launched the U.S. trajectory from Bush II to Biden. Jeremy Kuzmarov. To Chanda and Olivia Kuzmarov. Donna and Erwin Kuzmarov, and the late N and Oscar Weinstein, and the late Harry and Rose Kuzmarov. Contents. Introduction. Chapter 1. The Education of a Governor. Chapter 2. Bill Clinton and the Crimes of MENA, Made in Arkansas, Made in America. Chapter 3. Clinton's Dirty War in the Balkans. Chapter 4. The Failed Crusade to Remake Russia. Chapter 5. NATO Expansion, a Strategic Blunder of Epic Proportions. Chapter 6. Imperial Oversight, the Clinton Administration and Southeast Asia. Chapter 7. Clinton's Excessive and Two-Faced War on Drugs. Chapter 8. The Relay Runner, Bill Clinton in the Middle East. Chapter 9. Clinton's War on Terror. Chapter 10. Clinton and Israel, the most pro-Israeli president since Truman. Chapter 11. Clinton and Africa, Black African lives didn't really matter. Chapter 12. The U.S. assault on the African heartland, U.S. collusion in the Rwandan genocide and Congo wars. Chapter 13. The Third Conquest of Latin America. Conclusion. Laying the groundwork for the U.S. foreign policy disasters that followed. Index. Acknowledgements. Introduction. In early April 1999, as American warplanes bombed Yugoslavia in what Clinton aide Sidney Blumenthal considered the first war ever fought to reverse an act of genocide, Elie Wiesel, author of the Pulitzer Prize-winning Holocaust survival story, Night, gave a lecture in the East Room of the White House executive residence entitled The Perils of Indifference. Wiesel asked the audience why the railroads to the concentration camps had not been bombed in 1944 and why the St. Louis ship loaded with Jewish refugees had been turned away from American shores. Now in Kosovo, Wiesel said, crimes against humanity were being inflicted against the Albanian population in Yugoslavia's province of Serbia, but this time, the world was not silent. This time we do take responsibility. This time we intervene. Sitting in the audience, President Clinton rose from his seat in response to Wiesel's remarks and gave an impromptu speech in which he said that the peace of the world was threatened by the oldest demon of human society, our vulnerability to the hatred of the other. In the face of that, we cannot be indifferent at home or abroad. That is why we are in Kosovo. 1. These remarks captured Clinton's adaptation of the Wilsonian liberal internationalist tradition to reinforce his own policies at the end of the 20th century by dramatically invoking government inaction during the Nazi Holocaust in support of U.S/NATO bombing of a sovereign country. In the wake of the Vietnam War, many Americans had become weary of traditional military intervention, but at the same time were looking to reaffirm American exceptionalism and to attach themselves to a new moral crusade. Tapping into a growing public awareness of human rights introduced earlier as a foreign policy lever by the Carter administration and increasing aversion towards racism and ethnic exclusion, Clinton framed the bombing of Kosovo as part of a moralistic undertaking that could avenge past historical wrongs, such as the abandonment of the Jews in the Holocaust and end inhumane acts. In reality, the conflict in Kosovo was not black and white or one of good versus evil as that of the Nazis versus the Jews. While the Serbs had behaved in a heavy-handed manner towards the Albanian majority in Kosovo, the Albanians had in the past discriminated against the Serbs and had now gone on to form a guerrilla army, which murdered moderate Albanians and incited the Serbs through acts of terrorism. The Clinton administration exaggerated by 10 times the number of Kosovo Albanians who had been the victim of Serbian ethnic cleansing operations. The U.S/NATO bombing significantly intensified the humanitarian crisis in Kosovo and resulted in an increase in Serb ethnic cleansing operations directed against the Kosovo Albanians, who responded with vicious counter-reprisals against the Serbs and Roma Gypsy minority in Kosovo. 2. Coming on the heels of the Monica Lewinsky impeachment debacle, Clinton's performance in selling the air war over Kosovo was one of the high points of his presidency. A CNN/USA Today poll found that 54% of Americans approved his handling of it. Polling by Dick Morris found that while the American people mostly opposed foreign intervention, the numbers changed when the words humanitarian and moral imperative were invoked, combined with the demonization of America's foe. 3. Clinton had been gearing up for this moment for many years, honing his skills as a public speaker and master of political doublespeak during his 12 years as governor of Arkansas. Senator Bob Kerrey once said that Clinton was an uncommonly good liar. For he was able to project a good image for America in part because of his unparalleled people skills and ability to convey empathy for oppressed groups and victims of natural disasters. His promotion of microfinancing loans for small businesses, which Hillary Clinton advertised as a mechanism of female empowerment, lent weight to his positive humanitarian image. Clinton's diplomatic triumphs. Clinton helped broker the 1998 Good Friday Agreement, ending the conflict between the Irish Republican Army and British government, and the Oslo Accords between the Israelis and Palestinians further enhanced his image as a peacemaker. 5. When Clinton traveled abroad, he was swarmed by children and other admirers as if he was a rock star, even in places where the policies he helped advance were harmful. A statue of him today stands in the middle of the Kosovar capital of Pristina, though Clinton's policies resulted in widespread killing and displacement there, and transformed the city into a mecca of organized crime. 6. Clinton perfectly embodies the co-optation and betrayal of the 1960s anti-war movement by America's political establishment. During the so-called Age of Aquarius, young Bill had served as an intern for the anti-war Senator J. William Fulbright. He dressed in hippie garb, benefited from the libertine mores of the sexual revolution, and helped coordinate a protest against the Vietnam War in London's Trafalgar Square. 7. Unbeknownst to many of his colleagues, Clinton, according to CIA agent Cord Meyer Jr., was recruited by the CIA as an informant on the anti-war movement and undertook a successful clandestine mission into Soviet Russia to smuggle out Nikita Khrushchev's diary. Later, as Arkansas governor, Clinton enabled the use of his state as a base for clandestine operations into Central America. 8. By that time, Clinton had shed his hippie garb for a banker's suit and had courted Arkansas's financial elite. He succeeded in securing the aging hippie vote nevertheless through such marketing coups as his playing a saxophone rendition of Heartbreak Hotel on the Arsenio Hall show and admitting that he had smoked marijuana, the counterculture symbol, albeit without inhaling. 9. Lance Morrow wrote in Time magazine that the 1992 election was a referendum on the 1960s generation and that Clinton's success would carry the baby boomers to the power and responsibility that they clamored to overthrow in the streets a quarter century ago. 10. The real Clinton, however, had more in common with Hubert Humphrey, Tricky Dick Nixon, Lyndon B. Johnson, and other establishment figures from the 1960s than the kids marching in the streets against them. On the campaign trail, Clinton tellingly distanced himself from countercultural icon Hunter S. Thompson, treating him, according to Thompson, like a roach when Thompson went to interview him in Little Rock. 11. Clinton's 1996 campaign brochure, Between Hope and History, asserted a string of successes in saving America from the dire fate of isolationism, which the youthful protesters had advocated during the Vietnam era. 12. Clinton also referred to earlier American military interventions during the Cold War in Berlin, Korea, the Congo, Cuba, Vietnam, Nicaragua, Angola, and Afghanistan as noble, and supported the 1991 Operation Desert Storm against Iraq. 13. Clinton's strategy of democratic enlargement sought to use the capital from America's Cold War victory to work now to enlarge the world's free community of market democracies. The reduction of trade barriers was designed to tilt the playing field for U.S. businesses, as Treasury Secretary Lloyd Bentsen put it, and help Toys R Us and Nike flourish in Central Europe and Asia, in Clinton's words. 14. Because of his gregarious personality, Clinton proved to be an even more effective frontman for U.S. capitalist interests than any 1960s-era politician save perhaps John F. Kennedy. His persona as a child of the 60s made him seem authentic when he spoke about the need to protect human rights and promote multiculturalism even if through bombing and military interventions. Had a square from the 1950s tried to advance these same positions, the middle-aged hippie set may well have dragged out the old protest signs from the attic. Instead, here was Jan Wenner, editor of Rolling Stone magazine. A one-time countercultural mouthpiece, publishing a full-page appeal to readers urging them to vote for the first presidential candidate of their generation, now that the rare possibility of real change has arrived. 15. Clinton had come to power at a time many were calling for cutbacks in overseas military commitments with the end of the Cold War and a transfer of military funds to domestic programs such as healthcare and education. The idea of a peace dividend was encouraged by former Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara, who testified before Congress on December 13, 1989, that the $300 billion annual Pentagon budget could be safely cut in half over the next decade. By such a shift, said McNamara, we should be able to enhance global stability, strengthen our own security and, at the same time, produce the resources to support a much-needed restructuring of the economy. 16. McNamara's vision, unfortunately, was never implemented. After the Republican Party gained control of the House of Representatives in January 1995, in an effort to appease opposition on his political right, Clinton increased military spending more than the Pentagon had requested, and in the fiscal year 2000, he sought an increase of $4 billion and then $100 billion over the next 6 years. 17. By the end of Clinton's first term, he had already ordered U.S. troops into 25 separate military operations, compared to 17 in Reagan's 2 terms. 18. A top National Security Council official bragged at the end of Clinton's presidency that U.S. military expenditures were now larger than all other countries combined. 19. The U.S. zone of military hegemony was expanded into Eastern Europe through the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and into the formerly neutral Yugoslavia with the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Clinton also deepened U.S. involvement in the Middle East and Africa. 20. With 73,000 U.S. troops acting in support of various United Nations peacekeeping missions including in Cambodia, the Middle East, Western Sahara, Macedonia, Somalia, Liberia, Sierra Leone, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Korea, Iraq, and Kuwait. 21. The UN cover helped sustain the illusion of a disinterested and humanitarian intervention while winning over liberal opinion. As Peter Crow, the dean of Georgetown University's School of Foreign Service, put it in 1999, the Clinton administration promoted a foreign policy of sermons and sanctimony accompanied by the brandishing of tomahawks. 22. The Clinton administration was particularly aggressive in using international criminal tribunals as a battering ram in the execution of U.S. and NATO policy, in the words of David Sheffer, U.S. Ambassador at Large for War Crimes Issues. 23. The U.S. meanwhile evolved under Clinton's presidency into the world's leading arms trading nation, holding a 70% share of the world market. In 1993, Clinton loosened export controls of military-related technologies and blocked an arms sales code of conduct that would prevent weapons transfers to nations with poor human rights records. 24. Clinton also bowed to Pentagon pressure by refusing to sign UN treaties banning anti-personnel landmines and the use of child soldiers, and failed to effectively challenge the Pentagon's opposition to the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty banning nuclear weapons tests. 25. Whereas Clinton's first appointment as Secretary of State, Warren Christopher, had been on the board of Lockheed Martin, Clinton's appointment of William Perry as Defense Secretary in 1994 signaled Clinton's support for the revolution in military affairs, i.e., development of exotic weapons such as smart bombs, drones and satellite-based surveillance, which Perry had championed as head of military research in the Carter administration. 26. Senator Tom Harkin complained that Clinton had seemed to have forgotten that the Cold War was over, and the Pentagon does not need new expensive toys. 27 Pierre Sprey, a former Pentagon weapons specialist, added that the amount of money being spent in proportion to the threat involved had never been so out of balance. 28. Clinton had jumped on the bandwagon of Cold War triumphalism at the beginning of his presidency in 1993 when he signed legislation establishing the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, whose purpose was to publicize communist atrocities both real and imagined and to demonize communism. 29 Clinton tried to burnish his progressive bona fides by apologizing for selected CIA misdeeds such as orchestrating the 1954 coup in Guatemala, most notably, though continued to cover up for the MENA drug smuggling operation to the Nicaraguan Contras that he oversaw. As governor of Arkansas and sanctioned a State Department report whitewashing U.S. atrocities in El Salvador. Clinton released some Kennedy assassination documents while saying on the campaign trail that Oswald was the lone assassin. 30. Clinton's true fealty to the deep state was apparent in his appointing future CIA Director Leon Panetta as his chief of staff, his attorney general's blocking investigation into the CIA's theft of spyware software from a private entrepreneur and wider criminal activity associated with it, and in his expansion of America's covert empire of overseas surveillance outposts and spying. Clinton significantly increased the budget for intelligence spending and the National Endowment for Democracy, a CIA offshoot which promoted regime change in foreign nations. 31 This established an imperial trajectory which would enable CIA Director, George Tenet, to win major budget increases and reopen its stations in Africa, and accordingly, the CIA's old risk-taking spirit began to return. 32. An imperial mindset was apparent in the May 1997 Quadrennial Defense Review, which laid the foundation for an era of endless war by announcing that the U.S. would no longer be bound by the UN Charter's prohibition against the threat or use of military force for purposes other than self-defense. 33 In 1999, Clinton enthused that we have people on the seas, people in foreign countries, all over the world, on every continent, we are everywhere. 34 100,000 U.S. troops were stationed in both Southeast Asia and Europe, and 23,000 in the Middle East. When Clinton administration officials tried to develop a memorable phrase to describe America's post-Cold War role, Sidney Blumenthal came up with the indispensable nation and passed it on to Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, a protege of former hawkish National Security Council advisor, Zbigniew Brzezinski, who used the term most prominently in February 1998 while defending the policy of coercive diplomacy against Iraq. During an interview on NBC's The Today Show, she said, "If we have to use force, it is because we are America, we are the indispensable nation. We stand tall and we see further than other countries into the future, and we see the danger here to all of us." In his memoir of the Clinton presidency, Blumenthal elaborated on what the phrase was intended to represent: only the United States had the power to guarantee global security, without our presence or support, multilateral endeavors would fail. 35. Besides Blumenthal, the intellectual mood of the 1990s that sustained public support for the American empire was captured by Francis Fukuyama, a former State Department executive, in his influential book, The End of History and the Last Man. Its central thesis was that liberal capitalism had justly triumphed over Soviet totalitarianism and that everyone in the world was now poised to embrace the former over the latter. Americans, according to Fukuyama, had a responsibility to advance liberal capitalism and open markets in a newly globalized world that would pave the way for a new epoch of global prosperity. 36. Russian philosopher Alexander Dugin pointed out that Fukuyama's outlook was ethnocentric in its belief that the history and values of Western, and especially American society, were equivalent to universal laws that should be imposed onto all humanity as something that is universal. Implied was the argument that the values of other peoples and cultures are imperfect, underdeveloped, and should be subject to modernization and standardization in imitation of the Western model. 37. New York Times columnist Thomas Friedman had the same underlying prejudice as Fukuyama. He wrote that, "The hidden hand of the market will never work without a hidden fist. McDonald's cannot flourish without McDonnell Douglas, the designer of the F-15. And the hidden fist that keeps the world safe for Silicon Valley's technologies to flourish is called the U.S. Army, Air Force, Navy, and Marine Corps." 38 This echoed Clinton's celebration of U.S. help for Toys R Us and Nike in Europe and Central Asia, albeit more bluntly put. Clinton's foreign policy demonstrated the influence of and contributed to these dominant intellectual ideas, representing a greater continuity from the Reagan era than is often acknowledged. Clinton's first appointee as Defense Secretary, Leigh Aspin, one of Robert S. McNamara's original whiz kids, had supported President Reagan's decision to deploy MX missiles and to supply arms to the Nicaraguan Contras. Another key Clinton foreign policy appointment, Anthony Lake, once told a reporter he thought Mother Teresa and Ronald Reagan were both trying to do the same thing, one helping the helpless, one fighting the evil empire. 39. During the 1992 election, more than 300 high-tech companies provided significant financial contributions to Clinton's campaign, including businesses engaged in telecommunications, computers, and microelectronics. They were attracted to Clinton's foreign policy of globalism that would open new markets and opportunities to extract raw materials and liberalize regulations in the U.S. and global economy. 40 Though embracing protectionism at times when it benefited his corporate donors, Clinton claimed to have negotiated 240 free trade agreements as part of a drive to open foreign markets, a drive that could often only be achieved through violence. 41. President Clinton wound up dispatching an estimated 864 cruise missiles against the governments of Iraq and Serbia as well as against Afghanistan and Somalia while sponsoring covert military interventions in Latin America and Central Africa. A military commander warned that the administration is enamored with the cruise missile, and wants to use it on everything. 42. Warmonger makes use of documents in the William J. Clinton Presidential Library and other primary and secondary materials to present readers with the first major comprehensive overview and critical analysis of Clinton's foreign policies, discussing how they set the groundwork for the disastrous era that followed. Several critical accounts of Clinton, most notably Roger Morris' book, Partners in Power, The Clintons and Their America. Present Clinton as an amoral political player who effectively courted large corporations and compromised any liberal progressive principles in order to satisfy his large donors and win the presidency. In Morris' account, Clinton is the master of the pay-to-play political system that developed in America, in which government policies are enacted to reward donors and the public interest is betrayed. 43. This betrayal was seen in Eastern Europe, where the Clinton administration laid the groundwork for a new Cold War through the promotion of North Atlantic Treaty Organization expansion at the urging of private military lobbies. The rapid privatization of state-led industry in Russia further tarnished Russian feelings of goodwill, as Russians suffered from rampant corruption and decline in quality of life indicators and indeed, longevity, with the cutback of public services. The triumph of corporate greed under Clinton was epitomized by the growth of the private military industry, whose annual budget during his term exploded to indeed become larger than the entire defense budgets of all other NATO countries combined. 44. Despite all the violence and injustice associated with his policies, Clinton has rated as high as number 2 in one presidential ranking poll and in the top 15 or 20 in many others. 45. One biographer, Nigel Hamilton, alleges that Clinton came close to greatness as president. 46. Another, Michael Tomasky, suggests that Clinton left an enviable record of achievements. 47. These assessments need to be re-evaluated in light of many voters' repudiation of Hillary Clinton in the 2016 election, owing in good part to misgivings over her husband's record. A mostly progressive wing within the Democratic Party criticized the Clintons' support for a sweeping crime bill that resulted in mass incarceration, repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act separating routine and investment banking functions, the downgrading of America's welfare system, and free trade agreements that led to the offshoring of many manufacturing jobs. the existing scholarly literature on Clinton's foreign policy is generally behind the curve. Neo-McCarthyism in the U.S. Academy has led to the rejection of the so-called Wisconsin School of Critical Politico-Economic Analysis, which has, sadly, impoverished historical scholarship. Many authors who are critical of Clinton tend to blame lack of vision for his disastrous foreign policy decisions, and his haphazard intervention or inaction in the face of major human rights crimes, as if this most intelligent of U.S. presidents had been clueless and absent-minded for 8 years, instead of very deliberately marching to the tune of his corporate donors. Even more bewildering, those who praise Clinton called him a responsible internationalist, multilateralist and free trader, to quote international relations scholar Stephen M. Walt. 48 and Michael Tomasky, the editor of the New Republic and contributor to the New York Review of Books, wrote that Clinton came to command respect as a global leader while learning that the world still requires American attention after all. 49. According to Tomasky, Clinton's accomplishments in foreign policy included, a. his brave and risky military intervention in Haiti, which accomplished U.S. objectives with no loss of life, b. the signing of the Dayton Agreements, which Tomasky claimed stopped the bloodshed in Bosnia, and c. Clinton's helping to broker peace in Northern Ireland and the Middle East to some extent. 50. These claims, which largely echo Clinton's own talking points. 51 are almost entirely illusory. The peace Clinton helped broker in Northern Ireland served British interests, and the peace he helped broker in the Middle East, the Oslo Accords, was a neocolonial arrangement that famed Palestinian writer Edward Said characterized as a Palestinian Versailles. 52 The Dayton Accords in Bosnia were also derided by peace groups as a neocolonial arrangement because they resulted in the occupation of Bosnia by 60,000 NATO troops, 20,000 of them American, and deprived the Bosnian people of any democratic say in their future, while laying the groundwork for war in Kosovo. 53 Clinton's brave and risky military intervention in Haiti, meanwhile, led to yet another neocolonial takeover in which U.S. military advisors were given a desk in most of Haiti's ministries, trained Haiti's notoriously brutal police, and blocked Haiti's restored leader, Jean-Bertrand Aristide, from enacting a raise in the $1 minimum wage. 54. The Cato Institute's Jonathan G. Clark more aptly gave the Clinton-Gore administration a D grade, citing its creation of colossal messes in the Balkans and in Colombia as a result of the administration's prosecution of the drug war, the devastation of Iraq from an economic embargo and bombing attacks which barely bothered Saddam Hussein, a sterile and cruel policy towards Cuba, retention of 100,000 troops in Southeast Asia, and an ambivalent attitude towards a historic summit between North and South Korea, and damaging of relations with China and Russia, the latter because of support for NATO expansion. 55. This work builds upon and advances Clark's negative appraisal of the Clinton administration, which laid the groundwork for U.S. foreign policies in the 21st century. Rather than being a time of tranquility when the U.S. failed to pay attention to the gathering storm of terrorism, as New York Times columnist David Brooks frames it, the Clinton presidency saw rising tensions among the U.S., China, and Russia, and U.S. complicity in terrorist acts. 56. Widely overlooked in the scholarly literature books like Hal Brand's From Berlin to Baghdad, America's Search for Purpose in the Post-Cold War World. 57 was Clinton's championing a new style of techno-war that, alongside the privatization of military functions, was designed to lessen the political fallout of war by using paid mercenaries to fight and kill instead of U.S. soldiers, so that Americans would not rise up in angry mass protests, as they had during the Vietnam War when they saw their children coming home in body bags. The bombing of Kosovo deployed sophisticated satellite surveillance technologies and unmanned aerial vehicles, or drones, along with record numbers of smart bombs. No U.S. soldiers were killed, and collateral damage was limited, at least compared to previous conflicts. Propaganda demonizing American foes, the invocation of a moral imperative to intervene, and the illusion of surgical precision and a clean war, however false, helped limit anti-war activism, while raising confidence that the US could wage war in the future at a minimal political cost. Besides the so-called revolution in military affairs, studies of Clinton's foreign policy evade his alliance with Islamic extremists in the Balkans, which built off a Cold War precedent and set the groundwork for similar alliances in the War on Terror. 58. They further failed to address the Clinton administration's support for an illegal arms pipeline through Croatia, which bore some resemblances to the Reagan administration's illegal violation of the Boland Amendment during the Iran-Contra affair. 59. When covering the bloodletting in Rwanda, most writers accept the official narrative that the US government was negligent in failing to intervene to halt the purported genocide by Hutu Interahamwe militias targeting the Tutsi population living in Rwanda. 60. However, a wealth of evidence has come to light showing that the Clinton administration actually intervened militarily to support the conquest of Rwanda by the Tutsi-led Rwandan Patriotic Front and then backed the RPF's invasion and plunder of the Congo. 61. Warmonger starts with 2 chapters surveying Clinton's tenure as governor of Arkansas and how it set the groundwork for his presidency. Rather than being progressive in any way, Clinton courted big money donors, most notably Tyson Chicken, Walmart, and Stevens Inc. Investing House, and covered up clandestine operations into Central America that involved drug and gun running from Mena in western Arkansas. The next chapters analyze Clinton's foreign policies in different parts of the world. Chapter 3 focuses on the Balkans War and the underlying illusions that guided it. Chapters 4 and 5 cover the Clinton administration's policies towards Russia, Ukraine, and the Baltics and Clinton's close friendship with Boris Yeltsin and support for NATO expansion. Chapter 6 looks at Clinton's policies towards Southeast Asia and the 1997 financial crisis and includes discussion of his close relationship with Indonesian dictator Muhammad Suharto and policies towards East Timor. Chapter 7 focuses on Clinton's international war on drugs and its double standards. Chapters 8 and 9 look at Clinton's war on terror and the corruption underlying it and injustices to which it led to. Chapter 10 provides an overview of Clinton's policies towards Israel and the Arab-Israeli conflict. The subsequent 2 chapters address Clinton's policies towards Africa and the Rwandan genocide, and the final chapter focuses on Latin America. Bill Clinton possessed a magnetic personality and was an incredible political campaigner, public speaker, and fundraiser. However, these personal qualities did not translate into progressive or even sound public policies. Quite the contrary. Clinton displayed a lack of ethics throughout his political career and had no compunction about twisting the facts and misleading the American people, a skill that made him an effective crippler of the very policies the American people had elected him to support. More skillfully than Richard Nixon and Lyndon Johnson, Clinton was able to make it seem as if the use of military force was being carried out for a moral cause. His carefully crafted persona as an ex-1960s radical alongside his wife, Hillary, only helped to advance the illusion. A study of the Clinton years is not just a study of one man, it is ultimately the study, like my previous book on Obama. 62 of the structural forces that enabled a smart, charismatic, and ambitious young hustler with extraordinarily flexible moral convictions to cozy up to dictators, to launch bombing attacks around the globe, and to advance an economic vision that enabled corporate pillage. In the end, Clinton was all too human. Like many kings and emperors, he used his power to satisfy his lust for financial, sexual, and ego gratification, with little evident remorse for the lies he told, the promises he broke, and the hundreds of thousands of innocent men, women, and children whose deaths he caused or deliberately declined to prevent. Lord Acton's observation that power tends to corrupt and absolute power corrupts absolutely has become part of the common wisdom. But the opposite may actually be true. Power tends to attract corrupt men, who then behave according to their nature. Power doesn't change people as much as it accentuates their pre-existing traits, says organizational psychologist Adam Grant. It is like an amplifier. Whoever we were before just gets louder. 63. And with Bill Clinton, these became very loud indeed. Because the United States is so powerful, Bill Clinton was able to do much more damage to the world as president than if he had become, say, a used car salesman. The sad irony is that, as a used car salesman, had he committed even a fraction of the crimes he committed as president from 1993 to 2001 and before that as Arkansas governor, he would now be serving a life sentence in the Jefferson County Maximum Security Unit at 2501 State Farm Road in Arkansas. Chapter 1. The Education of a Governor. Clinton's first impression knocks you out. You think this is the most impressive son of a bitch you've ever seen, gregarious, with a sense of humor. What a governor. It's a slick veneer. Some of us were talking about Slick Willie the other day, and we decided, well, we know what he's really like and what he's done as governor, but hey, he might make a good president. John Brummett, columnist, Arkansas Times, 19,921. In October 1978, Bill Clinton was elected as the youngest governor in the history of the state of Arkansas at the age of 32. After 2 years out of office from 1980 to 1982, he was re-elected and maintained that position for another 10 years. Clinton was a genius at interpersonal chemistry with a magical presence on the campaign trail, who came across as empathetic and admirable in overcoming his personal demons. George Jernigan, an Arkansas politician, said that when Clinton showed up as a candidate for Congress in 1974 and opened his mouth at the Pope County picnic, Arkansas's traditional political kickoff, everyone just knew too. Clinton proved effective in tapping into the dominant cultural impulses of the time, most notably the infatuation with self-help and improvement in an era of political demobilization and prosperity. Journalist David Halberstam noted that Clinton was a political extension of the new popular culture, the age of empathy television, symbolized by Oprah Winfrey, which valorized the need to feel better about yourself in a difficult, emotionally volatile world. Indeed, Clinton himself was good at telling different audiences that when he was young, he was overweight and unhappy and had not been popular. 3. The New Narcissist, Background and Student Days. Originally known as Billy Blythe, Clinton was born in Hope, Arkansas in 1945 to Virginia Dwyer, a nurse, and William Jefferson Blythe III, a hard-drinking World War II veteran and womanizer who was killed in a car wreck before Bill was born. Author John D. Gartner believes that Dr. George Wright may have been Clinton's father. He found eerie resemblances between Bill and Wright's son, Larry. One of Dr. Wright's best friends said Wright told him, "I'm Billy Blythe's father." Others in Hope, Arkansas, said that it was an open secret in town that Wright was the father. 4 Bill may have inherited various traits from Wright, including his intelligence. After her first husband died, Clinton's mother Virginia moved to Hot Springs and married Roger Clinton, a hard-drinking car salesman who had an ill temper and was abusive towards her. 5 In children who grow up in abusive homes, there is always a part of them that identifies with the aggressor, as Anna Freud wrote in The Ego and the Mechanism of Defense. Consistent with this assessment, Clinton would become known for eruptions of aggression behind closed doors and has been accused of acts of violence and sexual assault towards women. 6 His advisor Dick Morris would write that his is a primitive anger manifested by red-faced screaming, a wildly pointing accusatory finger, and utterly self-righteous tirades. For those on the receiving end, it is a frightening and unforgettable encounter. 7. Hot Springs was a resort town known as the Bible Belt Gomorrah, which was dominated by casinos, bordellos, nightclubs, and the infamous Dixie Mafia. Clinton's mother, who abandoned herself to the tawdry scene, wrote that Hot Springs was one of the premier playgrounds in America. It had been a place where gangsters were cool, and rules were made to be bent, and money and power, however you got them, were the total measure of man. In that town, furthermore, the con job was considered an art form. Inevitably, young Clinton would have been very much shaped by the town he grew up in and its ethos, whose tendencies he would carry with him throughout his career. In November 1971, when the Young Democrats of America convention was held in Hot Springs, several attendees would aid in Clinton's political rise. 9 It was right near Bill's Uncle Raymond's Vapors nightclub, which allegedly offered up party girls. 10 Al Gore Jr.'s mother, Pauline, who had been around politicians all her life, warned her son about Clinton's character in the mid-1980s when she was first introduced to Bill. She thought he had bad moral character, said James Fleming, a Nashville physician and longtime family friend. Fleming remembers standing in the senior Gore's living room one day in the mid-1980s with Gore Jr. and his brother-in-law, Frank Hunger, discussing the Arkansas governor, who had just finished a visit to Nashville. Fleming said that Pauline looked at and said, "Bill Clinton is not a nice person. Don't associate too closely with him." 11. Clinton's political ambitions emerged in high school when he was photographed shaking hands with John F. Kennedy on a visit to the White House. A born leader with an inquisitive mind, Clinton was elected to the school council in the 10th grade, was a National Merit semifinalist, president of an academic honor society, and played saxophone in the school band. A journalist wrote that no one in Hot Springs could then imagine that 30 years later the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette editor would ever label clean-cut Bill Clinton that lying son of a bitch. 12. After Clinton's high school graduation, he attended Georgetown University, where he was influenced by Professor Carroll Quigley, author of Tragedy and Hope, A History of the World in Our Time, which traced the power of a small Anglo-Saxon banking elite and how they effectively ruled the world. 13. From that time forward, Clinton strove to become part of that elite. His ascension to power began with his winning a Rhodes Scholarship, which enabled him to attend Oxford University. A student there who knew Clinton, Cliff Jackson, said Clinton was fun to be around but obsessed with power. 14. Clinton never actually graduated from Oxford, allegedly because he was accused by another student, Eileen Wellstone, of sexual assault. The State Department official who investigated the incident said Clinton's interests appeared to be drinking, drugs, and sex, not studies. "I came away from the incident with the clear impression that this was a young man who was there to party, not study," he said. 15. Clinton's views on the military were shaped by the conservative political culture of the 1950s. He stated that he grew up on John Wayne movies. 16. When he was a student at Georgetown University, he initially supported the Vietnam War. Though moving to an anti-war position, he was not involved with the small campus anti-war movement. Clinton's anti-war position solidified when he served as an aide to Arkansas Senator William J. Fulbright, the head of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee who opposed the war. While at Oxford, he attended an anti-war protest in Trafalgar Square and served, according to an FBI report, as a quasi-ambassador with the Washington, D.C., based anti-war Vietnam Moratorium Committee. Still, Clinton biographer Robert E. Levin wrote that by the standards of the counterculture of 1968, Clinton was a pro-establishment moderate. 17. White House correspondent Todd Purdom characterized Clinton as the classic good boy, never anti-establishment or even close to it. He might have affected hippie dress, but he always wanted to preserve his viability. There was nothing at any time radical about him. 18. Journalist Christopher Hitchens noted, who else in the 1960s was asking, how will this play in New Hampshire around 1992, 19. When Clinton heard a lecture from Communist Party leader L.E. Coffeo in February 2000 condemning American imperialism in Vietnam, Clinton told Feo that while he had disagreed with America's Vietnam policy, those who had pursued it were not imperialists or colonialists, but good people who believed they were fighting communism. One day walking back from gym, Clinton told Oxford classmate Jackson how he was awestruck about a story he heard about LBJ having sex with a woman with a peace medallion dangling from her breasts in the Oval Office after he had just ordered a massive expansion of the Vietnam War. Bill thought it was so neat that he had audacity to do it and wanted to do the same. 20. When Clinton ran for president, right-wingers would attack him for being a draft dodger, invoking a letter that he had written to Colonel Eugene J. Holmes, an ROTC officer at the University of Arkansas. Clinton had misled Holmes by asking to be admitted to ROTC as a way of getting out of the draft when he had no intention ever of going there. Colonel Holmes later stated that Clinton purposely deceived me, using the possibility of joining the ROTC as a ploy to work with the draft board to delay his induction. 21 This episode was significant because it embodies Clinton's ability to effectively game the system and employ deceit to manipulate it, as he would effectively do throughout his career. Laying the ground for the presidency, Governor of Arkansas. The groundwork for Clinton's presidency was established during his years as governor of Arkansas, when, according to journalist Roger Morris, he presided over the prospering of the political corporate nexus as no other politician in the state's history had ever had. 22. Arkansas had long been one of the most corrupt and violent states in the Union. It was dominated by the Democratic Party, whose popularity was rooted in the white supremacist backlash against Reconstruction, and the Republicans. Arkansas's economy was dominated by a small financial elite that included bankers, speculators, owners of tenant farms, the great extractive industries in timber, oil, and minerals, the big utilities and poultry operations. The major powers also included the Baptist Church, Arkansas Power and Light Company, and associations of sheriffs and county judges. 23. Over the decades there had developed an important symbiosis of politics and commerce. Aversion to government ran so deep that any tax increase required a 3/4 majority. According to one analyst, the rural population were the nearest approach to medieval serfdom ever achieved on the North American continent. So little changed over the years that the Arkansas Times wrote in 1992, "Nowhere in America is the range so great as in Arkansas, from the multi-billionaire status of the Walmart Waltons to the abject poverty of the Delta region." 24. Bill Clinton entered Arkansas's political scene in the post-Watergate era, espousing at times a populist rhetoric which drew on a rich heritage in the state dating back to Governor Jeff Davis. He had denounced the banking interests in Little Rock as high-collared roosters who dressed in collars so high they can't see the sun except at high noon. 25. In 1932, Arkansan Hattie Caraway became the first woman elected to the U.S. Senate, vowing to cap individual incomes at $1 million per year. 26. Despite Clinton's Oxford education, he was able to cultivate the image of a local boy. He had the political skills to, on the one hand, win over a roomful of business executives and, on the other, a crowd at a state fair in rural Arkansas where he would change his language in order to speak their vernacular. 27. As a fundraiser, Clinton was unparalleled. His friend, Paul Frey, stated, "There's a live in this country that can raise money like he can. Nobody can." 28. Like most successful politicians, Clinton would tell one group one thing, and another something else, leaving many feeling betrayed. Clinton allegedly told Larry Patterson on his security detail, that he didn't care that he was lying so long as he got the man's vote and political contribution. Patterson said that Clinton would tell them anything they wanted to hear. 29. Clinton had become connected to Arkansas's Old Boy Network through a, Senator J. William Fulbright, b. two senior partners at the Rose Law Firm, Gaston Williamson and William Nash, whom he met during his Rhodes Scholarship interviews, through Governor Winthrop Rockefeller, who invited Clinton to his mansion while he was still in college, and c. through his uncle Raymond Clinton, a successful Buick dealer in Hot Springs, whose showroom, according to Virginia Dwyer, was a gathering place for powerful, politically savvy men in Hot Springs. 30. These men included associates of New Orleans crime boss Carlos Marcello, to whom Raymond is alleged to have given kickbacks from slot machines that he ran. An FBI agent said he thought Raymond's car dealership was a facade for illegal gambling, drug money laundering and other illicit ventures that were part of the Marcello franchise. 31. During Clinton's first campaign for Congress in 1974 against Republican John Paul Hammerschmidt, a close friend of George H.W. Bush who would run his 1988 presidential campaign in Arkansas, Uncle Raymond and an associate, Gabe Crawford, gave him $10,000 in seed money, provided houses around the district to serve as campaign headquarters, the use of Crawford's private plane, and helped him secure a loan from the First National Bank of Hot Springs. Crawford presided over a backroom bookie operation that was one of Hot Springs' most lucrative criminal enterprises. Clinton's political career by implication was bankrolled from the beginning with mob money. 32. During his governorship, Clinton found a powerful benefactor in the Stevens Investment House in Little Rock, the largest bond firm outside of Wall Street, which had financed Orville Faubus' political machine. In the 1990 gubernatorial race, a dozen different Stevens-owned companies wrote checks for the maximum amount allowed $1,000 and chipped in $5,000 for television ads, which helped Clinton defeat Republican challenger Sheffield Nelson, with whom the Stevens had a bitter business feud. 33. Stevens was Clinton's second biggest contributor over his political career. He rescued Clinton after his unexpected defeat in the 1992 New Hampshire Democratic primary, providing him with a $3.5 million line of credit through Worth & Bank, which Stevens owned. 34. A redacted FBI report from 1998 describes Stevens as having lengthy and continuing ties to the Clinton administration and associates, and also discusses allegations that Stevens had been involved in the illegal handling of campaign contributions to the Democratic National Party. 35. The Stevens got a lot in return for their investment in Clinton. The firm was involved with 61% of the $7 billion worth of bonds issued by the state of Arkansas during the 1980s, more than any other underwriter. 36. Jackson Stevens billion dollar data mining company, Axiom, whose board of directors reflected Stevens' close ties to the Democratic Party, continued rolling in sensitive government contracts after Clinton became president. 37. In 1988, Stevens Incorporated provided a $100 million equity investment to facilitate the acquisition of Holly Farms by Tyson Chicken, which marked the beginning of the large-scale consolidation of the chicken processing industry. Tyson CEO Don Tyson had been a big-time Clinton donor since the late 1970s, who would deliver cash-filled envelopes to the governor's mansion. 38. The investment paid off as Tyson's profits shot up from $18.1 million in 1984 to over $200 million by 1994.39. When Clinton became president, the Agricultural Department bypassed Tyson's 66 chicken processing plants when it tightened environmental regulations. Millions were also authorized by the Federal Aviation Administration for a Northwest Arkansas regional airport, whose prime purpose was to help Tyson ferry its chickens to Japan. 40. In 1970, Stevens Incorporated raised $4.95 million in an initial public offering for a small Arkansas-based discount retailer, Walmart Stores Incorporated, which by the 1980s became one of the largest retailers in the world. 41. Walmart's founder, Sam Walton, was a lifelong Republican but felt compelled to write a letter to Walmart corporate managers in November 1991 asking them to support Clinton for president, saying that Bill was a good friend and supporter. In spring 1984, Walton had been an honored guest at a luncheon at the governor's mansion, where Clinton encouraged his purchase of a local garment maker's clothes and helped lay the groundwork for Walmart's Buy America program, which aimed to pressure American manufacturers to lower their prices to better compete with foreign competition. Through this program, Walmart converted around $1 billion of purchases from imported goods to products made in the USA from 1984 to 1988 alone. In fall 1985, Walton appointed Hillary Clinton to Walmart's board after working with her on an educational reform initiative establishing teacher competency standards, which he felt would spur investment and economic growth in the state. Walmart at the time was a client of Hillary's Rose law firm. According to the New York Times, Hillary promoted female advancement and more eco-friendly stores, though stood silent about Walmart's low-wage and anti-union policies, which benefited from Arkansas's status as a right-to-work state, something Bill had supported from the beginning of his political career in 1976. In 1988, Arkansas State Senator Jay Bradford criticized Walmart for paying its employees so little that they had to turn to the state for welfare. 42. Turning on McGovern. In the fall of 1970, Clinton says that he missed about half of my law school campaigning for Joe Duffy for a Senate seat in Connecticut against incumbent Thomas J. Dodd, a Vietnam War hawk. Clinton stated that there were so many of us who were drawn to deep commitment to peace, economic fairness, and civil rights. 43. 2 years later, Clinton served as regional coordinator in Waco, Texas for the presidential campaign of George S. McGovern, one of the most liberal men to ever contend for the presidency, who ran on a Come Home America platform. Rolling Stone correspondent Hunter S. Thompson recalled 20 years after the election that some dingbat named Clinton had been almost single-handedly responsible for losing 222 counties in Texas, including Waco, and was terminated without pay, with prejudice, and sent back to Arkansas with his tail between his legs, as an aide put it. 44. Afterwards, Clinton publicly disassociated himself from McGovern and the liberal wing of the Democratic Party. He stated that the average person watching on TV in some small town in Arkansas, the kind of person who is the backbone of my support there, had the unsettling feeling that this campaign and this man did not have a core, a center that was common to the great majority of the country. 45. Bill's classmate Nancy Beckavac said that deep in his bones, Clinton had learned from the McGovern campaign that the age of the Titans had passed. 46. Claiming that the 1960s movements had been unstable and irrational, Clinton advocated for economic austerity in his first run for Congress, even though his opponent John Hammerschmidt attacked him for his supposedly radical left-wing philosophy. 47. Clinton said that we need a congressman who's not afraid to say no to the unnecessary government spending that has hurt the economy of the country. 48. After being sworn in as Arkansas's 40th governor on January 9, 1979, Clinton repeated the same conservative theme, pledging to diminish the waste in government operations and also speaking about the limits of what government can do. 49. Roger Morris wrote that in Clinton's first 2 years as governor, there were many promised changes and little true change, new budgets that ended with old priorities, heralded policy innovations never quite sustained, seemingly ambitious legislation yet no authentic challenge of the established regime, record numbers of women and minorities appointed to offices, boards, and commissions, but much the same resulting governance. There were alliances abandoned or betrayed, enemies accommodated. There were seemingly constant Clinton appearances and consultations with national organizations yet scant impact on the life of ordinary people in the state. 50. Clinton's conservatism was evident in his backing a constitutional amendment to give tax breaks to utilities. He also came out against exemption of food and prescription medicine from the sales tax, opposed gun control, and buckled to the pressure of the logging industry that got away with clear-cutting forests, and trucking industry lobbyists and its allies like Tyson Chicken, which pushed motorists to pay for highway improvements by increasing the price of car tags. 51. When Cuban boat refugees held in an emergency holding pen at Ft. Chaffee protested against their confinement and rioted in May 1980, the boyish governor activated the National Guard and beefed up security at the base to protect local citizens, giving orders that if somebody has to die, it better be a Cuban. Fearing the reaction of armed nativist locals in the small town of Barling, Clinton also vowed to prevent any more Cubans from landing on Arkansas soil, declaring loudly that he would defy the federal government even if they bring the whole United States Army down here. Paul Green of the Arkansas Democrat-Gazette described his actions as a credible imitation of Orville Faubus, the infamous pro-segregation governor and anti-hero of the civil rights movement. 52. Clinton's deal with the devil. When he ran for re-election in 1982, Clinton went to business leaders and apologized to them for overtaxing them and persuaded them he would never again obstruct their economic schemes. 53. He then raised $1.60 million, a fortune in Arkansas at that time. 54. A colleague marked the period from 1980 to 1982 as a turning point in which Clinton lost any idealism and guts he might have possessed and decided he'd do whatever necessary to get elected and stay elected. He made his deal with the devil. 55. The devil included Tyson, who had boasted about shifting his campaign contributions in 1980 after Clinton failed to follow through on a promise to raise the ceiling on the weight that a poultry truck may bear over state roads, and Dan Lassater, a bond trader and owner of a chain of steakhouses, thoroughbreds, and a ski lodge thought to be drug smuggling front whose ties with Clinton enabled him to become a multimillionaire. 56. Mastering how the game of politics is played, Clinton's political machine secured the loyalty of most local media, judges, prosecutors, and law enforcement personnel. 57. Journalist Ian Terrell wrote that Assisted by the innovative commissions and agencies that his brand of progressive politics government prescribes, Clinton soon had as much power as an urban machine boss. What is more, he had the sweet reputation of being progressive in the tradition of, say, Woodrow Wilson. No Mayor Daley or Boss Tweed could have imagined such a dispensation. 58. Nor did Mayor Daley and Boss Tweed have a counterpart to Hillary Rodham Clinton, a master at public relations who effectively managed her husband's every move and used her position as a partner at the prestigious Rose law firm to cultivate support for him among Arkansas's economic elite. As part of the quid pro quo, Hillary appointed many of the regulators and judges that wound up favoring the clients of her employer, who donated money to her husband's campaign. 59. By the mid-1980s, the Clintons together had compiled the most impressive list of corporate donors in Arkansas's political history. They included Union Pacific, Pepsi-Cola, Coca-Cola, Weyerhaeuser, Walmart, TCBY Yogurt, Worth & Bank, Arkansas Power and Light, Axiom, one of the world's largest collector of consumer data, American Express, Merrill Lynch, Drexel Burnham, Reynolds Metals, and Solomon Brothers. Clinton furthermore secured the support of the Democratic Party's top fundraiser, Pamela Harriman, the husband of Averell Harriman, a son of one of the original robber barons and leading architect of U.S. foreign policy during the Cold War. 60. A former U.S. attorney who watched the FBI's tracking of organized crime figures, stated that the 1984 election was the election when the mob really came into Arkansas politics, the dog track and race track boys, the payoff people who saw a good thing. It wasn't just Bill Clinton, and it went beyond our old Dixie Mafia, which was penny ante by comparison. This was Eastern and West Coast crime money that noticed the possibilities just like the legitimate corporations did. Local money passed under the table as never before. If you wanted to sit on the Highway Commission or the Fish and Game Commission or another commission, well, it would cost, and that's how they laundered money, former state party official and Clinton fundraiser Bert Dickey admitted. 61. Liking the good old boys best. Clinton's rating as the nation's most effective governor was based largely on the fact that the state's economy expanded by 29% during Clinton's term, 5 times ahead of the national rate. Between 1985 and 1989, while the percentage of manufacturing jobs in the nation grew by only 0.3%, Clinton claimed that Arkansas experienced an increase of 10.2%. From 1979 to 1987, there was also a 77% increase in the number of Arkansas companies which exported products. 62. Clinton was a natural salesman who promoted Arkansas businesses abroad. He set up Arkansas development offices in Brussels and Tokyo and led the state's first trade mission to Taiwan, which led to the purchase of over $30 million of Arkansas soybeans. When the Sanyo Company planned to close its television assembly plant in the Arkansas Delta, where unemployment was above 10%, Clinton flew to Japan and got the president of Sanyo to agree to keep the plant open in exchange for Walmart selling Sanyo's televisions. 63. While Clinton embraced many innovative programs, including an Israeli one that taught parents of 4,500 low-income families how to read and teach their preschool children, on too many issues Clinton caved to the special interests. 64. One of Clinton's signature policies was a welfare-to-work program that led to 6,000 Arkansans being denied food stamps and another 500 seeing reductions in their already meager welfare benefits, just in Clinton's first term. 65. As part of the program, the Arkansas Welfare Office gave its women clients a questionnaire that asked about their sexual partners. 66. Despite its reputation as an educational reformer, Arkansas continued to rank near the bottom in teachers' pay and spending per pupil in the nation at the end of Clinton's governorship. 67. During his 1992 presidential campaign, Clinton bragged that Arkansas had the second lowest tax rate in the country above only Mississippi. The tax burden was the same in 1992 as it was when Clinton first became governor in 1979. 68. There was a heavy reliance on sales and food taxes that were designed to offset a huge tax break for industrial corporations Clinton passed in 1985. Families earning less than $9,000 a year paid nearly 4 times more in state tax proportionately than families making over $600,000.69. In the wake of the 1970s energy crisis, Clinton created a new State Department of Energy to be endowed with broad powers of conservation, development, and inspection, but then watched timorously as the authority of the new office was crippled by the utility lobby of the giant Arkansas Power and Light, some of whose major shareholders and partners were among his wealthiest backers. A journalist familiar with the Grand Gulf episode, in which Clinton at first endorsed censure of APNL for gouging Arkansas ratepayers to build a nuclear power plant in Mississippi but then backed off, wrote that Clinton did like to be seen fighting the utilities. He just liked the good old boys of APNL, and their contributions a lot better. 70. Offering up the public commons. During his fourth term, Clinton faced a lawsuit from the Sierra Club and Arkansas Wildlife Federation by signing legislation authorizing testing and exploratory drilling for diamonds in Crater of Diamonds State Park in the Ouachita Mountains. His decision followed lobbying by mining magnate Gene Raymond Bull, who located his new company, Diamond Fields, in Hope, Clinton's hometown. The area Clinton allowed to be mined, the nation's only public diamond mine, had been designated one of the world's most significant natural areas by the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. Stevens Incorporated happened to be a stakeholder in Bull's company, while another major investor, Sanford Robertson, gave hundreds of thousands of dollars to Democratic Party causes and hosted fundraisers for Clinton. Hillary wore a ring bearing a 3.5-carat diamond mined by Diamond Fields at the Crater of Diamonds State Park at the first presidential inaugural ball. 71 Journalist Jeffrey St. Clair wrote that the sleazy backroom deal with Bull, who had been introduced to Clinton by Tyson attorney James Blair, set a pattern that Clinton would mercilessly pursue as president, where the public commons was quietly offered up for exploitation by private enterprises with financial ties to the administration. 72. For a time, Governor Clinton had tried to promote small businesses in Arkansas, but dropped this in favor of industrial concessions and bond promotion for brokerage houses, developers, and corporations who donated generously to his campaigns. 73 Minimum wage increases were paltry and workers' compensation benefits $226.11 per week remained below poverty levels for a family of 4.74, though keeping some businesses in the state. Heavy tax breaks prevented the collection of millions of dollars in potential taxes and forced the legislature to enact budgetary cuts to state services. 75. Slick Willie liberal counterpart to Tricky Dick. When Clinton passed an ethics bill which he termed a big step forward in the quality of government in Arkansas, the governor's office characteristically was excluded. 76 Clinton's corruption was apparent in his protection of Whit Stevens after his Worthen Bank lost $52 million in state tax receipts by investing it in an unscrupulous churning operation in New Jersey. 77 Clinton also repeatedly reappointed a corrupt state medical examiner, Fahmy Malak, who had helped cover up for his mother in June 1981 after she botched the transfer of oxygen tubes on a 17-year-old patient, Susan Deere, while working as a nurse at Ouachita Medical Hospital, resulting in Deere's death. Malak thereafter repeatedly protected Arkansas's Old Boy network by filing false reports. 78. To win votes in the black community, Clinton's machine paid off black ministers charged with making sure black voters reached the polling booths. A reporter caught Clinton's brother, Roger, on camera asking Big Brother to do a favor for a friend of his by fixing a county commissioner's board to ensure that he got a sewer permit for condominiums that he was building after Roger was paid a $30,000 bribe and offered a well-paying job. 79. Thousands of Canadians were infected with hepatitis and HIV during Clinton's governorship after Arkansas prisoners had been allowed to sell them their blood, which had not been properly screened. 80 Inmates who paid bribes for the right to sell blood were paid by corrupt prison authorities not with cash but with drugs. Despite media attention and subsequent investigations, the program for selling Arkansas's inmates' blood was allowed to continue for the last 3 years of Clinton's governorship. 81 The president of the company that brokered the tainted blood, Leonard Dunn of Health Management Associates, was close to Clinton and worked on Clinton's 1990 gubernatorial campaign. 82 Whistleblowers and journalists who tried to expose the truth about this case were threatened, fitting a wider pattern. 83. Clinton's adoption of Nixonian tactics was guided often by Hillary, a cool and hardened political operative, according to contemporaries, who was the take-charge alpha of the Clintons, according to Roger Stone and Robert Morrow. 84 A domineering woman with a history of domestic violence towards Bill, Hillary had worked as a young lawyer on the Watergate prosecutions and learned from the master at political dirty tricks. 85 According to Barbara Olson, chief counsel for the House Oversight Committee that investigated an assortment of Clinton scandals, Hillary inverted Nixon's charge of a vast left-wing conspiracy, and skillfully used an arsenal of opposition researchers and private detectives, that her mentor Dick Morris identified as secret police, in a systematic campaign to intimidate, frighten, threaten, discredit, and punish any perceived opponents of the Clintons. According to Morris, these were mostly innocent Americans whose only misdeed is their desire to tell the truth. 86. A law and order man. With Hillary by his side, Governor Clinton combined neoliberal austerity measures with tough law and order policies fueling mass incarceration. Arkansas's incarceration rate increased by 100% between 1982 and 1992, though the operating cost of Arkansas's prisons was kept the lowest in the nation. 87 In an April 1990 letter to J. Bill Becker, the head of Arkansas's AFL-CIO branch, Clinton bragged about doubling the number of prison beds during his governorship and increasing sentencing, stating that people go to jail in Arkansas for an average time far above the national average. 88. The state's juvenile justice and adult corrections systems were described as nightmarish. 89 The Arkansas Gazette reported in April 1987 that the Department of Corrections needed $3.5 million more than the state legislature had given them that year, causing jail overcrowding and a backlog in the ability to serve arrest warrants since there was nowhere to take people that were arrested. Sheriff Dale Madden of Prairie County said, "We've worked ourselves into a situation where we're making a mockery of our system of justice." 90. Jessica Mitford, author of an exposé of the American prison system and an old friend of Hillary Clinton, stated after visiting Little Rock in the early 1980s, that Governor Clinton was too preoccupied with his own ambitions to care about prison reform. 91 Arkansas State Trooper L.D. Brown wrote that as governor, Clinton never lifted a finger to reform the prison system, and that when he left office, the same prison officials were in power. 92 Among them was Art Lockhart, head of the Arkansas Department of Corrections from 1981 to 1992, who used a disciplinary measure known as Texas TV, that involved an inmate standing 2 feet from a wall or fence and leaning his forehead or nose against the wall or fence for extended periods, sometimes for hours. 93. Clinton's support for harsh measures was apparent in his championing military-style boot camps for first-time drug offenders and support for a state tradition in which all new inmates at the state penitentiary were assigned to the hoe squad, in which they had to manually hoe the state prison farm. As Arkansas Attorney General, Clinton helped in the adoption of a habitual offender law that required mandatory minimum sentences for individuals previously convicted of a felony, and in 1983 as governor he signed legislation strengthening that law. 94. In 1998, the state of Arkansas was sued over a police program Clinton had defended that used racial profiling against Hispanics. 95 When Clinton had to make a call on the death penalty, he allowed it to go forward 3 times, and then on the eve of his presidential election, traveled back to the state to sign off on the execution of a mentally ill cop killer, Ricky Ray Rector, who was so dysfunctional that he was given to howling and asked guards at his last meal to save his pie for later. 96. Less than 2 years later, Clinton signed into law one of the harshest crime laws in the history of the country, which allocated nearly $10 billion for the construction of new prisons, expanded death penalty eligible federal crimes, introduced a 3 strikes law that gave mandatory life sentences for third offenses, and allowed children as young as 13 to be tried as adults. 97. Despite his hippie veneer, Governor Clinton was a strong supporter of the war on drugs. Penalties for drug trafficking offenses were strengthened during his governorship, and Clinton doubled the number of personnel involved in efforts to stop illegal drug use in Arkansas. Clinton further enacted a program with the Arkansas State Police in which random stops were made of suspicious vehicles on state highways in an effort to seize drugs. In November 1989, Clinton bragged to a civil servant, Mary Lingo, that Arkansas was ranked in the top 5 states in the country in the value of drugs seized, and said that he was working diligently to challenge a Supreme Court ruling that restricted his anti-drug policies. Clinton also told Lingo that he had requested and received permission to use the Arkansas National Guard in an effort to wipe out drugs in Arkansas, and that Arkansas National Guard helicopters flew thousands of hours of missions to spot marijuana crops and destroy them. 98 The marijuana eradication campaign resulted in the destruction of 75,000 marijuana plants in 1990 and 1 million plants overall, valued at around $1 billion. 99. In May 1991, Clinton requested from the Pentagon the donation of C-26 aircraft for his drug interdiction program, which was popular among Arkansans. 100 Mary Lingo, in an exchange with Clinton, blamed politicians for appeasing the criminal element in society, and said that Clinton's new drug czar should hire Special Forces veterans to go after pushers. Claiming that the American Civil Liberties Union and Supreme Court had sold the country out, Lingo asked, "What is wrong with using some flamethrowers on the grass plants located?" She added, "If we can't use the military to wage war against an enemy within, then something is very wrong." 101. Clinton's governorship bested by bumpers. Though hampered by federal budget cuts, Clinton's record as governor did not ultimately match that of Dale Bumpers, who has been judged Arkansas's best 20th century governor. 102 Bumpers effectively reorganized the government and, while known as a deficit hawk, convinced the legislature to raise the income tax for the first time since 1957. This enabled him to finance education reforms and accelerate funding of higher education and rural health care, including in the impoverished Delta region bordering Mississippi, resulting in the reduction of the death rate of black infants by 50% between 1970 and 1975. Bumpers further tapped into a growing environmental consciousness by awarding the state park system a record $22.5 million to finance improvements and expansion. Under Clinton, Arkansas's economy remained mired in a low-wage, low-skill trap, ranking near the bottom of the country in annual pay, income distribution, joblessness, healthcare, and poverty, with infant mortality reaching third-world levels. Arkansas further ranked last in worker safety, and was one of only 2 states without a civil rights law. 103 Journalist Meredith Oakley wrote that by the end of Clinton's governorship, the state's median income was still near the bottom, with a full 20% of the population living below the national poverty line, yet the state was financing the governor and his family to the tune of almost $800,000 per year. 104. The proliferation of corruption was evident in the area of bond trading, where securities fraud in Arkansas was estimated to be the highest in the nation. 105 An IRS audit of 11 Arkansas businesses found only one to have followed laws on reporting cash sales involving $10,000 or more. One business had $123,000 in unreported cash sales. 106. Despite Clinton's reputation as the first black president, the black unemployment rate during his governorship peaked at 17.5%, higher than in most southern states. 107 The number of black farm owners also fell by nearly 40%. 108 The state's Medicaid program went bankrupt under Clinton and required a financial bailout. 109 Clinton did little to reform a scandalous child welfare system, which was subject to a class action lawsuit in 1991 for abuses in foster homes and constituted what a witness called a silence and stench one can't forget. 110. Reminiscent of what Reagan is doing. Many of the state's labor leaders felt that Clinton had betrayed them by supporting the right-to-work law and by siding with management in strikes such as at a minority-owned auto parts plant in Conway County, Morrilton Plastics, where his administration gave out a $300,000 loan guarantee to build up inventory against an expected strike. Arkansas's AFL-CIO President J. Bill Becker said that almost any activity, insofar as our folks are concerned, is reminiscent of what Reagan is doing to us. the main difference being that Clinton would first pat you on the back and then piss on your leg. 111 Becker recalled an incident in 1983 when Clinton had promised him that he would provide a tax rebate for poor and working class people after proposing a 1% increase in the food tax to pay for educational reforms. However, when the bill went to the state Senate, Clinton reneged and dropped the exemption, something Becker said he would never forget, as long as he lived. 112. In April 1992, Becker wrote to Clinton to tell him how much he resented his administration's continued marketing of Arkansas as a non-union environment and low-wage right-to-work state in order to lure industry to Arkansas, something Clinton had claimed in his 1990 gubernatorial campaign that he had stopped doing. 113 In April 1990, a group of AFL-CIO convention members drew up a resolution condemning Clinton for deceiving us with broken promises of support for workers' compensation, right to know and other beneficial legislation. Tricked us on taxes and has further rigged the tax system against workers with more special interest exemptions and loopholes. 114. The poultry industry during Clinton's tenure kept its workers in near indentured servitude, journalist Norman Solomon wrote, working its underpaid, frequently injured workers at an extraordinary pace, while discharging 500,000 tons of chicken shit into Arkansas rivers every year. The latter resulted in an abundance of sick wildlife and dead fish and the spread of blood disorders in Arkansan children and increased risk of cancer. Tyson's cash donations got him $12 million in state tax breaks contingent in part on his creation of over 4,000 new jobs and what Charles Lewis of the Center for Public Integrity called laggard and unaggressive enforcement of environmental regulations, with even the state inspection laboratory falling under the control of poultry producers. 115. The Arkansas Department of Pollution and Ecology found in 1990 that 94% of Arkansas waterways were unusable for swimming and fishing because they were filled with chicken waste. One town was even declared a disaster area. 116 While Clinton initiated solid waste recycling and reduction. 117 The state ranked near last in environmental indicators during his governorship. Beginning in his first term, Clinton worked to revitalize the development of coal in western Arkansas. Jacksonville, the site of Hercules Incorporated, which produced the two components of Agent Orange, was listed by the EPA as one of the worst sites of dioxin contamination in the country. 118 Chuck Creeman, the director of the Arkansas Sierra Club, told the Washington Post that Clinton constantly sided with industry, either through appointments to the Pollution and Ecology Commission or his decisions on toxic waste burn sites and the rights of poultry processors versus the rights of residents whose drinking water was polluted. 119. Clinton continued to side with industry as president, where he did more damage to the environment than either Reagan or Bush, according to former Sierra Club director David Bowers. 120 Blatant cronyism was evident in President Clinton's championing natural gas when his chief of staff, Thomas F. Mac McLarty III, had been head of the Arkansas-Louisiana Natural Gas Company formerly owned by Witt and Jack Stevens. 121 The main beneficiary of the privatization of a California oil field that was the source of the 1920s Teapot Dome scandal, Occidental Petroleum, gave $50,000 in 1996 for Clinton's re-election. Vice President Al Gore Jr. owned $1 million of stock in the company, whose founder Armand Hammer had bankrolled Al Gore Sr.'s political career. 122. A pro-military orientation. Clinton's pro-military disposition was evident in his deployment of the Arkansas National Guard to assist the U.S. Southern Command during the December 1989 to January 1990 Operation Just Cause, the invasion of Panama to oust Manuel Noriega, a dictator accused of drug trafficking who had close ties in the past to U.S. intelligence. 123 Clinton also supported the Contra War and hosted a major welcome home celebration for veterans of Operation Desert Storm in Iraq, a war that Clinton supported. 124. Clinton further spoke at a dedication ceremony of a General Dynamics plant in Camden, Arkansas, which produced Sparrow missiles for the U.S. Navy. 125. Military loans, pinstripe patronage and money laundering. Clinton's chief economic development agency, the Arkansas Development Finance Authority, issued bonds of more than $700 million and claimed to have created 2,700 jobs in Arkansas. However, most of the new wages were well below the national standard and the number of jobs was well below the 90,000 produced by Orville-Faubus Arkansas Industrial Development Commission over 9 years with no bonding power. The real beneficiaries were Clinton's campaign donors and Arkansas's financial elite. ADFA records show investments in Tyson Foods totaling $6,900,000 in Berryville and over $45 million in 1990 and 1991 in Arkansas Power and Light. 126 Roger Morris writes that ADFA was a bonanza for Lasseter and Company as well as for Stevens, Goldman, Sachs, and other large financial houses while providing what U.S. News would call pinstripe patronage and insider lending for a number of smaller, lesser-known Arkansas companies whose chief distinction was often a tie to partners in the Rose firm, the owner's contributions to Clinton, or both. 127. In the 1990 gubernatorial race, the L.A. Times reported that beneficiaries of ADFA business contributed $400,300 to the Clinton campaign, nearly 20% of the total amount Clinton raised to fend off Republican Sheffield Nelson. 128 The ADFA's 10-person board was appointed by Clinton himself, which made it possible for corrupt or insider deals to go forward. At least 2 appointees were from Stevens Incorporated, which made $3 to $5 million in bond underwriting fees between 1985 and 1991 and received ADFA loans for companies that it had invested in. Stevens was part owner of Beverly Enterprises, the country's largest operator of nursing homes, which received an $83 million ADFA loan at a time its stock was being hammered by the company's persistent losses. 129. Dan Lasseter had written at least 8 letters to Clinton recommending people for the ADFA's board, most of whom were appointed. His company underwrote 14 of the agency's bond issues entirely or in part, earning $649 million from the transactions. 130 Documents made public during the Whitewater hearings showed that Llama, an Arkansas investment bank set up by Alice Walton, the heir of the Walmart fortune, was another key firm tapped by the ADFA to underwrite the bonds it issued. 131. The legislation creating the ADFA significantly prohibited it from using the state's public auditors. On 4 occasions, the ADFA board approved loans in spite of its own staff's recommendations against them. In 3 of the 4 cases, the companies were owned by people who were friends of board members. Many of the ADFA contracts were deals worked through the Rose law firm, which made at least $175,000 in the arrangement. Parkometer, which established the world's first parking meters, received a $2.75 million ADFA bond issue in 1985. Webb Hubbell, the son-in-law of Palm President Seth Ward and its lawyer, was a Rose law firm partner and ADFA board member whom Governor Clinton subsequently named to the Arkansas Supreme Court. In 1993, he became Associate Attorney General of the U.S. 132. According to whistleblower Michael Riconoscito, in 1981 Palm began producing external fuel canisters designed to fuel long-range transport missions on C-130S, and used an ADFA loan to build 500 M16 bolt and carrier assemblies in conjunction with the Ivor Johnson Arms Company for transport to the Nicaraguan Contras, counter-revolutionaries funded by the CIA seeking the overthrow of the socialist Sandinista government. 133 Seth Ward Jr. told The Nation magazine that Palm instead made re-entry nose cones for the nuclear warheads on the MX missile and nozzles for rocket engines, and had contracts with McDonnell Douglas to make aircraft parts. 134 Either way, it was involved in military contracting. ADFA loans went to additional military contractors like Missouri Research Labs Incorporated in the northeast corner of Arkansas, which produced untraceable circuit boards and critical electronic components used in Stinger missile guidance systems being made for the CIA. Another loan recipient, Arkansas Systems, which exported encrypted computer software and hardware to foreign banks, may have enabled U.S. intelligence or other parties to spy on financial transactions and been used to facilitate financial crimes and money laundering. 135. In December 1988, The ADFA raised $50 million ostensibly for the purpose of building and laying houses for the needy of Arkansas, but instead invested the money with Fuji Bank in Grand Cayman Islands and made a profit of $1 million, which it may or may not have spent. 136 other bonds were sold to shell companies and out-of-state banks based in money laundering havens like Barbados or that were affiliated with the Bank of Credit and Commerce International, a money laundering haven used for CIA operations brought into the U.S. by Whit Stevens through his firm, Systematics. In at least one case, the shell company's stocks were not registered under U.S. securities law or approved by the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. The company, Coral Reinsurance, was a subsidiary of American International Group, a $30 billion multinational company based in New York. 137. It was never properly explained where the money for ADFA loans came from, as the state budget had little to no money set aside for ADFA and many of the loans were never paid back. A 1988 audit by the Deloitte & Touche accounting firm found funds of unknown origins. It also found that records from the Coral Reinsurance case were lost and that money for that investment was borrowed from the Chicago branch of Sanwa Bank headquartered in Japan. 138. Former ADFA marketing director Larry Nichols said he discovered two sets of accounting books, a classic sign of fraud. 139. Nichols told author Rodney Stick that there was virtually no accounting of the money received by the ADFA, or the repayments of the loans. He said that money would appear in a particular account and suddenly disappear, a technique that IRS investigator William Duncan said was a zero-balance tactic commonly used in drug money laundering. 140. Neophyte investor Hillary's cattle trading bonanza. During Clinton's first term as governor, Hillary appears to have been involved in an illicit pay-to-play scheme involving cattle futures trading that enabled the Tyson chicken dynasty to give the Clintons in excess of $100,000 in campaign donations. The scheme was orchestrated by Tyson's principal outside counsel, James Blair, a Clinton friend, who set Hillary up with a $1,000 investment that yielded a dividend of over $100,000. The original investment was recorded as $12,000 from the records of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, but Clinton only had $1,000 in her account at the time. Despite her claims of actively managing her own account, on the 3 days when the trading was most active, she was involved in an all-day meeting out of town. Blair's partner in the operation, Robert L. Redbone, was at the time under investigation for fraud in manipulation of the cattle trading market. Roger Morris notes that Clinton's spectacular 10,000% return on her investment had all the trappings of being part of prearranged trades. An expert wrote that there is no way a commodities trader or broker would permit a novice speculator to control $280,000 worth of cattle with $1,000, unless a friend or partner guaranteed her investment. If they did, that would amount to a payoff. Another Dow Jones analyst said that the odds of a neophyte like Hillary winning that kind of money fairly would have been about the same as those finding the Dead Sea Scrolls on the steps of the State House in Little Rock. Hillary's $100,000 hit was a money transfer disguised as commodity profits. If she had allowed Blair and Redbone to allocate other customers' winnings to her accounts and to park her losses in those others, then she had committed the ultimate fraud. 141. The Whitewater Affair, screwing people left and right. In 1978, Bill invested with James McDougall in 200 acres of land in the Ozarks of northwestern Arkansas known as Whitewater. Originally owned by International Paper, the land was supposed to be used to develop vacation homes and as a Camp David retreat for Arkansas politicians. 142. Describing him as a country boy charmer with a sharp mind, McDougall had taken Clinton under his wing when both worked for Senator William F. Fulbright and served as his political fundraiser, banker, and senior aide during his first gubernatorial term. In 1979, the young Governor Clinton had eased restrictions on clear-cutting of forests and granted permission to International Paper to do wholesale clear-cutting on the Whitewater land, enabling the building of the vacation homes. Clinton also gave International Paper a multi-million-dollar tax break. 143. In addition, he used the governor's office to secure taxpayer funds for the construction of a miles-long access road from Highway 101 to a remote mountain retreat on whitewater lands, which helped increase the potential return on his investment. 144 In return for their support in building the road, the Game and Fish Commission received a quiet donation of a riverfront lot near Whitewater Estates for a boat ramp. Clinton fired the fishing and highway commissioners and put 2 loyal servants in place of the old fogies running those agencies who opposed Clinton's scheme. 145 Numerous Whitewater investors lost their life savings because of trickery by the Whitewater Corporation. The company refused to extend the mortgage and then seized the property of grain elevator operator Clyde Soaps Jr., for example, who fell ill with diabetes and was only $2,500 away from full ownership. A local businessman said that they screwed people left and right, taking advantage of a bunch of poor old folks on a land deal. The future president and first lady. 146. The Whitewater Company and Clintons were accused of misreporting their revenue over $100,000, $150,000 and defrauding the IRS. Clinton was also accused of pressuring the Arkansas Small Loans Administration Office to make small business loans to help get bad loans off Whitewater's books, and appointed Beverly Bassett Schaefer to head the Arkansas Security Commission, which granted McDougal special favors. 147. Nicknamed Diamond Jim because of his flamboyance, McDougal alleges in his memoirs that he channeled money to Clinton's campaign by having an intermediary contractor pad his monthly bill for maintenance repairs, and that Clinton did him favors like transferring an inspector who refused to grant septic tank permits on his properties and appointing the president of Madison Guaranty, a savings and loan bank in which he gained a controlling interest in 1982 to the state's S&L board. 148. As part of the quid pro quo, Diamond Jim and his wife, Hot Pants Susan, with whom, typically, Clinton had an affair, hosted a fundraiser at the Art Deco headquarters of Madison to help pay off Clinton's 1984 campaign debt. Roger Morris noted that some of the donations were attributed to phantom contributors and that an examination of Madison's books would show suspicious movements of cash-inflated closing costs, commissions, and transfers coinciding with the final free spending weeks of the Clintons' 1984 run. 149. A federal investigation found evidence of at least $60,500 siphoned from Madison Guaranty to Clinton's 1984 re-election campaign. The governor's official campaign committee was named in Justice Department criminal investigative documents as an alleged co-conspirator in the diversion of depositors' funds. It was believed that Madison amounted to a veritable slush fund for the Clintons' land business as well as an alleged kitty and counting house for their re-election campaigns. 150. Government regulators noticed that Whitewater was making loan payments to Clinton when its accounts at Madison were overdrawn and the overdrafts were covered by a Madison subsidiary, a classic sign of S&L fraud. 151. McDougal also recounted episodes where Clinton came to him begging for loans and said that he bought land from a Democratic Party municipal judge in Little Rock, David Hale, for hundreds of thousands of dollars more than the land was worth, enabling Hale to provide a $300,000 loan to Susan McDougal. The loan, which was never repaid and cost taxpayers $672,000, appears to have been in part an illegal campaign contribution or bribe. 152. Clinton passed an ethics law in Arkansas that protected he and Hillary from having to publicly disclose their Ozark Mountain and Madison Guaranty deals. McDougal was eventually indicted on 18 counts of fraud in U.S. District Court after federal regulators seized Madison Guaranty. Bill and Hillary then committed perjury at the trial and McDougal was convicted, subsequently dying in jail in 1997 of a heart attack at the age of 57. Calling himself Bill Clinton's Brutus, McDougal wrote that the pain of his association with the Clintons would never go away. 153. During the 1992 campaign, he said he was damn near nauseated by the show of sanctimony of the Clintons. They were like a tornado who came into people's lives and destroyed them. They took without giving back in return. Bill was immensely likable but never took principled stands politically and milked for what they were worth. When their usefulness wore out, he disposed of them. 154. Arkansas, a prelude to Clinton's presidency. In his classic 1968 book The Drugstore Liberal, Journalist Robert Sherrill details the betrayal of liberal ideals by Hubert Humphrey, LBJ's vice president and the 1968 Democratic Party nominee for president. While mayor of Minneapolis in the 1940s, Humphrey led the purge of leftists in the Farmer Labor Party after it merged with the Democratic Party and went on to support the anti-communist witch hunts of the era through the legal system. As a U.S. Senator and Vice President, Humphrey sustained his ties with corrupt union bosses who sold out labor's rank and file and supported an aggressive anti-communist foreign policy and the war in Vietnam. 155. By Clinton's standards, Humphrey, whom Hunter S. Thompson called treacherous and a shallow, contemptible, and hopelessly dishonest old hack, 156 was actually progressive. After all, Humphrey supported organized labor, the New Deal, and a full employment bill. Clinton by contrast worked to roll back core New Deal programs, adopted right-wing rhetoric valorizing personal responsibility and attacking welfare mothers, and betrayed the unions, while promoting draconian crime control measures. Clinton's trademark policies were first rolled out during his tenure as governor of Arkansas, which should be seen as a bellwether of U.S. politics in the Second Gilded Age. This period saw the triumph of money and politics and the restoration of unfettered capitalism as the political left withered and declined, and the idealism of the 1960s receded. Cronyism, corruption, and elite deviance further became the norm. The White House under Clinton became like a subway, you have to put in coins to open the gate, to quote Taiwanese-born lobbyist Johnny Chung. 157 Journalist Glenn Greenwald wrote that Clinton helped turn the Democratic Party from one of the working class to one of Wall Street, Silicon Valley, banks, credit card companies, and the military-industrial complex. 158 This transformation was very much in evidence during the 1980s when Governor Clinton made sure that Arkansas's wealthiest elite was well taken care of. Clinton also in this time perfected the art of political doublespeak, betrayal and lying, which would prepare him well for his tenure as Commander-in-Chief. Chapter 2. Bill Clinton and the Crimes of Mena, Made in Arkansas, Made in America. The 2017 Hollywood blockbuster American Made, starring Tom Cruise, spotlighted the escapades of Barry Seal, a legendary drug pilot with a CIA background who smuggled guns and drugs into Nicaragua out of Mena, Arkansas, as part of the 1980s Contra War. In one scene that the filmmakers decided to cut, a young Bill Clinton, the governor of Arkansas, gets a lap dance at a strip club at the moment when Seal hatches a plan to enlist Clinton in the CIA-backed drug and gun running scheme. Left in, however, was a scene in which Clinton helps facilitate Seal's release from jail so he could begin informing on the Drug Enforcement Administration. Hollywood may be known for embellishment, but newly declassified documents show that Arkansas state officials were briefed about a joint CIA Defense Department operation in Mena to assist the Contras, which Governor Clinton had to have known about. Clinton also, according to numerous whistleblower accounts, helped block investigation into the arms and drug running scheme, setting an important precedent for his presidency where he covered up for major state crimes. American Made. Director Doug Liman stated of Clinton's involvement in Mena, "We knew that somehow Barry was operating with immunity. The CIA was operating with immunity in Arkansas. So there had to have been some involvement of the governor's office. There is a prosecutor in Arkansas who was told to back off. And so we combined that with the fact that the CIA was for sure operating in Arkansas and Clinton was the governor, to condense it down into one specific moment. 1. An asset of the three bad words. Clinton may have been recruited by the CIA while studying at Oxford University in the late 1960s as a Rhodes Scholar, or while an undergraduate at Georgetown University, a huge CIA recruiting center. He allegedly served as an informant on the anti-war movement in England as part of the CIA's Operation Chaos, giving the CIA the names of fellow protesters and the source of the movement's funding. While at Oxford, Clinton had sought assistance in evading the Vietnam War draft from a fellow Oxford student. Richard Stearns, international vice president of the National Students Association, which received CIA funds. In exchange, Stearns allegedly helped provide funding for Clinton to travel to Moscow and Eastern Europe in March 1969. Later, Stearns helped set Clinton up as a key organizer for George McGovern's political campaign in Texas, where Clinton made key contacts that helped facilitate his rise to power. 2. During Clinton's trip to Moscow, he was allegedly part of the mission to smuggle out the memoirs of ex-Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev, which were subsequently translated into 16 languages. 3. This was a coup for Washington because of Khrushchev's denunciation of the crimes of his predecessor Joseph Stalin, which could be used to discredit Soviet communism. Clinton's Oxford roommate Nelson Strobridge Strobe Talbot III was attacked by Moscow newspapers as a young sapling of the CIA after he published one of the translations of Khrushchev's memoirs while working for Time magazine. Talbot had come from an upper-class family in Shaker Heights, Ohio, studied Russian and wrote a thesis at Yale, a haven for CIA recruitment, where he was part of the Skull and Bones secret society on Fyodor Tyutchev, a 19th-century Russian poet. 4. Much later, from his perch as head of the Brookings Institute, Talbot played a key role in disseminating the Steele dossier, which spread misinformation helping to trigger nationwide paranoid and hysterical Russophobia and neo-McCarthyism. 5. Talbot's great-uncle, Harold E. Talbot, Jr., as Secretary of the Air Force from 1953 to 1955, had given away the Air Force's authority to the CIA for overhead reconnaissance, and had worked with the CIA to promote development of the famed U-2 spy plane. 6. Talbot's wife, Brooke Shearer, and brother-in-law, Cody Shearer, who also played a role in Russia Agate, later became part of Bill and Hillary Clinton's secret spy network. 7. Washington insider Jack Wheeler related in his 1988 essay How the Clintons Will Undo McCain how his friend Cord Meyer Jr., the CIA's assistant deputy director of plans from 1967 to 1973 and later London station chief, told him about Clinton's past. Wheeler wrote, "Back in the 1990s, years after he retired, if Cord drank a little too much scotch, he would laugh derisively at those conspiracists who accused Bill Clinton of being connected with the KGB. They all darkly point to Bill's participation in anti-war peace conferences in Stockholm and Oslo and his trip to Leningrad, Moscow and Prague while he was at Oxford. Who could have paid for this? They ask. It had to be KGB. Cord would shake his head. What rot, we paid for it? We recruited Bill the first week he was at Oxford. Bill's been an asset of the three bad words ever since." 8. This may explain a lot about Clinton's subsequent career, including his role in the MENA cover-up. The 1992 presidential election's dirty tricks. According to whistleblower Scott Barnes, who served on clandestine CIA missions in Laos in the 1970s and 1980s, the FBI interfered in the 1992 election to help secure Clinton's victory. Clinton's opponents in the election were incumbent George H.W. Bush and Ross Perot, a wealthy Texan and naval veteran who opposed the 1991 Persian Gulf War and the North American Free Trade Agreement and had funded efforts to uncover the truth about U.S. POWs allegedly left behind from the Indochina Wars. As a spoiler candidate, Perot was subjected to media smear attacks and FBI surveillance and harassment, forcing him to drop out. Stocks that he traded in were manipulated and a doctored photo was produced of his daughter, Caroline, kissing another woman, making her out to be lesbian. Barnes says that he and other members of the Intelligence Support Activity, a secret quasi-paramilitary organization he was part of that was originally run by CIA Director William J. Casey, were contracted by the FBI for an undercover mission. His task was to visit the Dallas office of Jim Oberwetter, a prominent oil industry executive and Texas chairman of the Bush Quayle campaign, wearing a wire, and to ask him leading questions to get him to say that he had damaging information about Perot. This would make it look like it was the Bush campaign leaking political dirt about Perot and not the FBI or other intelligence agencies which were the ones actually doing it. The trick made both Bush and Perot look bad but not Clinton. After the meeting with Oberwetter, Barnes says that he was invited to go on 60 Minutes, where he was instructed to talk About alleged dirty tricks carried out by the GOP against Parrott in the election campaign. Thus, Clinton was made the one to appear clean-cut. 9. According to Bill Hamilton, whose data mining company Inslaw was stolen by rogue officials in the Reagan administration so its software could be used for their own financial gain and by the CIA, Clinton very likely received an unknown sum of off-the-books campaign contributions from U.S. intelligence. The money was obtained through insider trading profits amassed by front companies such as Systematics Incorporated, which worked closely with the NSA to facilitate intelligence monitoring of banking transactions. 10. Systematics Incorporated's largest shareholder was Jackson Stevens, owner of Worthen Bank in Little Rock, which bailed Clinton out during the 1992 election campaign when he ran out of money. 11. A close friend of Jimmy Carter who switched from Republican to Democrat abruptly in 1990, Stevens had brought BCCI, which laundered drug money for the CIA, to the U.S. with the legal help of Hillary's Rose law firm. 12. Stevens also used his investment house and other banks that he owned to launder money in the MENA drug smuggling operation. Stevens emerges thus as a key CIA conduit involved in high finance who helped company man Clinton gain the highest office in the land. Smoking gun of the whole Iran-Contra affair. The 1992 election was unique in that both major party candidates were not only intricately tied to the CIA but also caught up in the Iran-Contra scandal. Former CIA Director George H.W. Bush as vice president under Ronald Reagan had played a key role in the illicit shipment of arms to the Nicaraguan Contras, a counter-revolutionary army funded by the CIA who were seeking to overthrow the left-wing Sandinista government, as declassified government records have revealed. Bill Clinton might have used this against Bush in the campaign, except that he was also involved in that effort. Bush and Clinton enjoyed a special rapport, having been bound together by the crimes of Iran-Contra, as researcher Robert Morrow put it. 13 arms shipments to the Contras were carried out during Clinton's governorship from the MENA Intermountain Regional Airport, located in southwestern Arkansas's Ouachita Mountains, an outlaw's paradise, home to generations of moonshiners and red dirt marijuana farmers. 14. The airport happened to be in the congressional district of John Hammerschmidt, George H.W. Bush's former campaign manager. Arkansas had been chosen for the clandestine operation considered the smoking gun of the whole Iran-Contra affair according to Army criminal investigator Gene Wheaton because it was rural, underpopulated, and inland, and had a governor who was supportive of the agency and probably an asset. Further, MENA was located 70 miles south of a large military base at Fort Smith. 15. Mark Swaney, head of the Arkansas Committee, which campaigned to have the MENA scandal investigated, concluded that Clinton at a minimum knew all along about MENA, and it is possible and even highly probable, based on a mountain of circumstantial evidence, that he was directly involved. 16. This involvement would have been through the Arkansas Development Finance Authority, which according to ADFA marketing director Larry Nichols, helped to launder CIA and drug money from flights out of the Intermountain Regional Airport in MENA. 17. Back in the 1970s, the MENA airport had been used to train guerrillas who were being sent on clandestine missions backed by the CIA in Africa. By the early 1980s, MENA had become a hub for a gun-running operation to the Contras, Operation Centaur Rose, carried out in violation of the 1984 Boland Amendment. A secret CIA report disclosed the CIA's participation in a Pentagon training exercises at the MENA airport. 18. Planes from the CIA-linked Evergreen Aviation were found parked at the MENA airport, where one of the hangars was owned by Carbon Industries, which was run by CIA pilot Michael Bernard Palmer and whose board of advisors included CIA operatives Oliver North, Richard Secord, and CIA Costa Rican Station Chief Joe Fernandez, all key players in the Iran-Contra affair. 19 employees at the airport said they were forced to stay in their offices because airplanes would land and strange faces would be around and people of Spanish origin who had never been seen before. 20. They also said they saw an unusual number of cash transactions in which the cash was left in drawers and people were working at all hours of the night to get planes out. 21. CIA pilot Richard Brannicky, an expert in handling money transfers for the CIA, told IRS agent Bill Duncan that, starting in 1984, he flew about a dozen missions to MENA in C-130s, some of which involved flying weapons to Panama where they were unloaded by men serving Panamanian leader Manuel Noriega, a key conduit of supplies to the Contras. Brannicky claimed that he sometimes returned to MENA carrying unmarked boxes weighing up to 600 pounds that he later learned contained cocaine. 22. Barry and the Boys. The plane of Eugene Hasenfuss which exposed the Contra operation when it was shot down over Honduras had tellingly flown out of MENA. It belonged to Barry Seal, the legendary drug smuggler who worked as both a DIA informant and CIA operative. 23 Seal had been first recruited into the CIA in the mid-1950s as a Trans-World Airlines pilot when he flew arms first to Fidel Castro to overthrow dictator Fulgencio Batista and then ferried Cuban exiles and explosives into Cuba as part of CIA operations that were designed to overthrow and kill Castro. According to CIA pilot Robert Tosh Plumley, Seal worked for CIA agent Ted Shackley in the 1960s and 1970s and flew covert missions in Vietnam and Laos during the Indochina War. 24. A corpulent man from Baton Rouge, Louisiana with ties to New Orleans mob boss Carlos Marcello, Seal retrofitted his planes, which were delivered to him by mob-linked companies, at a hangar at the MENA airport, which he used also as a storage and hideout facility. In 1989, journalist John Cummings, in one of the first articles written on MENA, wrote that Seal had virtually taken over a local aircraft repair and modification operation at the airport, and the good citizens of MENA began to notice some strange goings-on, landings at night, tight security around Seal's planes, a hangar converted into a virtual fortress, along with sightings of what appeared to be airdrops, the construction of airstrips deep in the woods, and even darker rumors that whatever was happening was sanctioned by the CIA. 25. William Earl Jr., a Florida drug pilot whose testimony helped convict Seal in Florida in 1984, told Arkansas authorities he flew into Rich Mountain Aviation with Seal on December 13, 1983 and had an illegal auxiliary fuel tank installed on the plane to extend its range. He said later he flew the craft into Colombia and returned with 440 pounds of cocaine. 26 customs officers surveilling the MENA airport recognized that Seal, who had been kicked out of Louisiana, was smuggling drugs right away because they observed that his plane was dirty, which meant he had been landing in remote areas. The rear seats were out, the edge of the plane's wings were clipped, it had paint chipped off, serial numbers of the plane were altered, fuel tanks were added, and the cargo doors were sealed to enable cocaine bundles to be dropped. And there was an awful lot of money floating around. Airport owner Freddie Hampton purchased 109 acres of land in Scott County, Arkansas in 1982 and the following year, $150,000 worth of property near Lake Mena. 27. Emil Camp, Seal's partner and a fellow Louisianan, died suspiciously in a plane crash in 1985 in the Fourche Mountains just north of Mena. 28 Seal told federal and state investigators 3 months before he was murdered in February 1986 that a nexus of front companies, legitimate Arkansas companies, banks, and airstrips participated in the shipment of drugs and laundering of drug profits. 29 Seal is estimated to have brought in at least 36 metric tons of cocaine, 104 tons of marijuana and 3 tons of heroin into the U.S., totaling between $3 and $5 billion, dropping much of it off parachutes into the forests surrounding Mena. A marijuana smuggler named Justin Adams claimed to have information that Seal worked at Mena with Joseph Vernon Haas, a 20-year customs pilot and CIA agent, along with Michael Bernard Palmer, another CIA pilot and drug smuggler, and Oliver North, a principal figure behind the Iran-Contra arms drug smuggling operation. Another of Seal's associates, Patrick Foley, a veteran of the Flying Tigers and CIA operative, had recommended a drug smuggling pilot to the State Department for the transportation of humanitarian supplies to the Contras. Many of Seal's drug flights were part of the Operation Centaur Rose, though for every drug flight that Seal made for the government, according to an Arkansas police report, he made 2 for himself. 30. Manufacturing anything in the way of weapons. Clinton, despite his alleged hippie background, was a backer of the Contras, deploying the Arkansas National Guard on a joint military training mission in Honduras on Nicaragua's border. New York Governor Mario Cuomo had boycotted the exercise, calling it a provocation. Vermont Governor Madeleine Kunin called it a backdoor escalation of the American military presence in Central America. 31. Arkansas and the area around Mena at this time became a hub for firms producing weapons and weapons parts along with electronic components used in weapons systems. ADFA loans went to military contractors like Missouri Research Labs Incorporated in the northeast corner of the state, which produced untraceable circuit boards and critical electronic components used in Stinger missile guidance systems. Ivor Johnson's Arms Incorporated, which was producing sniper rifles, and Brodix Manufacturing were further given tax breaks by the state and other incentives as part of their reward for supplying SEAL's network and providing a cover for clandestine work. 32. Governor Clinton welcomed and even encouraged, notably at Pine Bluff and Pea Ridge, military arsenals and storage of dangerous materials that other governors of both parties spurned. CIA pilot Chip Tatum, who flew guns and drugs out of Mena to Central America with Barry Seal, alleges that during a clandestine flight to Palmyra Air Force Base in Honduras, Clinton's top security man, Raymond Buddy Young, told Mossad operative Mike Harari that Arkansas has the capability to manufacture anything in the area of weapons, and if we don't have it, we'll get it. When Harari asked about government control, Young replied, "The governor's on top of it, and if the feds get nosy, we hear about it and make a call. Then they're called off." 33. Iran-Contra whistleblower Al Martin alleges that Clinton took a kickback from Arkansas Beltway Trucking, which was paid to transport weapons from Ft. Campbell, Kentucky to Mena that were smuggled to the Contras on clandestine flights. 34. In 1991, a C-130 plane linked to Mena crashed in Angola with a mechanic from Arkansas, Chuck Hendricks, on board. The plane was owned by a company controlled by a shadowy aviation specialist, Dietrich Reinhardt, who was involved in the Iran-Contra affair and the ferrying of arms to the Middle East. 35. The CIA at the time was ferrying arms to Jonas Savimbi and the right-wing National Union for the Total Independence of Angola, which was fighting the left-wing Popular Movement for the Liberation of Angola supported by Cuba and the Soviet Union. 36. Guerrilla training in Arkansas's Wild West. By allowing the CIA to bring in Contra guerrillas and pilots for training in western Arkansas, Governor Clinton turned his state in effect into a CIA property. Montgomery County Sheriff James Carmack and Scott County Game Warden Brian McKenzie received reports detailing the presence of contingents of foreigners in camouflage armed with automatic weapons, and caches of weapons secreted in highway culverts. There were also reports of machine gun fire around the Nella airstrip 10 miles south of the Mena airport, of wildlife officers being rudely evicted, and sightings of pickup trucks with guns. 37. Car dealer Richie Cunningham and his son believed that they saw CIA agent Oliver North, who became famous during the Iran-Contra hearings at Mena's Rich Airport in 1985 or 1986. 38. A number of former pilots for Air America, including William Cooper and Wallace Buzz Sawyer Jr., who died in the Hasenfuss plane crash, worked out of the Mena airport as part of SEAL's crew. 39. Bill Holmes, a gun shop owner in Fayetteville, Arkansas, said that in May 1984 two CIA agents, Edward Malone and James Terrell, whose description matched that of CIA agent Jack Terrell, showed him a Mena address when they bought 250 machine guns from him at a price of $100,000, paying $10,000 in advance. The agents said that they had met SEAL, who was known as Fat Man, and that the guns were for a special operation run out of the Mena airport that had the approval of the White House and Vice President who was running it. When Eugene Hasenfuss' plane was shot down, Malone told Holmes he had to shut down his operation. Holmes never got paid. 40. Clinton's direct involvement. That Governor Clinton had sanctioned the entire operation was evident in his office's issuing of Arkansas traveler certificates for General John Singh Laub, a founding member of the CIA whom journalist Mike Wallace called the virtual director of the Contra War, and Adolfo and Mario Calero, key commanders of the Contra terrorist army. 41 The ADFA's marketing director, Larry Nichols, who was described as a romantic jungle fighter type, had served in Vietnam under General Singh Laub, and was given authorization to make long-distance phone calls to Nicaraguan Contra leaders by ADFA head Wooten Epps. 42. Larry Douglas Brown, an Arkansas state trooper who worked as Clinton's personal bodyguard, wrote in his memoirs that Clinton helped him to write a paper supporting the U.S. position in Central America to gain employment with the CIA. Brown then said that he flew missions with SEAL, which he later realized were drug-running missions. When he reported this to Clinton, Bill asked him, "Are you having fun yet? Just do what you're told and don't ask questions." He also stated, "That's Lassater's deal," a reference to his top donor, Dan Lassater, who handled a lot of the money along with Jackson Stevens. 43. SEAL himself, who had an intelligence background, referred to Clinton as the GUV, indicating a close relationship. Local investigators uncovered that Clinton sent a black assistant, Bob Nash, Hillary Clinton's deputy campaign manager in her 2008 run for the presidency, to allegedly pick up suitcases full of cash from SEAL at Mina, which was Clinton's payoff money. 44. Before he was killed, Barry Seal provided CIA pilot Chip Tatum with a list of Iran-Contra boss hogs who controlled the drug trade, which featured Clinton as well as George H.W. Bush. Tatum recalled being present during a meeting between CIA operatives Oliver North, Felix Rodriguez, Amram Nir, and General Gustavo Alvarez Martinez from Honduras, which made it clear that Clinton was knee-deep in the Mina Central America cocaine venture. Tatum said that when he ran cocaine into Mina in coolers, he was greeted by Dan Lassater, by Clinton himself, and by Buddy Young, whom he later saw in Honduras posing as a member of the Arkansas National Guard. Young told Harari, according to Tatum, that we get our 10% right off the top and that's plenty. Gofus can make it go a long way. 45. An enticing climate for traffickers. The ADFA and money laundering. Founded in the 19th century by one of Arkansas's first senators, the Rose Law Firm, of which Hillary Clinton and Webster Hubbell were senior partners, was an important component of the arms drug smuggling scheme, allegedly negotiating contracts for the CIA in Mina, and helping to set up numerous fraudulent CIA fronts for cocaine and weapons transit. 46. A lot of his drug money was laundered through the ADFA via Lassater's brokerage house in the First National Bank of Mina and Worthen Bank, which was owned by two major Clinton donors, Jackson Stevens and Mokhtar Riadi, and in which the Rose Law Firm held stocks. The governor's protection helped these banks evade the Bank Secrecy Act of 1970, which required currency transaction reports to be filed in connection with cash deposits or amounts of $10,000 or more at banking institutions. 47. The Federal Reserve tellingly reported a 700% increase in such transactions between 1985 and 1989. Mary Catherine Corrigan, the secretary for Freddie Hampton, along with Kathy Gann and Lucia Gonzalez, two other secretaries at Rich Mountain Aviation, all reported that they had deposited more than $10,000 in Union Bank of Mina in one day but in multiple checks to get around IRS regulations. 48. The IRS records were then removed from the state police files so information pertaining to Rich Mountain Aviation's cash transactions at local area banks was unavailable. 49. The IRS office in Little Rock reported that drug traffickers were bringing their money to Arkansas from other regions where pressure from authorities is more severe. 50. Under Clinton, Arkansas led the nation in cash surplus gains, a figure considered a reliable reflection of the amount of money being laundered. Cash deposits in Arkansas banks also tripled, suggesting huge amounts of drug money being moved. According to the IRS, a 210% increase in Arkansas's cash supply from 1988 to 1989 linked to an unexplained cash influx of $73 million suggested that Arkansas offered an enticing climate for traffickers seeking to get their money into the legitimate economy. 51. 3 months before he was murdered in February 1986, Seal had testified to federal and state investigators that a nexus of front companies, legitimate Arkansas companies, banks, and airstrips participated in the shipment of drugs and laundering of drug profits. Clinton had been on a first-name basis not only with Seal but with a number of other high-profile CIA agents including Donald Gregg, a top confidant of George H.W. Bush who worked with L.D. Brown, and Felix Rodriguez, the murderer of Che Guevara, who knew his way around the governor's mansion and used to come in through the back door. 52. Another whistleblower speaks. Terry Reed was a Missouri-born Air Force intelligence officer who in the early 1970s served with Air Force intelligence in Thailand as a member of Task Force Alpha, which controlled the secret air war in Laos and Cambodia. In the 1980s, he opened a machine tool business in Mexico, which served as a front company for moving arms to the Nicaraguan Contras. In his 1995 book, Compromised, Clinton, Bush, and the CIA, Reed claims that he met with Clinton in July 1984 outside the Cantina Mexican restaurant in Little Rock, where Clinton gave him his blessing to undertake clandestine operations in Mexico with Barry Seal and Oliver North in support of the Contra operations. According to Reed, Clinton was glassy-eyed and smoked a joint while seated on a captain's chair on the street side of a van whose interior revealed a mobile command post equipped with an array of electronics. He urged Reed to toke on the joint, telling him, "Go on, I'm the commander-in-chief here, you won't get busted," and said related to his mission, "That's good, that's good." 53. Co-owner of an Arkansas-based company that made ultralight aircraft, Reed said that the first day he met Seal, he was in the company of Dan Lasseter and Roger Clinton. 54. Subsequently, Reed claimed that he entered into a consulting relationship with Seal, who was then a government intelligence asset. Reed said in a court deposition that Seal helped transport certain items for his aircraft business and wanted to make use of his military background. 55. In 1983, Reed reported the theft of his twin-engine Piper Arrow airplane from Joplin, Missouri, on which he collected insurance. It was spotted by state policemen at Mena Airport after a gust of wind almost by divine will blew open its hangar door in front of state investigators 3 days conveniently before the statute of limitation for federal fraud charges against Reed were set to expire. Just before that, Reed had resigned from the CIA, stating, "Stuff our government was doing, they were criminal acts. Things you and I would go to jail for in a New York second." 56. Reed and his wife Janice were charged with mail fraud but then acquitted. He claimed that Kathy had concocted the scheme in which his plane was stolen by the Enterprise as part of a project called Donation that he had been invited by Barry Seal to participate in. This was an operation based out of Anela, Arkansas airstrip located near Mena called Jake Bridge to train Nicaraguan pilots to perform airdrops. 57. According to Reed, payoff money to Arkansas government officials was flown in at night in what were called green flights and dropped in duffel bags on property owned by an associate of Governor Clinton. The money was then picked up and transported to Little Rock, where it was allegedly laundered through the Rose law firm and ADFA. 58. Reed also said he had knowledge of drug money being funneled through Dan Lasseter, Roger Clinton's boss, with whom Bill enjoyed partying. The key player in the Rose law firm money laundering was allegedly Vince Foster, Hillary Clinton's lover, who became deputy White House counsel following Bill's election to the presidency in 1992 and was murdered on July 20, 1993. A former Little Rock mayor and associate U.S. Attorney General from 1993 to 1994, then working as a cutout under Hillary Clinton and Webster Hubbell, Foster worked through Stevens Systematics Incorporated, allegedly to wire the transfer of drug payoffs totaling in excess of $50 million to various banks, which then transferred the funds to accounts in the Cayman Islands and Switzerland. 59. One of the agents who trained contra-paramilitary operatives in Nela was Luis Posada Carrils. He was a right-wing, CIA-linked Cuban terrorist nicknamed Ramon Medina, who had planted a bomb on a Cuban airliner in October 1976, killing everyone on board. Reed got chills when he heard Carrils give a briefing in which he said that key Sandinista leaders would soon disappear. 60. In Mexico, where he set up a business as a cover for arms and drug smuggling, Reed said that he worked with North, Felix Rodriguez, and an Israeli arms broker Emiram Nir, who later died in a plane crash. 61. Reed's story was in part confirmed by the fact that serial numbers that he gave for planes he said had been used in training missions with the Contras, though stolen, were found by the International Aviation Theft Bureau to have been used in the Contra supply effort, or were found crashed while on illegal drug runs. 62. Reed claimed that Clinton personally attended a meeting in an army bunker outside Mina whose participants included North, Felix Rodriguez, and one of CIA Director William Casey's top lieutenants, Robert Johnson, who he thought to be future Attorney General William Barr. The latter threatened to shut down the Mina operation because too much money was being schemed off the top, and Clinton was giving out too many contracts through the ADFA to Arkansas good old boys who lacked security clearances. The arrest of Clinton's brother, Roger, had also brought unwanted scrutiny. 63. In the meeting, Johnson allegedly significantly referred to Clinton as Mr. Casey's fair-haired boy and said that you and your state have been our greatest asset. He added that the beauty of this, as you know, is that you're a Democrat, and with our ability to influence both parties, this country can get beyond partisan gridlock. Mr. Casey wanted me to pass on to you that unless you fuck up and do something stupid, you're number one on the short list for a shot at the job you've always wanted. 64. These comments, if true, would speak volumes about the forces that control American politics and propelled Clinton's political ascendancy from out of nowhere. Larry Nichols told presidential historian Robert Morrow before he died that there was no actual bunker near the Mina airport, so Reed's story may have been embellished, though it could have potentially been culled from a series of private conversations that actually took place. 65. While Clinton claimed he was unaware of any problems at Mina until 1988, his bodyguard L.D. Brown's daybook records Clinton visiting Mina on May 21, 1984. Many people also reported seeing him at Mina Airport, and Clinton's chief of staff, Betsy Wright, admitted that the governor's office had, in the early 1980s, received repeated calls about drug trafficking there. 66. A CIA secret report, partially declassified in 2020, specifies that certain Arkansas state and local officials were informed about CIA activities at Mina, and that unnamed official personally briefed the supervisor of the Arkansas State Police District for Mina, the mayor of Mina, the Mina chief of police or the county sheriff, and the person responsible for operating Mina Intermountain Airport about joint training exercise with the CIA. With Clinton famously wired into everything happening in the state, he would have had to have been briefed. 67. In September 1998, Desiree A. Ferdinand, the daughter of Colonel Albert V. Caroni, a key liaison between the CIA and organized crime who worked closely with Barry Seal at Mina, testified in the U.S. District Court of Massachusetts that her father spoke of a meeting off the record between Oliver North, Vice President George H.W. Bush, and Bill Clinton in Mina sometime in the mid-1980s. According to Ferdinand, her father indicated to her that Governor Clinton knew about drug running. He also said that Jackson Stevens provided the backing of most of the money for half of this stuff. 68. Terry Reed quoted Robert Johnson as stating that shortly after ADFA got its initial funding, the CIA agreed to use ADFA to launder the black money it received through arms sales to the freedom fighters. The deal cut with the Clinton administration in 1985 was that the CIA would pay 10% of the funds it received from Operation Centaur Rose to ADFA in exchange for the state's cooperation at all levels. For that percentage of the take, Clinton would ensure that state and local law enforcement agencies wouldn't expose the CIA's operations, prompting SEAL to joke that Arkansas was the only country north of Mexico where drug smugglers could get a police escort. 69 An informant told author George Carpezai Jr. that Clinton was so much on the take, demanding under-the-table payments for sanitizing the drug money at the ADFA before it went to pay for the Contra arms, that his angels became disenchanted over his greed. 70. Military-industrial landscape and the murder of a journalist. The first company to receive ADFA funding, POM, had secret military contracts with the Stormont Labs of Woodland, California and the CIA-linked Wackenhut Corporation, to make weapon parts and guns that were sent to the Contras. It also manufactured chemical and biological weapons, according to Michael Ricanasi-Utto, a CIA computer expert. He said that he supervised high-tech equipment transfers to POM and developed software to help launder the MENA drug money. An Army Reserve chemical warfare company was conveniently based next to POM's facility, on land previously owned by it. Company owner Seth Ward, a fighter pilot in the Pacific and Korean Wars and associate of James McDougal, had allowed his ranch to be used allegedly as a drop zone for SEAL's drug deliveries. 71. The Rose law firm not surprisingly drew up the paperwork for the ADFA's loan to POM. When Mark Swanee visited the POM site, he saw camouflage trucks with trailers mounted with what looked like generators for creating smoke screens along with military transport trucks. He interviewed soldiers who told him they were part of a smoke unit. IRS investigator Bill Duncan similarly saw chemical tanker trucks. Both were describing the scene of a military-industrial landscape. Ricanasi-Utto had developed computer software to help launder drug money emanating from the MENA operation. He was providing information to investigative reporter Danny Casolaro, who was subsequently murdered. A congressional subcommittee looking into Casolaro's death in September 1992 accused Justice Department officials of criminal misconduct and recommended the appointment of a special prosecutor, a request that was denied by Attorney General William Barr. 72. A whitewash like no other. In September 1991, Arkansas Attorney General Winston Bryant and Congressman Bill Alexander turned over several boxes of evidence to Lawrence Walsh's Office of Independent Counsel, which investigated the Iran-Contra affair in the hopes that Walsh would extend his investigation into MENA. Included in the files were depositions, FBI files, and Arkansas State Police investigative records. According to Alexander, these documents showed that MENA was a staging area for the war in Central America. Alexander added, "I have never seen a whitewash job like that what has been executed in this case. There has been a conspiracy of the grandest magnitude that so far has not been prosecuted." 73. A U.S. Senate subcommittee in 1989 called the available evidence about MENA sufficient for indictments on money laundering charges. However, Bill Clinton ensured that this never happened. 9 state and federal probes headed by IRS agent Bill Duncan and Razorback Columbo Russell Welch, an Arkansas police investigator who had served as an Army medic in Vietnam, were halted under higher orders. Welch was subsequently diagnosed with anthrax poisoning after a plot on his life. 74. Duncan told a House subcommittee in 1991 that he had collected evidence detailing a bizarre mixture of drug smuggling, money laundering, and covert operations implicating contract operatives of the U.S. intelligence services at the MENA airport, had a 3,000-page file and had prepared 35 indictments for the U.S. attorney, but they were never acted upon. 75. He said that the investigations into MENA were interfered with and covered up, and the justice system was subverted. 76. In 1988, the Arkansas State Police had begun shredding its MENA files. The DIA was conspicuously absent in the investigation, and Clinton and his aide, Betsy Wright, told former Arkansas Attorney General Winston Bryant in 1990 to back away from the case. 77. State police officers testified that when they submitted a warrant to arrest SEAL, they were told by Colonel Tommy Goodwin, head of the Arkansas State Police, to leave SEAL alone, and to cancel the warrant. Goodwin told them Clinton had ordered them to stand down. 78. 79. State Trooper Larry Patterson stated that he was in Clinton's presence when Clinton was told about large quantities of cocaine coming into Mena Airport and money and guns, and that Clinton did or said nothing. When Charles Black, a prosecutor for Mena-based Polk County, asked for a state probe, Clinton said he would get a man on it and furnish him with $25,000, though he never followed up. The $25,000 was such a paltry sum that Black said if it had actually been given, it would have been tantamount to trying to extinguish a forest fire by spitting on it. 80. When asked about Mena during the 1992 presidential election campaign, Clinton flat out lied, claiming that he had authorized the expenditure of state funds in the 1980s to assist with a local investigation into Mena allegations. And that nothing ever came of that. 81. This statement was contradicted by Charles Black, who had hand-delivered a letter to the governor explaining the situation and asking for some assistance. He said, "I did not hear anything back from him." 82. Authors Roger Stone and Robert Morrow wrote with much accuracy that Clinton provided the official political protection for the cocaine and drug smuggling while Lasseter took care of the nuts and bolts of laundering the hundreds of millions of dirty drug money. And in their spare time it was drugs, parties, and corrupting teenage girls. 83. A secretive machine. In 1994, The Economist listed 8 unpleasant incidents of suicides and violence surrounding people connected to the Clintons and Mena affair. 84. 1. Jerry Parks was murdered in September 1993 driving home from a Mexican restaurant in Little Rock. A friend of Barry Seal, he had worked security for Clinton and allegedly made trips to Mena and would come back with envelopes filled with cash that he gave the governor. Chip Tatum wrote that Parks assisted Dan Lasseter in the pickup from Mena of large white coolers marked medical supplies. Tatum overheard Buddy Young say that if there was a problem, ask the man. 85. Parks had also kept a file of Clinton's private life, including his extramarital affairs, with Vince Foster after being hired by Hillary following Bill's loss in the 1980 governor's race. Parks' wife Jane had caught Bill and Roger having drug sex parties with underage girls at Roger's upscale apartment complex in Little Rock, which she managed. After Parks' death, representatives of the FBI, Secret Service, IRS, and CIA ransacked Parks' former home and confiscated 130 tapes of phone conversations. Jane Parks said that her contacts in the Arkansas State Police told her that Jerry's murder was a conspiracy hatched in Hot Springs by 5 men who moved in the social circle of Buddy Young. Allegedly, after Clinton stiffed Parks on an invoice, Parks had openly threatened to reveal what he and his wife knew about Governor Clinton and the drug trafficking operation out of Mena. Parks' son Gary told British reporter Ambrose Evans Pritchard that he believed that Bill Clinton had my father killed to protect his political career. "We're dealing with a secretive machine here in Arkansas that can shut anyone up in a moment." 86. Boys on the tracks. The Mena cover-up extended to the murder of Kevin Ives and Don Henry, 2 high school seniors who were killed and then run over by a train on August 23, 1987 in Alexander northwest of Little Rock, after probably witnessing cocaine drops or cash, gold, or platinum payments to persons working with U.S. intelligence or the theft of it. The police investigation was so bad that Ives' foot was found on the train tracks days after the murder. An FBI agent said the state Democratic Party chairman, Lib Carlisle, had called the state capitol to call off the state police investigation of the train deaths. State medical examiner Fahmy Malik, who had exonerated Clinton's mother after she was accused of helping to kill 2 patients at a Hot Springs hospital in 1978 and 1981 where she worked as a nurse, advanced the theory that the boys fell asleep on the tracks after smoking 20 marijuana joints and were run over by a train accidentally. However, smoking 20 marijuana joints would make one euphoric, not incapacitated, and the toxicology lab never even tested for marijuana. 87. All of the engineers on the train reported that the boys were lying motionless beneath a tarp, bodies laid out identically across the tracks with almost military precision. Several witnesses placed two police officers thought to be Pulaski County narcotics officers Kirk Lane and Jay Campbell, friends of Dan Lassater, whose private jet they flew on, beating up two boys at a grocery store near where they found the boys' bodies. Their deaths were eventually determined by an independent investigation to have taken place before the train ran them over. Don Henry was stabbed in the back, and Kevin Ives was struck with a rifle butt in the face. 88. When Saline County Deputy Prosecutor Gene Duffy, who headed a local drug task force, found witnesses who observed low-flying aircraft and drug pickups at the train tracks where Ives and Henry were killed, she was told by her supervisor, Gary Arnold, not to investigate any public officials for drug trafficking. She was then fired on a fraudulent pretext, as the Arkansas police determined, after a woman named Kathy Evans forged checks in her name to make it look like she was embezzling money. She was also smeared in the local media, issued bogus felony warrants, and forced to flee Arkansas and go into hiding out of fear for her safety after discovering that there was a $50,000 bounty out on her. 89. Duffy felt the criminal conspiracy went up to the governor's office and CIA, finding it odd that when Oliver North was asked about Mina at the Iran-Contra hearings, his response was given in a closed-door session. In the course of its investigation, Duffy's task force interviewed a CIA pilot living in Amarillo, Texas, who went by the pseudonym Joe Evans, who said he dropped drugs over Saline County, and that he took orders from CIA operatives out of Mina. The drug drop the boys stumbled upon was part of Barry Seal's operation, which continued after Seal's assassination, likely by the CIA in 1986. 90. Evans' testimony was corroborated by Kevin's father, Larry Ives, who worked as a railroad man and said that Evans described the lights around the drop spot where the boys were killed and other things exactly the way they were. 91. When a grand jury was set up by Judge John Cole, key witnesses turned up dead. The victims included bar owner Keith McCaskey, who passed on information to Police Deputy Kathy Carty, the only Saline County deputy on the tracks the night the boys died, who strongly disagreed that the deaths were an accident, and Greg Collins, 26, who had been with the boys on the night of their death and was subpoenaed in the case. 92. The grand jury investigation was headed by Saline County Prosecutor Dan Harmon, a Clinton ally later sentenced to 11 years in prison for drug racketeering, who prevented the jury from ever revealing its findings and made sure that no one was ever charged with the murders. Charline Wilson, a girlfriend of both Harmon and Roger Clinton, who was supposed to make a drug pickup that night but was too high and so waited in the car, stated that Harmon was present when the boys were killed and that they were killed by police, with higher-level officials participating in the cover-up. 93. Source: idfiles.com. Consistent with his role as protector of the corrupt Old Boys Network, Clinton refused to meet with Kevin Ives' mother, Linda, and even put her on his presidential enemies list. 94. Clinton stood by Malik's findings and retained him as state medical examiner and even gave him a raise after paying two out-of-state pathologists $20,000 from Clinton's discretionary fund to sanction Malik's work performance when he had botched the Ives Henry and at least 20 other cases. 95. Clinton meanwhile blocked the Arkansas State Crime Lab from conducting tests on the boys' clothing, which the crime lab's trace expert wanted. Clinton additionally appointed as his state drug czar Robert Shepard, a corrupt sheriff and good OL boy from Saline County, who interfered and blocked 3 separate investigations into the train death, and told the U.S. Attorney Chuck Banks that former Deputy Prosecutor Gene Duffy, whose witnesses had presented evidence of drug trafficking and public official corruption, was crazy and that there was no corruption in Saline County. 96. When he became president, Clinton ordered the resignation of all 93 U.S. attorneys, which helped hamstring the Ives Henry and other investigations. Linda Ives wrote that while Clinton may not have been on the tracks the night Kevin and Don were killed, make no mistake, Bill Clinton's fingerprints are all over my son's murder case, and I believe that Clinton pulled the strings from the very beginning and is still pulling them today. 97. Philip Weiss, a freelance magazine journalist, had told Ives at Clinton's victory speech after his last gubernatorial election victory, For all Clinton's bright promise and fine beliefs, he long ago made a deal with a benighted political organization that had thugs among its operatives. If you wonder why people hate him, it's because they recognize that training, they sense those crude values, that ruthlessness and lack of moral center. And they want an old-fashioned accounting. 98. Chapter 3. Clinton's Dirty War in the Balkans. Instead of resolving the humanitarian problem, what has been achieved is a giant humanitarian catastrophe. Russian President Boris Yeltsin to Bill Clinton, April 19, 1991. The war in Bosnia was America's war in every sense of the word. The United States administration helped start it, kept it going, and prevented its early end. Sir Alfred Sherman, a Balkan expert and former advisor to British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher too. On August 10, 1995, the U.S. ambassador to the UN, Madeleine Albright put on an astounding performance before the UN Security Council in New York when she showed satellite photos drawn from a U-2 spy plane of areas near the Bosnian town of Srebrenica, the site of an alleged massacre of Muslims by Bosnian Serb forces. One of the satellite photos displayed a large group of Muslim people assembled in a soccer stadium at Nova Kazaba, 14 miles outside Srebrenica around July 13 to 14, and another a cleared area with freshly dug earth where the ground was supposedly disturbed a few days later, indicating the possibility of a mass grave. Ms. Albright told the council that 2,000 to 2,700 people may have been killed there and hastily buried, though nothing definitive was proven. Albright repeated the phrase "we must not forget" 5 times, emphasizing the magnitude of the suffering she claimed was caused by the Bosnian Serbs. 3. The timing of Ms. Albright's presentation was opportune as it helped deflect attention away from Operation Storm, a U.S.-backed Croat offensive in Krajina a mere few days before, which resulted in over 100,000 Serb refugees, the largest act of ethnic cleansing in the entire Balkans War. Albright's satellite photos also significantly did not show any actual killing, dead bodies, or the burial or transport of dead bodies of Muslims, and she never actually made them available for public examination. Like Colin Powell's infamous presentation about Saddam Hussein's alleged WMDs, Albright's presentation served as political theater which helped build momentum for American military intervention in the Balkans, and according to historian David N. Gibbs made it easier for Clinton to justify a hawkish stance, for Albright was convinced that her testimony helped persuade Britain and France, which had long been gun-shy about taking decisive military action in Bosnia, to authorize a broad campaign of illegal NATO bombing later in August. 5 Within months, Clinton launched the Operation Deliberate Force bombing campaign, which was a prelude to the Operation Noble Anvil, the bombing of Kosovo. These operations were supported by liberal luminaries ranging from Samantha Power, Todd Gitlin, Susan Sontag, Václav Havel, Elie Wiesel, Bernie Sanders, Paul Wellstone, Maxine Waters, and Christopher Hitchens, to Michael Walzer, Michael Ignatieff, Bernard Kouchner, and Paul Berman. 6. Vice President Al Gore frequently told the story of how his 21-year-old daughter Karena, after seeing stories about the Srebrenica atrocities on the news, asked her dad why the US wasn't doing something to stop them. 7 No similar questions were asked, of course, about the Croat atrocities in Operation Storm, which could have been more easily halted by calling off American military and intelligence support. As addressed earlier, Clinton and others in the moderate wing of the anti-war movement significantly had opposed the Vietnam War, not because it was imperialistic, as some in the New Left called it, but rather because it was unwinnable. But now, here in the Balkans, they envisaged a war that could redeem the nation's honor tarnished by the earlier lost war, and revitalize the legitimacy of American exercise of its military power, a goal long embraced by the Pentagon, hence ending the Vietnam syndrome. Seeking to imply that he felt guilty about dodging the draft in the 1960s, Clinton stated that the war in Kosovo was a chance to soothe regrets harbored in conscience. According to a friend, Clinton would lament that the generation before him was able to serve in a war with a plainly noble purpose, and felt almost cheated that when it was his turn he didn't have the chance to be part of a moral cause. Now that cause had been found, one which the baby boomers could rally behind. but in truth, it was based on the distorted belief that the Bosnian Muslim forces were striving for a multicultural society, while the Serbs were heirs of the Nazis, and justice had nothing to do with the project. Furthermore, the morally objectionable means adopted to carry out the war, including shady covert operations, illegal arms smuggling, bombing of civilians and media disinformation campaigns, were in actuality a betrayal of the ideals which Clinton and his generation had purported to profess in their youth. Background to the conflict and exposure of popular myths. The 1990s NATO conflict in Europe was rooted in the growth of ethno-nationalism and the unraveling of the post-Tito Yugoslavian state, which was encouraged by the US and by Germany, who saw an opportunity to balkanize and weaken Yugoslavia and in turn expand its regional influence. Josip Broz Tito was a communist partisan and leader of the Socialist Federation of Yugoslavia from 1953 until 1980, who promoted multicultural integration and religious tolerance, encouraging the main ethnic religious groups Serbs, Croats, Bosniaks, and Albanians to work together. A leading country in the non-aligned movement, Yugoslavia's annual GDP growth averaged 6.1% during Tito's reign, medical care was free, the literacy rate was about 91% and life expectancy was 72 years, while the state supported worker self-management. 9 Yugoslav industries ranging from automobiles and pharmaceuticals to household appliances and agriculture were so successful that they were competing with Western brands internationally, a competition which would disappear if the state were destabilized, dismantled, and set back developmentally. 10. Things began to unravel according to Western plans after Tito's death in 1980, when the country fell into debt. By 1990, independence movements arose in the provinces of Slovenia, Croatia, Macedonia, and Bosnia-Herzegovina. 11 The economic austerity and privatization imposed by the International Monetary Fund enhanced social inequality and led to a collapse in industrial productivity and living standards, creating the conditions which exacerbated ethnic rivalries, and resulted in national disintegration and war. 12. Joe Biden recounted in his memoirs that when Tito died, Averell Harriman, his political mentor and former U.S. ambassador to the Soviet Union and Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs, told him to get to know Yugoslavia because it was an area we could bring into the 21st century as an ally. 13 In 1984, the Reagan administration followed this advice, issuing a secret memo, NSDD 133, which advocated expanded efforts to promote a quiet revolution to overthrow communist governments and parties while reintegrating the countries of Eastern Europe into a market-oriented economy. 14 This strategy was continued under the Clinton administration, which supported secessionist movements and imposed sanctions combined with a devastating economic blockade on Yugoslavia, even though the World Court ruled that it was not the aggressor in Bosnia. Serbia's socialist leader Slobodan Milosevic was vilified because of his alleged pursuit of a Greater Serbia, even though the Republic of Serbia had played a central role in trying to preserve a unitary federal state in Yugoslavia, as was mandated under its 1974 constitution, and had supported 2 diplomatic settlements, which were rejected if not outright sabotaged by the U.S. 15 The first act of ethnic cleansing in the war was attributed to the Croats and not the Serbs, and the first civilian victim of the war was a Serb, Nikola Gordovic, shot dead by the commander of a Muslim paramilitary unit. 16. Canadian peacekeeper intelligence files reveal that the Serbs were the most compliant with ceasefire terms while the Bosnian Muslims were the worst violators, that peace talks were impeded by Bosnian Muslim intransigence encouraged by the US, that Bosnian Muslim troops were going hell for leather in the early days of the fighting, and that most Serb military activity was defensive or in response to Muslim provocation. A September 1993 cable noted that in Sarajevo, Muslim forces continue to infiltrate the Mount Igman area and shell BSA positions around the city daily, the assessed aim being to increase Western sympathy by provoking an incident and blaming the Serbs. 17. The Balkans War formally started in June 1991 after Slovenia and Croatia announced their independence. The Yugoslav army, dominated by Serbs, tried to put down the secessionist rebellions and occupied Croatia. The fledgling Croat army struck back by driving out two-thirds of the Serbs from the capital of Zagreb and torturing and raping Serbs in cities like Vukovar. Croatia's president, Franjo Tuđman, revived the traditional Croatian flag and coat of arms last used during the 1941–1945 pro-Nazi Uzrecht dictatorship and stripped the Serb minority in Croatia of citizenship, jobs, and land ownership. 18. Valued for slowly converting Croatia's economy from centralized state management to a market-based and free enterprise system, Tuđman increased his own control over all branches of government and deployed strong-arm tactics against workers involved in labor disputes. 19 According to former British Foreign Secretary David Owen, Tuđman's one purpose in life was to control all the territory he believed belonged to Croatia historically by any means necessary. 20 Members of his inner circle assassinated a local police chief who tried to de-escalate the conflict with the Serbs instead of moving to crush them. 21 In Gospić in September 1991, over 120 Serbs, including prominent professors and judges, were murdered by Croat militias commanded by a member of Tuđman's Nationalist Party who revived the slogans of the Ustashi. 22 On October 14, 1991, Muslim and Croat legislators in Bosnia announced their secession from Yugoslavia. Radovan Karadzic, a psychiatrist who considered himself the greatest Serb leader since Karađorđe, subsequently declared an independent Serb Republic of Srpska. American Ambassador Warren Zimmerman wrote that Germany had pushed the European community to support Bosnian independence. 23 The Bosnian army was helped by American Special Forces advisors and wore American military uniforms, supplied by U.S. military contractors. 24 The new country's head of state, Alija Izetbegović, managed to suspend an agreed provision that the Bosnian presidency should rotate between Bosnian Croats, Muslims and Serbs due to extraordinary circumstances. 25 Izetbegović was a front man for Turkey who had been imprisoned for counter-revolutionary activity in the early 1980s and from 1946 to 1949 for his activities in World War II when he allegedly recruited young Muslims for a military unit organized by the SS Gestapo. In 1970, he had written a manifesto for Islamic renewal, which exalted Pakistan as a model Islamic state, considered Western feminists as a depraved element of the female sex, and declared, "There can be no peace or coexistence between the Islamic faith and non-Islamic social and political institutions. The state should be an expression of religion and should support its moral concepts." 26. The Serbs had a history of subjugation by the Ottoman Turks going back to their defeat at the famous Battle of Kosovo in 1389. As such, they had a legitimate reason to fear Izetbegović and the rise of fundamentalist Islam. One Bosnian Serb asked a reporter why, after 50 years of living in Yugoslavia, should he become a minority in a Muslim-ruled state. 27 In 1995, Franjo Tuđman informed American officials that Bosnian Muslim leaders had told him their plan for the Serbs was to exterminate them all and to drive 1.5 million Serbs out of Bosnia. 28. Yugoslav army soldiers believed they were fighting in Bosnia to prevent an illegal secession and protect Serb minorities from persecution. The Serbs were able to capture 70% of Bosnian territory, though at a high human cost. Serb militias led by organized criminals like Željko Ražnatović and extreme nationalists like Vojislav Šešelj forced the evacuation of Muslim inhabitants from territory that they captured, destroyed Muslim mosques, and committed other crimes. 29. The Bosnian army committed marked atrocities as well, including murdering 3 British aid workers, shooting handicapped Serb refugees in front of UN personnel and shelling Serbia's Orthodox Church in Sarajevo. 30 In a few cases, Bosnian soldiers cut off a Serb soldier's head and then forced prisoners of war to kiss it or display it on a hook for intimidation. 31 Canadian intelligence files noted that the Muslims are not above firing on their own people or UN areas and then claiming the Serbs are the guilty party in order to gain further Western sympathy. The Muslims often cite their artillery extremely close to UN buildings and sensitive areas such as hospitals in the hope that Serb counter-bombardment fire would hit these sites under the gaze of the international media. 32. Widespread corruption under Izetbegovic was epitomized by the theft of over $1 billion from public funds and international aid projects and by the indictment of Bosnia's ambassador to the UN, Mohamed Siserbay, for stealing over $600,000 from Bosnia's UN mission. 33 Equipped with high-tech communications equipment supplied by U.S. Special Forces who helped coordinate their offensives, the Muslim fighting regiments were bolstered by an influx of 4,000 jihadist fighters from Afghanistan, Algeria and other Islamic countries. 34 They were described by U.S. officials as pretty good fighters and certainly ruthless, and would videotape themselves committing war crimes against Serbs, including beheadings and torture, according to Lily Lynch, co-founder and editor-in-chief of Balkanist magazine. 35 Some of the Islamist warriors were recruited through the Al-Khifa Islamic Center in Brooklyn, New York, which was managed by Omar Abdelrahman, the infamous blind sheikh who played a key role in the February 1993 bombing of the World Trade Center. 36 Rodney Hampton L., who was convicted on conspiracy charges in the World Trade Center bombing, said he was summoned to a meeting at the Saudi embassy in Washington, D.C., where he was told that wealthy Saudis were sponsoring the holy war in the Balkans, and given a budget of $150,000 to recruit and train mujahideen for Bosnia. The U.S. 9/11 Commission report claims that 2 of the 19 alleged hijackers, Nawaf al-Hashmi and Khalid al-Mindar, fought, along with Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, a mastermind of the 9/11 attacks in Bosnia, and that Osama bin Laden had service offices in Zagreb and Sarajevo. Renata Flata, a respected journalist with Der Spiegel, said that he twice encountered bin Laden, a tall, striking Arab with piercing eyes, a long, black beard, in the foyer of the office of President Eliza Izetbegovic. 37 For a brief period, the Croats and Muslims formed a coalition against the Serbs, though eventually they turned on each other. 38 When a Bosnian Muslim group in the northwest Bihać region led by Fikret Abdić declared its autonomy and established a mini-state allied with the Republic of Srpska after Sarajevo rejected an internationally brokered peace agreement, the Izetbegovic government launched a military attack against it with the assistance of Croatians and 6 U.S. generals in violation of a ceasefire and UN-declared safe area. 39 Thousands of Abdic's supporters were killed and Abdic himself was the target of an Iranian-trained assassination squad. 40 During the 1990 Bosnian elections, Abdic had gotten more votes than Izetbegovic but was not allowed to take office. 41 Lord David Owen described Abdic as forthright, confident, and different from the Sarajevan Muslims. He was in favor of negotiating and compromising with Croats and Serbs to achieve a settlement, and scathing about those Muslims who wanted to block any such settlement. 42 The vicious cycle of violence on all sides of the war was captured in an August 1995 Wall Street Journal article by reporter Mark Nelson, who, when visiting the ethnically cleansed Croat town of Nin, noticed that the only Serbs left were grandmas and grandpas who were too old to leave. A German-trained Croat had moved into the empty hospital and a new Croat attendant took over the formerly Serb-run filling station. An army private, Ivan Alsvik, told Nelson that he had little concern about the Serbs who had departed, since what we did only mirrors the bombing and burning of Croat houses 4 years ago. You may not understand this need for revenge, but I do. 43 Fake news, yellow journalism, and atrocity fabrication. Each side in the war developed grievances against the other and committed its own share of atrocities, including the Serbs, who were in the beginning most committed to preserving the Yugoslav Union and to supporting diplomatic peace treaties. The mainstream media, however, explicitly advanced the cause of the Bosnian Muslims, who were depicted as the victims of Serb racism and aggression. In his memoir, James Baker, Secretary of State under George H.W. Bush, said that he instructed his press secretary to help the Bosnian foreign minister to utilize the Western media to further the Bosnian Muslim cause, noting that he had her talk to her contacts at the 4 television networks, The Washington Post and The New York Times. 44 Many of the most pro-interventionist reporters and intellectuals were liberals with a lineage going back to the 1960s anti-Vietnam War movement. They were looking for a cause and war they could justify on human rights grounds that would reaffirm American exceptionalism. Susan Sontag, author of the 1969 anti-war travelogue, A Trip to Hanoi, denounced the United States and the West in an October 1993 essay in the New York Review of Books for giving victory to Serb fascism, and wrote that in the Bosnian capital, she had staged Beckett's Waiting for Godot, even though Sarajevans were actually waiting for Clinton to bomb. 45. Anthony Lewis of the New York Times, one of the paper's main critics of the Vietnam War, had written another inflammatory piece a year earlier entitled Yesterday's Man, in which he described the Serbs jamming Bosnian Muslims into freight cars after seizing a village as the equivalent of Nazis transporting Jews in 1942. Castigating the Bush administration for denouncing then presidential candidate Bill Clinton's call for meaningful action to stop such Serbian atrocities, he wrote that it reminded him of Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain explaining in 1938 why Britain should not care about Nazi designs on Czechoslovakia. It was, Chamberlain had said, a quarrel in a faraway country among people of whom we know nothing. 46. Roy Gutman of Newsday won the Pulitzer Prize for his Bosnia reporting in 1993 jointly with John Burns, pointing to the existence of a Serb-run concentration camp, which he likened to a death factory, though his account depended heavily on Croat and Muslim officials and witnesses with suspect credentials and implausible claims which later proved to be false. In a 2003 interview with former French official Bernard Kouchner, President Izetbegovic confessed his exaggeration shortly before his death, stating that the claims were designed to trigger a bombing campaign by Western powers. 47. After the takeover of Srebrenica by the Bosnian Serbs, the New York Times ran an inflammatory piece by Stephen Kinzer entitled Genocide in Bosnia, which had photos of Muslim men hanging from trees and alleged that there had been mass abductions of women and rape. The article was based on second-hand information sources, and acknowledged in fine print that there was no independent verification of the allegations. 48 The style of this and many other articles was reminiscent of the yellow journalism during World War I, when the Germans were accused of gruesome atrocities, including mass rapes in Belgium, as part of a propaganda campaign. 49 Slobodan Milosevic was depicted as the reincarnation of either Joseph Stalin or Hitler and said to have had the soul of a mass murderer, as the New Yorker's chief Washington correspondent put it. 50. The Bosnian Muslims and Croats had been savvy in hiring the public relations firms Ruderfin and Hill and Knowlton, the latter of which had previously worked for the Kuwaiti government, spreading false stories about Saddam Hussein's atrocities on the eve of the First Persian Gulf War. 51 James Harf, the director of Ruderfin, emphasized the effectiveness of using words with high emotional content such as ethnic cleansing, concentration camps, etc., which evoked images of Nazi Germany and the gas chambers at Auschwitz. No one could go against it without being accused of revisionism. 52. When the UN's chief political officer for Bosnia-Herzegovina Philip Corwin rebuked New York Times Balkans correspondent Roger Cohen for being a cheerleader who practiced advocacy journalism, Cohen basically agreed, saying, though, that the Serbs were racists, an assessment that ignored the fact that the Serbs had experienced 500 years of Turkish occupation and hence had legitimate fears of the Muslims. When Corwin tried to tell Cohen that the Serbs had a reasonable complaint insofar as the international community took away their country and Serbs did not want to live in a Muslim country, Cohen ignored that, retorting that Milosevic and Karadzic were war criminals. 53. Cohen's demonization of the Serbs and adoption of a simplistic good versus evil paradigm was reminiscent of the yellow journalism of the Hearst papers at the turn of the 20th century, when they played up Spanish atrocities in order to rally public opinion to support the Spanish-American War. 54 In the Balkans case, the media aroused liberal opinion against the Serbs and created the perception that the Bosnian Muslims were victims who could only be saved by American military intervention. This dovetailed well with the illusion cultivated by some prominent liberal intellectuals that Izetbegovic's Bosnian Muslim regime was committed to creating a multicultural state. 55. Bill Clinton was ultimately as responsive to the political climate shaped by the media and intellectual class as William McKinley had been in 1898. According to Dick Morris, the incessant TV coverage of scenes of depravity in Bosnia prompted Clinton to remark, They keep trying to force me to get America into a war. 56 McKinley no doubt felt the same way in his time, as did Woodrow Wilson during World War I. Clinton and the interventionists. While he was astute in recognizing the policy implications of the media coverage, Bill Clinton, as discussed earlier, was a political animal who based every decision on a political calculus rather than morality. He had advanced an imperial agenda going back to the 1980s when he supported the Contra War in Nicaragua. Accordingly, during the 1992 presidential campaign, Clinton issued a policy statement on Bosnia, saying that the U.S. should take the lead in seeking UN Security Council authorization for airstrikes against those who are attacking the relief effort. The U.S. should be prepared to lend appropriate military support to the operation. 57 On August 5, Clinton further challenged the Bush administration's hands-off policy, saying, "We may have to use military force. I would begin with air power against the Serbs to try to restore the basic conditions of humanity." 58. These latter comments epitomize how Clinton was using Bosnia to show his toughness on foreign policy while at the same time courting Vietnam-era dubs who wanted the U.S. to promote human rights. The climate for intervention was hastened by the emotions that had been evoked by the opening of the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. and by the visit of Czech President Václav Havel to Washington, who was a strong proponent of military intervention against the Serbs. 59. In Clinton's rendering, the renegade regime of Slobodan Milosevic had sought to expand his power by inciting religious and ethnic hatred, and unleashed wars in Bosnia and Croatia which left 2 million refugees and 250,000 people dead. 60 This assessment overestimated the number of deaths by nearly 150,000 and ignored the fact that Milosevic's ethnic nationalism was also adopted by his Croat and Muslim counterparts. The wars in Bosnia and Croatia began also when the governments of those regions declared their independence from Yugoslavia, which Milosevic and the Serbs opposed. Clinton's campaign strategists allegedly told him to take up the Bosnian Muslim cause so that Clinton could show that he was supportive of Muslims while still sustaining his support for Israel, which was not involved in the Balkans. He could then in turn exploit a split in the Arab world between the perceived good Arabs who were on America's side, including the Saudis, and bad radical ones led by Saddam Hussein and Muammar Gaddafi of Libya. 61. Ironically, Clinton had compared Russian President Boris Yeltsin to Abraham Lincoln when he crushed the secessionist movement in Chechnya. The Russians were responsible for 80,000 casualties there from 1994 to 1996, far more than the number attributed to the Serbs, but Russia was then an American ally, and so the Yeltsin regime's atrocities did not inspire a demand for humanitarian intervention like those of the Colombians, Israelis, Indonesians, and Turks. 62. Clinton displayed his political skill in successfully framing the illegal military intervention in Bosnia as having helped to combat genocide in the heart of Europe and stop crimes and save lives. 63. Clinton's hawkish views. He told French President Jacques Chirac how on different occasions he had pressed NATO to take tougher action. 64. Were shared by his vice president, Al Gore, who had urged Clinton from the beginning to take a strong stand against Milosevic and to press for the lifting of the UN arms embargo. 65. Gore had had meetings with Bosnian Muslim representatives even before Clinton's inauguration. 66. Madeleine Albright, Clinton's appointee as U.S. ambassador to the UN and later Secretary of State, National Security Council advisor Anthony Lake, First Lady Hillary Clinton, and Undersecretary of State Richard Holbrooke, also pushed for military intervention against the Serbs. On the other hand, the CIA, Defense Department, and U.S. Army Joint Chiefs of Staff advocated for a more cautious approach compared to the State Department. This reflected a bizarre switch in roles, with a bellicose State Department policy countered by a reticent military. According to Dutch researcher Cees Wiebes, the CIA under Director James Woolsey developed a nuanced view of the conflict that acknowledged Bosnian Muslims and Croat atrocities along with those of the Serbs and repeatedly pointed out that the Muslims had close links with various fundamentalist governments and terrorist movements and were supplied from Iran. The Clinton administration, however, wanted to hear nothing of this and inserted that it was possible to establish a multi-ethnic society in Bosnia. In early 1995, Woolsey resigned from his position. The CIA was thereafter accused of blatantly distorting intelligence to support the Muslims' case, as the CIA station in Bosnia became among its largest in Eastern Europe. 67. The UN peacekeeping force was not entirely neutral in the conflict. It subscribed to a predominantly anti-Serb bias, and one State Department cable cited the right-wing sympathies of the Dutch forces. 68. The Clinton administration's military strategy relied on air power, new drone technology, covered arms supplies and the use of private military contractors. Michael Ignatieff acknowledged in Virtual War, Kosovo and beyond that, the American public and its military came away from Vietnam unwilling to shed blood in wars unconnected with essential national interests. The debacle in Vietnam brought the draft to an end, and the result widened the gulf between civilian and military culture. Masculinity has slowly emancipated itself from the warrior ideal. In a society increasingly distant from the culture of war, the rhetoric politicians use to mobilize their populations in support of the military becomes unreal and insincere. The language of patriotism is losing its appeal. 69. The way to overcome this, according to Ignatieff in a view embraced by the Clinton administration, was by emphasizing the humanitarian imperative underlying the war, enhancing media censorship and distancing the public from the war by ensuring that ordinary citizens had no personal stake in it. Forging a Third American Empire. A key underlying purpose of the intervention in the Balkans was to justify the existence of the North Atlantic Treaty Alliance following the end of the Cold War and to begin facilitation of its expansion into Eastern Europe. Slovenia, Croatia, and Montenegro joined NATO in 2004, 2009, and 2017, and Bosnia-Herzegovina joined via a membership action plan, becoming a NATO aspirant country. 70. Milosevic was the last communist leader in Europe, and seen as a relic from a bygone era. In 1999, Clinton began promoting the Southeast European Trade Initiative modeled after the Andean Initiative, which eliminated tariffs on a host of imports from the Balkans, with the exception of Serbia under Milosevic, whom the administration was trying to isolate. 71. There had also been talk of setting up a mini-Marshall Plan for the Balkans that would foster greater regional economic integration and solidify Western ties to new countries that might be considered for early European Union or NATO membership. 72. The secessionist movements in Yugoslavia had originally been supported as part of a strategy of divide and rule adopted by the Austro-Hungarian Empire and Ottoman Turks. Neoconservatives Jacob Heilbrunn and Michael Lind wrote in the New York Times in January 1996 that Americans should view the Balkans as the western frontier of America's rapidly expanding sphere of influence in the Middle East. The fact that the United States is more enthusiastic than its European allies about a Bosnian Muslim state reflects, among other things, the new American role as the leader of an informal collection of Muslim nations from the Persian Gulf to the Balkans. The regions once ruled by the Ottoman Turks show signs of becoming the heart of a Third American Empire. 73. The U.S. achieved a giant step towards achieving this goal by expanding its network of overseas military bases with the construction of Camp Bondsteel on 775 expropriated acres of rolling countryside as a spoil of victory in the Kosovo War. The U.S. government was already, at the time of the war, funding feasibility studies for a $1 billion pipeline to be built by the Albanian, Macedonian, and Bulgarian Oil Corporation of Pound Ridge, New York, to go from the Black Sea port city of Burgas in Bulgaria to the Albanian Adriatic port of Vlora, the cheapest way to siphon Caspian oil off the European route on the way to the U.S. 74. In 1999, the Croatian government under Tudjman signed a $600 million road-building contract with Bechtel Corporation of San Francisco, which donated close to $400,000 to the Democratic Party in the Clinton years, and a $175 million contract with the Houston-based energy company Enron, which gave a $100,000 contribution for building and operating a power plant and supplying electricity for the next 20 years. 75. In April 1996, Clinton sent Commerce Secretary Ron Brown on a trade mission to Croatia, whose purpose was to help U.S. companies such as Boeing get an edge on competition for up to $5 billion in procurement contracts. 76 This was part of the economic stakes of the Balkans War that were largely ignored in the media and by proponents of humanitarian intervention. A neocolonial agreement. Shortly after Clinton's election victory in 1992, his administration blocked a negotiated settlement to the conflict agreed upon by the Serbs, which had been unveiled by Cyrus Vance, Jimmy Carter's Secretary of State now working for the UN, and former British Foreign Secretary David Owen. The plan called for 43% of the land area of Bosnia to be controlled by the Serbs, 32% by the Croats and 25% the Muslims. Independent observers considered the plan to be most favorable to the Croats. Milosevic and the Serbs, according to former U.S. Ambassador to Bosnia, Warren Zimmerman, were willing to sign it. 77 But Clinton administration officials impeded the negotiations. They told Izetbegovic to reject the plan and gave him the impression that U.S. military intervention was imminent after he visited Washington. In the words of Clinton's Secretary of State, Warren Christopher, the Vance-Owen plan simply appeased Serb aggression. In fact, however, as historian David Gibbs points out, the Vance-Owen plan was not especially favorable towards the Serbs and did not reward ethnic cleansing, as the 43% of land that the Serbs were to receive was considerably less than what the Serbs had controlled prior to the onset of the fighting. 78. With the breakdown of this agreement, the Bosnian War dragged on for another 2.5 years with tens of thousands of additional casualties and atrocities against non-combatants. In November 1995, Richard Holbrooke won great fame for bringing the three big leaders together, Milosevic, Tudjman, and Izetbegovic, to sign the Dayton Accords at a U.S. air base in Ohio. The accords created the Serb Republic and granted it 49% of the total area in Bosnia compared with 51% for the Muslim Croat Federation. The total accorded to the Serbs was greater than that in the Vance-Owen plan, which would have prevented the war if the U.S. hadn't impeded it. 79. Johns Hopkins University dean and Iraq war architect Paul Wolfowitz criticized the Dayton Agreement for pulling Milosevic's chestnuts out of the fire. 80 With Yugoslavia now permanently dismembered, peace activists characterized Dayton differently as a neocolonial agreement due to the occupation of Bosnia by 60,000 NATO troops, 20,000 of them American, and the drafting of a new constitution for Bosnia granting full executive powers in all matters to a Swedish official, Carl Bildt, appointed by the UN Security Council, who could overrule the prime ministers and appointed ministers. The head of the police force was an Irishman appointed also by the UN. The U.S. sustained heavy military training programs and economic policies were controlled by the European Bank of Reconstruction and Development and the IMF, which imposed privatization and austerity measures that served to trap the people in poverty. 81. In 2003, a European think tank compared Bosnia's relationship with Europe to that of India with Britain during colonial rule, with the creation of the position of High Representative akin to that of Imperial Viceroy. 82 As part of the spoils of this war, NATO had acquired military bases in Sadat and Salvinski Brod, Croatia, while upgrading 3 military airfields in Bulgaria. A Bosnian Serb, Radoslav Skriba, wondered, how is it that all those Western armies now have bases here? Could it be that was their strategy all along? During the communist time we were warned that the West wanted to come here and now they are here. 83. The consequences were hardly positive. In 1998, NATO intervened in municipal elections and threatened to destroy any radio or television station or newspaper that criticized NATO's presence in Bosnia. David Chandler, author of Bosnia, Faking Democracy After Dayton, wrote in 2004 that the international powers of the administration, under the office of the High Representative, have been vastly increased. As far as the engagement of the people of Bosnia or the elected representatives is concerned, little has changed in the 10 years since the Dayton Agreement was signed. The Bosnian public has been excluded from the transition process. 84. Phony pretexts. The shelling of Sarajevo. From the sinking of the USS Maine to the Gulf of Tonkin incident to the mythic WMDs in Iraq, there is a long history of staged incidents in which elements of the US government willfully deceived the American people in order to engender public support for war. 85 Two key incidents in the Balkan War appear to fit this broader historical pattern, serving as the major triggers for American military intervention. The first was the shelling of Sarajevo's Markel Market Square in two separate incidents on February 5, 1994, and August 28, 1995, both of which were attributed to the Serbs. 68 and 37 civilians were killed in these incidents, which provoked great public outrage. Just 39 hours after the latter marketplace explosion, the first wave of U.S. planes started the long-planned for bombing operations. Curiously, State Department spokesman Nick Burns was talking about Serb responsibility and airstrikes before the UN investigative report into the atrocity even reached New York. David Binder reported in The Nation that 4 UN Protection Forces specialists had arrived at the incontrovertible conclusion, based on the low trajectory of the shell, that it could not have been the Serbs but was a Bosnian army shell. 86. The same conclusion was made by Lt. Col. John Sray, the former head of the American Intelligence Section in Sarajevo, and by the British Joint Intelligence Committee, the most important British body in the field of intelligence. 87 The intelligence and security services from Canada, the UK, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Belgium, and the Netherlands established independently of each other that the February 5 attack was also carried out by Bosnian forces to show the Serbs in a bad light, or in the words of a British Lt. General, to attract Serb fire in the hope that the resulting carnage would further tilt international support in their favor. 88. The Srebrenica Massacre. The Srebrenica Massacre of July 13 to 14, 1995 was another major trigger driving U.S. intervention. In a phone conversation with French Prime Minister Jacques Chirac on July 13, Clinton indicated that his military advisors had told him that the Muslims could have made a hell of a fight in Srebrenica and raised the price of the Serbs' occupation, but they didn't do it. 89 Suggesting that the Muslims had allowed their own men to be massacred in order to make the Serbs look evil and draw in U.S. military intervention. General Philip Marilyn, head of the UN mission, referred to Serb Commander General Ratko Mladic as having fallen into a trap in Srebrenica. 90. Clinton himself could have prevented any such massacre if he had responded to a hand-delivered letter on June 12 written by Radovan Karadzic, the head of the Republic of Srpska, explaining the Serb fear of Muslim domination and calling for a Camp David-type peace summit. 91 The proclaimed Srebrenica massacre occurred a month later following a 5-day battle for control of the strategic town, which had been occupied by Muslim forces under Nazar Oric, the commander of the Bosnian Army's 29th Division, who was curiously absent during the peak of the fighting. 92. Srebrenica's population had swelled as Muslim refugees migrated there with the collapse of Muslim defenses in neighboring regions. It became a Hobbesian world, according to an official history, of black marketers and gun-toting quasi-military commanders, with high levels of destitution and disease. Living lavishly from black market proceeds, Oric cast a romantic figure who was celebrated in Muslim folklore and songs as a symbol of resistance. However, Oric's forces reportedly had killed upwards of 3,000 Serb soldiers and civilians from the Srebrenica area since the war began, including the town mayor. 93 U.S. Ambassador to Croatia, Peter Galbraith, dismissed these atrocities as being in the scheme of things, not a big issue. 94 A callous statement certainly from the point of view of the Serbs whose killings at Srebrenica were carried out in revenge. During the fighting from July 6 through 11, 4 U.S. fighter planes destroyed a Serb tank, though the UN force, consisting of mostly Dutch peacekeepers, failed to intervene decisively or protect Muslim soldiers from Serbian revenge killings. Human Rights Watch referred to the U.S. bombing as a meager display, too little, too late. 95 Hakija Meholjic, wartime president of the Muslim political party SDA in Srebrenica, claimed that Bosnian Muslim leader Aliza Izetbegovic told them that Bill Clinton had advised him that American intervention would only occur if the Serbs killed at least 5,000 people in one single incident. 96. Very conveniently, a 35-year-old Muslim refugee purported to present evidence to a UN official, which was passed on to American officials, that the Bosnian Serbs had massacred many if not all of the 5,000-plus military-age men in their custody following the fall of Srebrenica. The refugee said that he and others had been transported to a soccer stadium on trucks and buses that were shot at and then taken to Konjevic Polje where they were made to lie down and machine-gunned. Purporting to offer proof that he had been handcuffed, the refugee said he survived only because the bullet grazed his temple, creating a bloody appearance but which did not kill him. 97. The 5,000 number stands out because it is the precise total that Clinton had said was necessary for U.S. military intervention. Could the report have been exaggerated or made up to satisfy the 5,000 body count figure, which this mysterious refugee could not corroborate were all killed? The numbers and circumstances surrounding the killings at Srebrenica are generally shrouded in mystery. The official version promoted by Western governments and media is that 8,000 Muslim military-aged males were executed by Serb forces, after they had been separated from the women, children, and elderly, in the worst war crime or act of genocide in Europe since World War II. The 2001 International Criminal Tribunal for Yugoslavia judgment of Serb commander Radislav Krstić gave a lower estimate of 7,000 men that were captured by the Serbian forces and concluded that almost all of them were killed, only very few survived. 98 However, the court's judgment also stated that few mortal remains were found near the alleged killing sites because of an attempt to cover up the crimes. 99 Though the logistics and ability of the Serbs to do so while fighting a war would have been very difficult. In July-August 1995, journalists on the scene did not report on any massacres, nor did UN human rights investigator Henry Wieland, who could find no eyewitnesses to atrocities after 5 days of interviewing 20,000 Srebrenica refugees gathered at the Tuzla Airport refugee camp. 100 International Committee of the Red Cross interviews indicated that a total of 3,000 military-aged males who were arrested by the Bosnian Serbs in Srebrenica and Potokari and separated from civilians were missing, and that 1 to 2,000 of the missing who fled Srebrenica were still unaccounted for as of September 1995. 101. In a telephone call with President Clinton on July 20, 1995, in which he was urging more robust airstrikes, Bosnia's Muslim President Aliza Izetbegović cited UNPROFOR estimates that 3,000 people had been killed in the recent tragedy in Srebrenica, though he said he feared that the figure is bigger. 102 Clinton himself, in a conversation with French President Jacques Chirac on July 13, 1995, had stated that 3,000 Bosnian troops left Srebrenica under the pressure of shelling. 103. Two State Department officials reported to National Security Council advisor Anthony Lake on August 4, 1995 that hundreds and perhaps up to 1,000 persons had been executed, which is what he had been told by John Shattuck, the State Department's human rights coordinator who interviewed refugees and had access to the latest intelligence reports. 104 The ICTY later reported that 2,570 bodies had been found in Srebrenica area graves between 1996 and 2001, far less than the official 8,000 figure, in a time frame extending well beyond the alleged massacre. 105. The Sarajevo-based International Commission for Missing Persons, an adjunct of the ICTY, which matched the DNA from bone samples with family members of persons reported as missing, in 2007 identified a total of 6,930 Srebrenica victims. 106 However, it suspiciously refused to turn over its samples to the defense in the Radovan Karadzic trial and failed to report that some on the list had gone missing or died prior to July 1995. The ICMP study furthermore could not determine the cause of death. 107. Many of the autopsy reports had referred to bodies where only shell or mortar fragments were found, militating strongly against the thesis that they were executed. Others lacked any bodily injuries or visible injuries derived from firearms, suggesting a death from natural causes or in some other way that rules out execution. 108 An official history refers to the ambush of Muslim soldiers who were retreating from the scene of the battle and seeking to reach Bosnian government-controlled areas. They were killed by mortar and infantry fire, while others died from landmines. Estimates of how many of those killed were armed vary, but 70% of victims were part of the Bosnian army, according to military records found by ICTY researchers. 109. In a 2003 commemorative speech, Clinton condemned the Serb masterminds of the Srebrenica massacre for their genocidal madness, stating that bad people who lusted for power killed these good people simply because of who they were, and that Srebrenica had laid bare for all the world to see the vulnerability of ordinary people to the dark claims of religion and ethnic superiority. 110. Misusing the term genocide, this assessment obscured the context in which the Serb massacres had occurred, if indeed they had, and the motive underlying them. In the weeks and months before, Muslim regiments led by Nazir Oric had carried out a reign of terror targeting Serb villages and civilians, in which treasured cultural artifacts such as a 14th-century Orthodox monastery in the sacked town of Sase were demolished and women and children were taken captive, a practice unknown in modern European warfare. 111. Many of those killed at Srebrenica served in Oric's regiments and were targeted by the Serbs out of revenge. Oric's brother, Melvadin, later turned up as one of the main witnesses during the ICTY trial of Serb commanders. Another chief witness, Serbian Dražen Erdimović, was accused by Serb leader Slobodan Milosevic of being a mercenary in the pay of a NATO power, a charge given some plausibility by the fact that his commander was arrested in Belgrade in 1999 for being part of a mercenary unit which committed atrocities that were blamed on Serbs. Granted a light sentence and new identity in exchange for his testimony, Erdimović claimed that 1,200 people were executed by his unit in a mere 5 hours, which was not substantiated by any forensic evidence. Another witness claimed that the victims were taken to the killing site at Pilica in 7 buses which could seat about 50 people. 7 multiplied by 50 gives a total of 350, far less than the total Erdimović claims. 112. The full truth about the Srebrenica massacre may never be fully known. Serb forces clearly committed war crimes, however, mainstream depictions obscured the context in which these atrocities occurred while promoting allegations of a massacre which have not been substantiated. The political implications have been considerable, as the name Srebrenica continues to sustain the moral credibility of the U.S. military intervention and its alleged humanitarian imperative, and indeed to tarnish that of UN peacekeepers who purportedly stood aside while it took place. Clinton's Iran-Contra, smuggling arms to the Balkans. Bill Clinton, as discussed, was recruited as a CIA intelligence asset at Oxford, and as governor of Arkansas helped to oversee and cover up an illegal arms, drugs, and gun-running operation to the Nicaraguan Contras, which was in violation of the 1984 Boland Amendment. As president, Clinton again performed a role that he was used to, overseeing a clandestine arms smuggling operation. This time it was through Iran to Muslim Croat forces in Bosnia, and was carried out in violation of a UN arms import embargo that had been adopted by the Security Council in September 1991. On April 27, 1994, Clinton approved the plan to deliver arms from Iran despite not only the arms embargo, but also the Clinton administration's own policy of trying to isolate Iran because of its alleged support for international terrorism. 113. The State Department and U.S. Ambassador to Croatia, Peter Galbraith, son of the famous economist John K. Galbraith, were the key drivers behind what Richard Holbrooke termed the not-so-secret secret. It was coordinated by the National Security Council without informing Congress or the intelligence community. To make the deliveries, which were packaged as humanitarian assistance, U.S. officials cooperated with regional mafias and used cargo aircraft associated with the CIA front company, Southern Air Transport, avoiding use of U.S. Air Force planes. Iran's new embassy quickly became the largest in Sarajevo, with UN personnel forbidden to come near it. 114 Because the secret Iranian flights were landing with such frequency at Zagreb's Pleso airport, aircraft were diverted to the island of KRK in the Adriatic, where the CIA reportedly operated a base, to deflect awkward questions. The Croats used helicopters to fly the weapons and munitions from KRK after dark to bases in Bosnia for distribution to Muslim forces. 115. Galbraith and the NSC further coordinated the arms shipments through Saudi Arabia and Turkey, which gave the United States additional plausible deniability. When asked about secretive C-130 cargo flights and nighttime airdrops on Tuzla delivering arms, a British general responded with great certainty that they were American arms deliveries. No doubt about that. And American private companies were involved with those deliveries. A British researcher further stated, who else has the skills and expertise to carry out such a swift, delicate mission covertly? The Saudis, the Turks, the Iranians. Specialized crews and types of aircraft for these nighttime operations indeed appeared to point in only one direction, that of the United States. 116. Operation Storm and the use of private mercenaries. The Clinton administration's reliance on private military contractors was part of the strategy of distancing the public from the war and ensuring plausible deniability. It also reflected the Clintons' embrace of neoliberal ideology and its fetishization of privatization and the market and diminishment of the ideal of public service. A favored company was Military Professional Resources Incorporated, whose Virginia headquarters displayed a plaque which read, "War is an ugly thing but not the ugliest of things." The decayed and degraded state of moral and patriotic feeling which thinks that nothing is worth war is much worse. Harry E. Soyster, head of the Defense Intelligence Agency when it used private arms dealers to equip the Afghan Mujahideen and Nicaraguan Contras, bragged, "We've got more generals per square foot here than in the Pentagon." 117. MPRI won the lucrative contract in the Balkans to train and modernize the Croatian army, overseeing the rooting out of communist deadwood, which set the groundwork for ethnic cleansing by helping to create an ethnically pure Croatian army. The State Department used MPRI to provide a secret conduit of heavy weapons, including artillery batteries used for shelling Serb towns, in violation of the UN arms embargo. An important conduit for these clandestine purchases was Cyprus International Incorporated, a war materiel supply firm of which MPRI President Vernon Lewis was an executive. 118. In July 1995, MPRI Director Karl Vuono, former Army Chief of Staff, met with Generals Ivan Emir Cervenko at an island retreat to plot strategy for Operation Storm, in which Croat soldiers would kill thousands of Serbs in Krajina, burn their villages and expel over 150,000 in the war's largest act of ethnic cleansing. 119 MPRI helped the Croat army to implement an air, land, and battle doctrine and provided real-time coded and pictorial information from U.S. reconnaissance satellites over Krajina. Training units directly implicated in war crimes. Clinton himself gave the green light for the operation through the U.S. military attaché in Zagreb, Colonel Richard Herrick, stating that it had to be clean and fast, which was then transmitted in real time to the Pentagon. 120 State Department official Robert Frazier wrote to his boss, Richard Holbrooke, "We hired these guys to be our junkyard dogs because we were desperate. We need to try to control them. But this is no time to get squeamish about things. This is the first time the Serb wave has been reversed." 121. Serb victim sued MPRI for complicity in genocide, stating that the company was aware of the pro-Nazi sentiments of Croat leader Franjo Tuđman and his henchmen and that there could be no doubt of what the training and armaments that MPRI was going to provide. During the contract negotiations, Minister Suzak told the MPRI representative, "I want to drive the Serbs out of my country." 122 This was as strong a blueprint for ethnic cleansing as any other documented in the war. DynCorp International, another company that contributed to the defeat of Serb forces in the Balkans, brought embarrassment when 2 of its employees were accused of participating in the child sex slave trade which flourished during the war years along with the illegal arms trade. 123 What better embodiment of the moral turpitude of Clinton's foreign policy in Bosnia than that? Truly outrageous human rights reports on Croatia. The Clinton Presidential Library in Little Rock, Arkansas includes a collection of human rights reports on Croatia in the aftermath of Operation Storm compiled by the U.S. State Department that were sent to Ivo Dalder, a director for European Affairs on the National Security Council staff. The reports detailed high incidents of violent assaults, harassment, looting and thefts by Croat soldiers and civilians targeting Croatian Serbs, especially in the town of Nin where the Orthodox Church was blown up along with a monument commemorating World War II. Croat Serbs were subject to discrimination, including withholding the distribution of benefits. When refugees returned home after being displaced by Croat military offensives, they frequently found their houses or apartments occupied by Croats and could not rely on the assistance of local authorities in regaining possession of them. When one Croat Serb couple who had worked for 30 years as teachers in the Nin primary school tried to reclaim their home, they were angrily derided by local officials as Chetniks, a derogatory term for Serbs. Another elderly Serb man was detained by police when he asked for their help after returning to his home in Kakinje, Bosnia, only to find it occupied. 124. Some of the most violent incidents were attributed to persons wearing Croatian military uniforms. One was a female Croatian army soldier who directed several violent attacks by soldiers in the Nin area. Croat police officers were also alleged to be involved in looting and other crimes. 125 in northern Bukovica, an elderly couple of mixed Serb-Croat origin were shot dead in their home, which was then set on fire, their corpses thrown into the blaze. Next door, in the village of Burkovac, a 60-year-old woman was beaten and raped before being locked in her closet. In Osistovo, Serb homes were burned along with the school in the center of the town, while in the Plovna Valley, police and soldiers were involved in the theft of Serb property. When one of the victims who had recorded the license plate of a vehicle used by the looters attempted to report the crime to the police refused to accept the complaint. 126. The police did little further to investigate arson and physical attacks on NGOs promoting reconciliation with the Serbs or attacks on the president of the Croat Helsinki Commission, who was beaten in his apartment and had an explosive device thrown into his yard after he expressed criticism of the Croatian government. 127. In May 1997, a mob of 100 to 150 Croat refugees beat dozens of elderly Croat Serbs in 3 villages northwest of Ostarenica and burned their homes. Numerous victims went missing while others were threatened with death if they did not flee to Serbia. UN High Commissioner for Refugees Pierre Jamber said that 2 of the UNRWA monitors sent to the scene in order to investigate it had been beaten by the Croatian police. None of this was reported in the government-controlled media, which was fixated at the time with the Franco Tudjman's 75th birthday celebration. According to the U.S. Embassy officer, this non-reaction to the events by the Croatian government was truly outrageous. 128. Operation Deliberate Force. NATO's Operation Deliberate Force bombing operation was launched from August 30 to September 20, 1995, in response to the alleged Serb shelling of Sarajevo and the Srebrenica massacre, as well as general pattern of Serb aggression. The goal of the operation was to destroy Serb strategic facilities including radio communications centers and weapons storage and ammunition dumps, to protect UN-designated safe areas, and impede the Bosnian Serb army's advantage in conducting successful military operations against the Bosnian army. Though the operation was run by NATO, the United States Air Force flew 2/3 of the 3,535 bombing sorties that dropped over 11,000 bombs, and 2/3 of the aircraft used were American. Gen. Razim Delic, commander of Bosnian forces in Sarajevo, began picking targets, phoning Admiral W. Owens, vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, daily with his wish list of sites. The Pentagon then passed those on to NATO in Naples. As one U.S. officer put it, "We have become the Muslim Air Force." 129. Operation Deliberate Force provided an important opportunity to showcase new feature weapons that had been developed in the post-Vietnam War revolution in military affairs, including all-weather, sea-launched Tomahawk cruise missiles guided by satellite technology and Predator drones which provided eavesdropping and surveillance functions, probed Serb air defense, identified bombing targets, performed battle damage assessment, served as airborne communication relays and jammed Yugoslav communications. A live feed from the drones was set up in the CIA director's 7th floor Langley office, enabling him to monitor events on the ground while communicating through an early form of chat software. 130. One military analyst called Operation Deliberate Force the cleanest military operation ever. 131 Slobodan Milosevic allegedly told Richard Holbrooke that only 25 Serbs died, though Bosnian Serb media reported that the number was upwards of 200 and included a brother and sister struck in their car and 10 civilians at a hospital in the Sarajevo suburb of Blazuje, which was hit by a missile that overshot its target. 132 Defense Secretary William Perry had described Deliberate Force as a massive air campaign that stunned the Serbs with its power and effectiveness. 133 Journalist Rick Atkinson said that it was a coming-of-age party for a Western alliance that in more than 4 decades had fired few shots in anger and never fought an extended campaign. 134 Holbrooke said that never has air power been so effective in terms of a political result. 135 Though bad weather curtailed many missions and the Serbs effectively concealed many of their heavy weapons. 136 A New York Times report quoted Bosnian Serbs who said that missiles in Banja Luka struck water supplies, a communications tower and power plants, resulting in heavy civilian casualties. 137 The firing of over 10,000 rounds of depleted uranium by A-10 Warthog planes unleashed toxic chemicals which caused elevated cancer rates, including among UN soldiers. 138 Bosnian Serb commander Radovan Karadzic, in an open letter to Clinton, Russian Premier Boris Yeltsin and British Prime Minister John Major, called the bombing an unprovoked and barbaric action. 139 Military planners admitted that they had underestimated the Serbs' will to resist. 140 As to the effectiveness of the bombing operation, the Croats and Muslims had already begun to retake the offensive against the Serbs in eastern Bosnia in the months preceding Deliberate Force. A Brookings Institute study found that the bombing played only a minor support role in the Serbs' retreat, as it struck few major targets. More successful was the show of force, epitomized by a strategy of deliberately expending excess bomb cargo on empty bunkers for the television cameras, in what was described as the CNN target. 141 Hillary Clinton comes under sniper fire. The efforts of the Clinton administration to play up their military credentials was displayed by Hillary Clinton in 1996 when she claimed to have come under sniper fire with her daughter, Chelsea, after descending from the airplane in Tuzla, Bosnia, forcing her to run for cover like Special Forces soldiers. Several news outlets, however, showed Clinton walking from the plane, accompanied by her daughter and being greeted by a young girl in a small ceremony on the tarmac with no sign of tension or any danger. Clinton subsequently told reporters that she had made a mistake which happens and proves that she is human, which, you know, for some people, is a revelation. 142 The First Lady's mistake was very revealing of the political culture in the US which drove her husband to order airstrikes in the Balkans. Clinton revealed to an interviewer in the summer of 1999 that she had urged her husband to bomb Kosovo. "You cannot let this go on at the end of a century that has seen the major Holocaust of our time," she said. "What do we have NATO for if not to defend our way of life?" 143 Another dirty war based on lies. The Clinton administration's bombing of Serb targets in Kosovo and other parts of Yugoslavia from March 24 to June 9, 1999, which killed between 500 and 2,000 civilians, was undertaken without congressional authorization and in violation of the 1974 War Powers Act and UN Charter. The goal was to undermine Yugoslav President Slobodan Milosevic, whose Serb forces were accused of committing large-scale atrocities against the Kosovar Albanian minority. On May 13, 1999, Clinton gave an impassioned speech before the veterans of foreign wars at the National Defense University at Fort McNair, defending the U.S. airstrikes on humanitarian grounds, stating that while Milosevic's ethnic extermination was not the same as the ethnic extermination of the Holocaust, the two were related as they were both vicious, premeditated, systematic oppression fueled by religious and ethnic hatred. Visibly emotional during the speech, Clinton pointed to the existence of mass graves and quoted from Kosovar Albanian refugees who had witnessed Serb atrocities, citing a farmer who was left for dead in a pile of corpses and a pregnant woman who watched Serb forces shoot her brother in the stomach 10 times. A refugee in Germany allegedly told Clinton that 9 out of every 10 Kosovar Albanians had been driven from their homes, thousands had been murdered, and at least 100,000 were missing, with over 500 cities, towns, and villages torched. All this had been carried out, Clinton averred, according to a plan carefully designed months earlier in Belgrade. He ended by stating that if people make decisions to do these kind of things, other people can make decisions to stop them. And if the resources are properly arranged, it can be done. And that is exactly what we intend to do. 144. It was a masterful performance, the equivalent to Woodrow Wilson's success in selling U.S. intervention in World War I as a humanitarian intervention designed to halt German atrocities, and Barack Obama's success in demonizing Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi in preparation for launching air strikes under Operation Odyssey Dawn. 145 In a follow-up address to the nation, Clinton demanded rhetorically, what if someone had listened to Winston Churchill and stood up to Adolf Hitler earlier? How many lives might have been saved? 146. But Milosevic was not the new Hitler. A UN-sponsored investigation turned up only 2,108 bodies in grave sites across Kosovo. None were found at the Trpca mine, the site of an alleged Serb atrocity where bodies were supposed to have been brought for incineration. Some of the victims from the grave sites were thought to be Kosovo Liberation Army fighters or people who died ordinary deaths. 147 These findings exposed as false the Clintons' claim that 100,000 had been killed. 148 The number of refugees generated by the fighting prior to the U.S. NATO bombing was estimated to be 200,000, not 9/10 of the Albanian Kosovar population or the 900,000 that Clinton claimed. Many of the refugees were Serbs whose villages were emptied by the KLA and who were targeted in violent attacks. The U.S. NATO air campaign worsened the ethnic cleansing as was predicted, causing some 850,000 ethnic Albanians or half their population and thousands of Serbs as well as Roma Gypsy to flee Kosovo. 149 Curiously, the U.S. had showed little interest in the Kosovar Albanians' plight when they excluded their delegates from the Dayton negotiation, avoiding discussion of the Kosovo problem at a time when they might have been able to help advance a political solution to the crisis there were such to be sought. 150 An underlying goal of the war was to separate Kosovo from Serbia, which Washington wanted to isolate and establish a greater Albania under US, NATO, and Turkish influence, which would comprise a chain of Muslim states, possibly including Bosnia-Herzegovina, with access to the Adriatic. 151 While the Serbs did commit war crimes, Clinton's accusation of a genocide on the level of the Nazis was hyperbolic. NATO commander Wesley Clark said he knew of no such planning that would make the two comparable. Left out of the White House's narrative was the fact that Yugoslav counterinsurgency efforts were largely responding to terrorist attacks carried out by well-armed and highly trained militants. 152 In World War II, it was the Kosovar Albanians who had collaborated with the Nazis while the Serbs were persecuted by them. 153 A confidential report by NATO's North Atlantic Council stated that the KLA was the main initiator of violence in Kosovo and launched what appears to be a deliberate campaign of provocation, which led to the outbreak of hostilities with Yugoslav government forces. 154 A British member of parliament compared the KLA to the Nicaraguan Contras and other groups armed by the CIA. Clinton's special envoy to the Balkans, Robert Gelbard, branded the KLA as a terrorist organization mere months before the war. 155 Their crimes included gunning down Serb children, organized rapes, and blowing up Serb monasteries. British human rights lawyer Geoffrey Robertson reported to the House of Commons that the KLA were responsible for more deaths than the Yugoslav army. 156 Some of the KLA's leading cadre had served in Albanian Communist Party leader Enver Hoxha's secret police, and were close to Albanian President Sali Berisha, a darling of the IMF and NATO to whom the U.S. provided over $200 million in aid between 1991 and 1996 and over $3 million in military aid in 1996. 157 Berisha was a cardiologist by profession, who pursued the re-Islamicization of Albania after decades of communist rule. Characterizing the Serb forces as barbarians, he admitted to providing arms and ammunition to KLA fighters. After he was driven from power due to involvement in a criminal extortion scheme that robbed Albanians of their life savings, he turned his family farm into a KLA base. 158. Some KLA fighters were sent for training in terrorist camps in Afghanistan and Pakistan, with Berisha allegedly helping bin Laden set up a network in Albania through Saudi charity fronts. 159. One of Osama bin Laden's senior lieutenants, Muhammad al-Zawahiri, was the commander of an elite KLA unit that operated during the war. 160. Another KLA commander, Ajim Seku, a top ethnic cleanser in the Balkans who had led Operation Storm after training by MPRI troops, was charged by Interpol with the illegal deaths of 669 Serbs. 161. Joe Biden called future Kosovo Prime Minister, Hashim Thaci, the George Washington of Kosovo, though Thaci was accused of ordering the assassination of over a dozen KLA commanders and political moderates as part of an internal power struggle, and was implicated in a scandal involving the sale of organs extracted from executed Serb prisoners. In June 2020, Thaci was forced to cancel a trip to Washington after being indicted by a special court in the Netherlands for war crimes and crimes against humanity, including over 100 murders, forced disappearances, and torture. 162. The KLA sought to establish an ethnically pure Albanian state, with Serbs and other minorities like the Roma singled out for persecution if not liquidation. In the early 1990s, the KLA formed to protect Kosovar Albanians against repression by Serbian authorities who ruled Kosovo, according to the Albanians, like a colonial outpost. 163. Kosovo was for the Serbs something like Jerusalem for Israelis because it was the site of the famous 1389 Battle of Kosovo against Turkey and because it is the birthplace of the Serbian Orthodox Church and many of the great Serbian monuments and monasteries are there. Tito's 1974 constitution gave the province considerable autonomy within the Serbian Republic, which enabled the Albanian population to carve out a dominant position. Systemic harassment and ethnic cleansing of the Serb minority in Kosovo, which had experienced historical waves of pogroms including during World War II when the Kosovo Albanians allied with the fascist powers, created a political opening for Milosevic, who emerged as the Serbs' champion. 164. In 1989, as head of the Serb Republic, Milosevic stripped Kosovo of its autonomy and began taking measures to re-Serbianize it and crack down on opposition. The Kosovar Albanians subsequently established a secessionist republic, with a shadow government led by Ibrahim Rugova, which they sought to unite with Albania, a goal promoted by the Albanian lobby in the U.S. Congress. 165. By the late 1990s, military training to the KLA was provided by British and American Special Forces and Military Professional Resources Incorporated under Pentagon contract at a secret base in Albania. 166. This was part of a joint endeavor between the CIA and Germany's Bundesnachrichtendienst, which provided weapons and uniforms. 167. Germany's motive was to destabilize the Balkans. Previously it had backed secessionists in Croatia and Slovenia in order to pursue economic dominance in Middle Europa. James Bissett, Canadian ambassador to Yugoslavia for much of the 1990s, noted that the CIA and British SAS trained the KLA to foment an armed rebellion in Kosovo, with KLA terrorists sent into Kosovo to assassinate Serb mayors, ambush Serb policemen and do everything to incite murder and chaos and in turn provoke a NATO intervention. 168. Once that goal was achieved, some MPRI advisors fought alongside the KLA in combat, according to Col. David Hackworth. 169. A senior KLA commander said the UK and US soldiers either wore uniforms that could not be traced to any Allied unit or were disguised in the combat fatigues of the Black Hand Serb paramilitaries who were to be blamed for the atrocities they committed. 170. The Atlantic Brigade consisted of mercenaries recruited mostly from the anti-communist Albanian exile community in the United States, funded by the CIA and through proceeds from the heroin traffic. 171. Public opinion was galvanized following the alleged massacre by the Serbs of 45 people at Rakok, though an independent investigation found traces of gunshot residue on the hands of victims indicating they were soldiers and not civilians. 172. KLA uniforms with military insignia along with a huge amount of weaponry was also found on the spot, which was a location of KLA headquarters. Danica Marinkovic, the investigative judge in the case at the district court in Pristina, said that on the basis of lies and fraud, Rakok was used as a pretext for NATO aggression against the then Free. 173. The Serbs were made to be the bad guys further because of their rejection of the February 1999 Rambouillet Conference Accords. However, the US at the last minute had added an annex mandating that UN peacekeepers would occupy not only Kosovo but potentially all of Serbia and what remained of Yugoslavia, which no Serb leader could support. No less an establishment figure than Henry Kissinger stated that the conference was really an excuse to start bombing 174. The U.S. Air Force conducted 70% of the 38,004 sorties over Kosovo, targeting mainly critical nodes, arms supply depots, power plants, bridges, and factories, and Slobodan Milosevic's compound. 175 Predator unmanned aerial vehicles, which first flew in 1994 and now had laser designators integrated into them, provided real-time imagery for bombing operations through satellite communication that significantly enhanced surveillance capabilities. Another cutting-edge new weapon used was the Joint Direct Attack Munitions System, which could locate a target using satellite data and enabled delivery of powerful 1,000 to 2,000 pound warheads day and night, in all weather. 176. Described in media reports as NATO's eyes and ears on the ground in Kosovo, the KLA was using satellite telephones to provide NATO with details of Serbian targets, according to reports in the British media. Some of this communications equipment had been secretly handed over to the KLA a week before the airstrikes began by U.S. officers acting as ceasefire monitors with the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe. These were in reality CIA agents who had provided the KLA with U.S. Army field manuals and field advice on fighting the Yugoslav Army and Police. 177. Secretary of State William Cohen claimed the Operation Noble Anvil was the most precise application of air power in history. 178. To the contrary, a passenger train was struck, 480 schools, 33 hospitals, and an open-air market in Serdulica. Bombs further hit a crowd gathered for Holy Trinity Day in Varvarin, resulting in the death of the town priest and the mayor's daughter, along with a field in Bulgaria and a column of Albanian refugees on horses. At least 14 historic monasteries were bombed by U.S. NATO forces, including the Monastery of the Holy Mother and Monastery of St. Nicholas in Kursamlaja, both of which were built in the 12th century. American warplanes also bombed Zastava automobile plant, a prison holding some KLA fighters, a Serb government TV station, and the Chinese embassy in the part housing intelligence operatives, killing 4, likely in an effort to intimidate the Chinese from using their veto over the UN Security Council. 179. Spanish Captain Martin de la Hoz, who lodged protests with NATO chiefs over the selection of non-military targets, concluded that the US and NATO were destroying the country. They were bombing it with novel weapons, toxic nerve gases, surface mines dropped with parachute bombs containing uranium, black napalm, sterilization chemicals, sprayings to poison the crops, and weapons of which even we still do not know anything. 180. The adverse health consequences were felt in Serb towns like Pančevo, where over 100,000 tons of carcinogens were unleashed into the air, water, and soil from bombed-out factories. Clouds of noxious gases hovered over the city for days as residents suffered from vomiting, diarrhea and other illnesses when they drank the water or ate local fish. 181. At the beginning, General Wesley Clark had predicted with characteristic overconfidence that the bombing would be over in 3 days. However, Serb resistance held out for over 11 weeks, abating only when Russia withdrew its support. The Serbs followed the footsteps of the Vietnamese and Iraqis, whom a Pentagon official referred to as professional cruise missile recipients, by displaying dummy tanks and planting microwave ovens that emitted decoy signals and evaded ground sensors. They also fabricated anti-aircraft missiles and constructed a phony bridge. 182. Today, Bill Clinton is celebrated in Pristina, the Kosovar capital, with a boulevard named in his honor and a statue which portrays the former president with his left arm raised while holding documents bearing the date when NATO started its air campaign against Yugoslavia, 24 March 1999. 183. Since the war, many children have been named after Clinton. Over a decade after gaining its independence from Serbia in 2008, Kosovo remains among the most pro-American countries in the world. 184. Yet, how much did the Kosovars actually benefit? Kosovo experienced significant problems following the U.S. NATO bombing, including a huge unemployment rate and staggering political corruption, which resulted in Kosovo emerging at the center of the international drug trade and prostitution rings in Europe. Many of Kosovo's resources were privatized and sold to Western multinational corporations, and thousands of Serbs and ethnic Roma were driven out. The police service trained by the U.S. was dominated by fear, corruption, and incompetence. The country generally had the feeling of being a colony ruled by viceroys appointed by the US and NATO and dominated by a giant US military base, Camp Bondsteel, which housed Kosovo's main prison. 185. In December 2004, plans went forward for the construction of a $1.2 billion Trans-Balkan pipeline south of Camp Bondsteel, financed by the Overseas Private Investment Corporation. U.S. Ambassador Christopher Dell also helped Bechtel secure a $1 billion highway building contract. 186. These projects, along with the granting of exploration rights to a consortium of American, French, and Swedish investors for the lucrative Trupsa mining complex, pointed to another hidden motive for the war beyond the promotion of human rights, which was never in practice achieved. The ICTY Stalinist show trial. The ICTY was a key institution set up to help bolster the idea that a humanitarian intervention had taken place, and to provide a firm legal validation for the U.S. military invasion. Declassified documents show that the ICTY started as an American policy initiative. Key heavyweights behind it, such as David Sheffer and Madeleine Albright, were strong supporters of military intervention. Financing came exclusively from NATO countries and also from the Rockefeller Foundation and billionaire investor George Soros, whose international foundation acted in coordination with U.S. agencies. 187. Richard Holbrooke bragged that we used it to keep the two most wanted war criminals in Europe, Karadzic and Mladic, out of the Dayton peace process, and we used it to justify everything that followed. 188. The ICTY fit with the vision of Strobe Talbot and other key Clinton administration officials, who favored the creation of a world state and the disappearance of nations as meaningful political entities. Talbot wrote, "I'll bet that within the next 100 years nationhood as we know it will be obsolete. All states will recognize a single, global authority. The internal affairs of a nation used to be off limits to the world community. Now the principle of humanitarian intervention is gaining acceptance." A turning point came in April 1991, shortly after Saddam Hussein's withdrawal from Kuwait, when the UN Security Council authorized Allied troops to assist starving Kurds in northern Iraq. 189. Talbot's vision of supranationalism aimed to bring the behavior of all states under judicial control in the name of universal human rights as defined and adjudicated by the West. The catch lay in the West's selective and politicized enforcement of human rights norms and violation of state sovereignty rights as mandated under the Westphalian system of international law. The ICTY was indeed very heavily biased against the Serbs. The main prosecutions were carried out against Serb military commanders and leaders who received much longer sentences than Muslim or Croat commanders or leaders for comparable if not worse crimes. In some cases, Serb defendants were found guilty when the evidence presented against them was problematic. The charge of genocide, for example, directed against Bosnian Serb commanders Ratko Mladic and Radovan Karadzic relied on witnesses whose testimony was contradicted by other witnesses, who overheard a rumor while drinking in a bar, were suspected of being double agents and were offered generous plea deals. Karadzic, furthermore, was not allowed to present evidence at his trial of crimes committed against the Serbs or that his forces were acting in self-defense, and the trial chamber refused his request to subpoena documents from the United States. 190. George Kenney, who worked on the State Department's Yugoslavia desk, referred to the Slobodan Milosevic trial as inherently unfair, amounting to little more than a political show trial. James Bassett, Canada's former ambassador to Yugoslavia, said the trial had taken on all the characteristics of a Stalinist show trial. Its main purpose, according to political analyst Michael Chasudovsky, was to establish Yugoslavia's liability for the war, which could in turn provide a basis for demanding that Serbia pay war reparations, as the Iraqis were forced to do after the First Persian Gulf War. 191 Though Milosevic was found guilty, the prosecution did not prove that Milosevic had sanctioned genocide or even ethnic cleansing or participated in a criminal plan to permanently remove Bosnian Muslims and Bosnian Croats from Bosnian Serb-claimed territory. 192 This latter determination was highly significant in light of the official pretexts for entering the war and Milosevic's reputation as the butcher of the Balkans. A Canadian team of lawyers led by Michael Mondale aimed to highlight the double standards of the ICTY by charging 67 US and NATO officials with war crimes, including Bill Clinton. The charges included willful causing of great suffering and serious injuries, extensive damage to property unjustified by military necessity, employment of weapons causing unnecessary suffering, wanton destruction of cities, towns, or villages, damage to, or destruction of, religious, charitable and educational institutions, and destruction of historic monuments. Mondale told Alexander Coburn of The Nation that, they've admitted publicly the essentials of all these crimes. It's a no-brainer. 193. The Color Revolution against Milosevic. Milosevic's arrest and indictment by the ICTY was a culmination of a color revolution directed against him by the Clinton administration, which paid over $70 million to Serb opposition groups before the October 2000 Yugoslav elections. Milosevic lost these under dubious legal circumstances to Vojislav Kostunica, who pushed a privatization agenda, allowed for Milosevic's arrest, and froze the wages of working people under the instructions of the IMF, which he allowed Yugoslavia to rejoin. 194. In July 2000, President Clinton had authorized the CIA to commence covert operations against Belgrade to topple Milosevic, who since 1996 had served as the president of the Yugoslav Federation. 4 years before, Milosevic's opponents had been supported by grants from the NED, which financed trade unions and media networks. The CIA's covert operations coincided with the ratcheting up of economic sanctions, which Madeleine Albright hoped would lead people to blame Milosevic for their suffering. 195. Following Clinton's decree, the CIA began computer hacking against Milosevic's security services and international bank accounts and chief henchmen while doling out cash to his opponents and funding election monitors and a get-out-the-vote campaign. A senior British diplomat noted that there was so much money pouring into the opposition that Milosevic would have been justified in cancelling the election on grounds of outside interference. 196. The Washington Post reported the extraordinary U.S. effort to unseat a foreign head of state, not through covert action of the kind the CIA once employed in such places as Iran and Guatemala, but by modern election campaign techniques. 197. In October 1999, Doug Shern, a Democratic Party campaign consultant who had helped re-elect Boris Yeltsin in Russia in 1996, gave a closed-door briefing hosted by the Washington-based National Democratic Institute to leaders of Serbia's previously fractious opposition in Budapest's Marriott Hotel, summarizing the results of a polling survey conducted by his firm, Penn, Shern and Berland Associates, which pointed to Milosevic's electoral vulnerability. U.S. funded consultants went on to play a crucial role behind the scenes in virtually every facet of the anti-Milosevic drive, running tracking polls, training thousands of opposition activists and helping to organize a vitally important parallel vote count. U.S. taxpayers paid for 5,000 cans of spray paint used by student activists to scrawl anti-Milosevic graffiti on walls across Serbia, and 2.5 million stickers funded by USAID with the slogan "He's finished," which became the revolution's catchphrase. 198. Milosevic had been a bank executive and risen through the ranks of Serbia's Communist Party before refashioning himself as a champion of Serb interests in the late 1980s when he gave a famous speech defending the Serb minority in Kosovo. 199. Though there were authoritarian features to his rule and he was accused of killing political opponents, Milosevic also won fair elections, allowed opposition media and had a certain appeal as a romantic nationalist. 200. For a long time, Milosevic was even Respected by Western diplomats as a moderate who had a good grasp of economics and spoke good English. During negotiations in the Bosnian War, he got along well with American officials and was willing to make concessions. After street protests broke out during the U.S.-backed Color Revolution, Milosevic stated exasperatingly, "I gave Clinton Dayton. I gave him peace. I gave him a second term. Why are they plotting against me and trying to organize this against me?" 201. The answer had a lot to do with Milosevic's socialist leanings and independent streak as head of a country that was of vital geostrategic importance. The Christian Science Monitor and the New York Times had reported on his revoking some privatization and free market measures and determination to keep state controls, while the Washington Post editorialized that Milosevic had failed to understand the message of the fall of the Berlin Wall. While other communist politicians accepted the Western model, Milosevic went the other way. 202. Providing a template for future regime change operations, the Clinton administration's Color Revolution relied heavily on student dissidents in the Opta movement led by Serda Popovic, which received the bulk of the National Endowment for Democracy's $3 million monthly budget. It was lavished with cell phones, fax machines, radio transmitters and sophisticated communications and printing equipment by CIA-funded NGOs. 203. Some Opta leaders were paid by the CIA-subsidized International Republican Institute to attend a seminar on nonviolent resistance at the Hilton Hotel in Budapest, where they received training in such matters as how to organize a strike, how to communicate with symbols, how to overcome fear and how to undermine the authority of a dictatorial regime. The principal lecturer was retired U.S. Army COL Robert Helvey, a Vietnam veteran who promoted nonviolent resistance methods around the world. Helvey introduced the student activists to the writing of Gene Sharp, the Clausewitz of the nonviolence movement, who provided a blueprint for how to organize protests designed to bring down authoritarian governments. 204 Back in Serbia, ATPER activists set about undermining Milosevic's authority by the adoption of sophisticated public relations techniques, including polling, leafleting and paid advertising, alongside the coordination of traditional protests which turned violent when ATPER activists burned down the parliament. 205. The CIA's paid assets ultimately played a crucial role in Milosevic's political demise, thus enabling the fulfillment of the U.S. NATO war aims. With the last socialist removed from power, the U.S. could now exploit the region economically and promote greater capitalist penetration. A May 2002 Wall Street Journal article marveled at the role of Serbia's post-Milosevic finance minister who had advised Poland's 1991 privatization program along with Dr. Jeffrey Sachs in removing government price controls, simplifying the tax code, launching a sweeping privatization program, and passing a labor law that allows companies to hire and fire. 206. When the first post-Milosevic prime minister, Zoran Djindjic, signaled that he didn't want to hand over war archives and generals to the ICTY, wanted to revise the Dayton Agreement, and had come to be seen as a threat to American regional designs, he was assassinated under suspicious circumstances. 207 By 2005, the Yugoslav Federation had completely dissolved as Serbia and Montenegro became independent nations. In 2009, Croatia also joined NATO. A Balkanized region was generally favored over the strong Yugoslav state under Tito, which supported the non-aligned movement and continued to strive for economic independence. Bill Clinton's performance in serving what Noam Chomsky termed the masters of mankind had been brilliant in the Balkan conflict. Many liberals who had opposed the Vietnam War were among its staunchest supporters. It didn't hurt, of course, that the Dow Jones average closed above 10,000 points for the first time while Kosovo was being bombed. 208 Clinton had been preparing for the role of commander-in-chief his entire career. Back at Oxford, he had first tried to co-opt the anti-war movement by serving as an undercover informant. As governor of Arkansas, he had perfected the art of public manipulation with Hillary by his side and had gained experience providing a cover for clandestine operations. Like Ronald Reagan, Clinton was a gifted orator and actor with a magnetic personality who appeared to genuinely empathize with oppressed peoples, unlike Donald J. Trump. Particularly poignant in Clinton's selling the Balkan War was his ability to invoke heartfelt emotion for the plight of the Kosovar Albanians. Clinton's invocation of Nazi analogies and hatred for the arch-villain Milosevic further resonated. Never before, so it seemed, had a war been so morally justified, and never before had the political costs been so low. The end result, however, was less than satisfying for the affected people. And for America, short-term gain would yield long-term pain, as the war fractured the relations between the US and Russia that Clinton had cultivated throughout his presidency. The US generally was coming to be seen more widely as a bully for whom might makes right. Chapter 4. The failed crusade to remake Russia. We had too much faith in shock therapy, and not enough concern for its social consequences. Anthony Lake, National Security Advisor 1. What Russians needed was less shock and more therapy. Strobe Talbot, Clinton's Russia Hand 2. Everything the communists told us about communism was a complete and utter lie. Unfortunately, everything the communists told us about capitalism turned out to be true. Muscovite aphorism. In March 2000, the Republican-controlled House of Representatives released a damning 286-page indictment of Clinton's Russia policy entitled Russia's Road to Corruption: How the Clinton Administration Exported Government Instead of Free Enterprise and Failed the Russian People. Written with input from 8 congressional committee chairmen, the report highlighted how Clinton's policy was carried out by a troika consisting of A. Vice President Al Gore, B. Treasury Secretary Lawrence Summers, and C. Deputy Secretary of State Strobe Talbot, an old Oxford friend of Clinton's with family connections to the CIA, who had enthused in the 1980s that the United States was turning the tables on Moscow by aiding the Mujahideen rebels to the tune of many millions of dollars per year. Excluding Congress and the Russian legislature from their decision-making, the Troika pushed for the transformation of formerly state-owned monopolies through an ill-planned privatization program and subsidized corrupt officials through an elaborate foreign aid program, which propped up a government whose policies were bankrupting the Russian people. 3. The quality of economic advice that the Clinton administration offered was so bad and results so dismal that 81% of Russians believed it was purposely designed to make Russia a second-rate power. When Clinton addressed the Russian Duma in 1999, only a third of the representatives showed up, and Clinton was jeered and insulted both inside and outside the chamber. 4. A psychological process of groupthink had taken hold within the administration, according to the report, characterized by wishful thinking, shaky premises, and a tendency to deny facts at odds with the cognitive underpinnings of a course of action to which groups were committed. This led to flawed decision-making and policy from officials unable to admit to their own errors, and who became trapped in a tangled muddle of self-justification, denial and distortion. 5. The House report was obviously partisan and reflected the GOP's affinity for free markets and deep animus towards the Soviet Union, considered one of the cruelest, most violent, least humane, and viciously ideological regimes in the history of the world. 6. Yet the report was well grounded in many aspects. It included a detailed explanation of the failings of the privatization voucher system, in which vouchers that could enable people to own shares of newly privatized companies were purchased in bulk by unscrupulous oligarchs with political connections or obtained through extortion. State-owned industries were grossly undervalued in auctions, depriving the Russian people of billions of dollars in revenue. Many poorer Russians, by contrast, had to sell off their vouchers for quick cash on the black market, or they were encouraged to invest in voucher funds that failed to pay dividends or turned out to be pyramid schemes. 7. The report included further information on the corruption of 2 key Russian officials with whom Clinton's troika worked: A. Prime Minister Konstantin Chernomyrdin, one of the richest men in the new Russia, who illicitly obtained significant holdings of stock in Gazprom, Russia's gas monopoly, during the firm's privatization, and B. Anatoly Chubais, the Deputy Prime Minister for Economic and Financial Policy and Privatization Chief. He granted ownership over newly privatized companies to banks who gave loans to his foundation and organized insider auctions of prime national properties, known as loans for shares. When the CIA issued a report to Al Gore about Chernomyrdin's corruption, Gore repudiated the agency's findings and returned it with a barnyard epithet scribbled on it: bullshit. 8. Fritz Ermuth, a veteran CIA Russia hand and the former chairman of the National Intelligence Council, spoke of American policymakers' disdain for information about the corruption of their Russian partners. He attributed this primarily to the warping of intelligence analysis to fit political agendas and to a cynical Washington habit of preserving the image of a foreign policy success. 9. The Harvard Boys' catastrophic Russian free market transformation. The Clinton administration's Russia policy followed that of the George H.W. Bush administration in its attempt to rapidly transform Russia's formerly command economy into a free market system. The Bush I administration's policy was directed by future Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice and other so-called Vulcans, who later promoted regime change in Iraq. 10. Non-governmental organizations funded by Congress such as the National Endowment for Democracy and the National Democratic Institute provided financial assistance to Russian anti-communist leaders at this time, and to supposedly pro-democracy movements in the Baltics, Ukraine, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia. 11. In October 1992, President Bush signed the Freedom for Russia and the Emerging Eurasian Democracies and Open Market Support Act, which authorized up to $350 million in aid to be provided and managed by USAID, which already had an advance team working informally in Russia at the government's invitation. The purpose of the aid was to establish the rule of law, adopt commercial codes, and replace the Soviet regulatory system with regulations hospitable to domestic and foreign investment. 12. One of the recipients of a USAID grant under the terms of the Bush-signed bill was the Harvard Institute for International Development, a 30-year-old entity based in Cambridge, MA, that concentrated on assisting nations that were changing from government-run to market-driven economic systems. 13. Its Russia project operated out of one of Moscow's fanciest addresses with a marble lobby and 24-hour security. The Harvard Boys did not just advise the Yeltsin government, they also wrote numerous laws and regulations. One of HIID's directors, Jeffrey Sachs, was a former economic advisor to the Polish Solidarity movement who 6 years earlier had developed a similar shock therapy plan to swiftly eliminate price controls and subsidies with the goal of cutting hyperinflation in Bolivia. The adoption of harsh economic austerity measures triggered large-scale protests there, which were suppressed through violence. 14. The HIID program ended in disgrace in 1997, a year before Russia's economy completely collapsed. Two Harvard consultants, Andrei Schleifer, recipient of the prestigious John Bates Clark Medal in Economics, and Jonathan Hay, a Rhodes Scholar and recent Harvard Law graduate, were found to have used their management of a U.S. foreign aid program to promote their own personal business investments. USAID was forced to suspend the project after undertaking an internal investigation, and Harvard fired Hay and relieved Schleifer, a tenured professor, of his project duties. 15. The Russian people were never granted any redress. The HIID's U.S. taxpayer-subsidized privatization scheme resulted in the largest giveaway of a nation's wealth in history, according to Mortimer Zuckerman, owner of the U.S. World End Report, and the biggest robbery of the century, perhaps of human history, according to Russia's Deputy Prime Minister for Finance, Boris Fyodorov. 16. Russia's gold reserves were looted and its wealth taken by predatory financial interests and mafia-connected oligarchs who were able to purchase state-owned companies for a fraction of their actual cost. Over $150 billion left the country in just 6 years, much of it to be stored in Western or offshore banks. Russian poverty and inequality rose dramatically during that time, with the decline of the social safety net. Cuts in the state budget and funding for education reduced the number of Russian scientists by over 2 million, resulting in an annual net loss of between $500 and $600 billion. Millions lost their life savings after Russia defaulted on its debt and devalued its currency in response to crippling hyperinflation. Life expectancy plummeted by over 7 years for men, and diphtheria cases in children soared from 2,000 in 1990 to over 50,000 in 1996. 17. Clinton promises new dawn, continues shock therapy. The promise of a new dawn in U.S. Russian relations bred by the end of the Cold War was apparent in a beautiful speech that Clinton gave in Moscow on VE Day on May 9, 1995, at the dedication ceremony of the Central Museum of the Great Patriotic War. In his speech, Clinton invoked the memory of a now-forgotten incident where U.S. and Russian soldiers embraced on the Elbe River to celebrate their victory over the Nazis and pledged a long-term commitment to friendship and cooperation. Extolling the extraordinary courage of the Russian troops, which had been obscured by the Cold War, Clinton said that they had written some of the greatest chapters in the history of heroism at Leningrad, in the Battle of Moscow, in defense of Stalingrad, and in the assault on Berlin where your country suffered 300,000 casualties in only 14 days. Clinton noted further that he had come here on this day on behalf of the people of the U.S. to express our deep gratitude for all you gave and all that you lost, to defeat the forces of fascism. In Victory's afterglow, the dream of peace soon gave way to the reality of the Cold War, but now Russia has opened itself to new freedoms and we have an opportunity and an obligation to rededicate ourselves today to the promise of that moment 50 years ago, when Europe's guns fell silent. Just as Russia and America fought against the common evil, so today we must fight for the common good. 18. Unfortunately, this beautiful vision was undermined by the Clinton administration's ideological fanaticism, the advancement of shock therapy that ruined Russia's economy, and promotion of NATO expansion in Eastern Europe in betrayal of a promise made by George H.W. Bush's administration. Clinton also set the groundwork for a new Cold War by bombing Serbia, orchestrating a regime change operation directed against a close Russian ally in the Balkans, and interfering in Eastern European and Central Asia in an attempt to undercut Russian influence and securing access to strategic resources like oil. Clinton's revolutionary Russian investment. Clinton's betrayal of Russia fit with a long pattern in his career that Arkansans like J. Bill Becker of the AFL-CIO knew well. It was not surprising, given Clinton's own pedigree as a Cold Warrior who had supported Cold War clandestine operations as Arkansas governor and had been involved in a successful mission with Strobe Talbot back in the late 1960s to smuggle Nikita Khrushchev's memoirs out of Russia. During the 1992 presidential campaign, Clinton criticized Bush for being overly cautious on the issue of aid to Russia. His administration wound up providing an estimated $2.58 billion in aid to Russia during his presidency. Strobe Talbot specified that this aid was an investment in revolution, an attempt to help Russia complete the destruction of one system and the building, virtually de novo, of a new one. 19. Joseph Stiglitz, a distinguished economist and member of President Bill Clinton's Council of Economic Advisers, had recommended an evolutionary rather than revolutionary transition toward market operations, prioritizing the building of a legal infrastructure to support economic reforms and maintenance of public ownership of huge extractive industries to prevent exploitation by oligarchs. 20 History might have turned out differently if Stiglitz's recommendations had been followed. They were not, because a hidden underlying goal of U.S. policy was to keep Russia weak following the collapse of the Soviet Union. 21. An unlikely influence, Nixon. Clinton's policy towards Russia was influenced by an unlikely source, disgraced former President Richard M. Nixon. Nixon considered Boris Yeltsin to be the most pro-Western leader of Russia in history and a courageous figure who risked his life to face down a gang of card-carrying killers in a Stalinist coup attempt. 22. In a leaked March 1992 memo entitled How to Lose the Cold War, Nixon proclaimed Russia to be a key nation in which the final battle of the Cold War would be won or lost. While no longer communist, it is still Russia with a centuries-old tradition of expansionism. If politically, who lost China was a hot-button issue in the 1950s, who lost Russia in the 1990s would be an infinitely more devastating issue. 23. So a great investment was needed to keep Russia capitalist and pro-American. Clinton and Yeltsin, sitting in a tree. In an attempt to fulfill Nixon's advice, Clinton met with Yeltsin a record 18 times, stating that he was genuinely committed to freedom and democracy, genuinely committed to reform. 24 personal correspondence between the two leaders available at the Clinton Library show a warm relationship in which Clinton conveyed sincere interest in Yeltsin's background and health and a commitment to helping boost his political fortunes. 25 In a meeting on May 17, 1998 in Birmingham, England, Yeltsin told Bill that, "You and I have an excellent relationship, Bill, more than just a friendship. It's what I would call co-leadership." 26. Born to a humble peasant family, Yeltsin had risen through the ranks of the Communist Party during the 1960s and 1970s in Sverdlovsk in the Urals after training as an engineer. In the 1980s, he supported Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev's economic liberalization, though he said that the reforms did not go far enough. In 1987, Yeltsin was the first to resign from the Communist Party's governing Politburo, establishing his popularity as an anti-establishment figure. 27. This reputation was cemented when he helped rally public opposition to a coup attempt against Gorbachev in August 1991 led by the head of the KGB, Vladimir Kryukov, and Vice President Gennady Yanayev. Yeltsin made a memorable speech on the turret of a tank, which many Russians believe was staged. Gorbachev subsequently gave up without a fight, the Soviet Union was dissolved, and Yeltsin became the new president. 28. Clinton administration officials considered Yeltsin to be a Russian democratic alternative to the imperial authoritarianism of the traditionalists. 29. However, 80% of Russians had opposed the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and historians now characterize Yeltsin's political ascendancy as a coup. 30. The CIA had been split between moderate Republicans and liberals who supported Gorbachev's push to transform Russia into a social democracy, and conservatives led by Paul Weyrich, who favored the more right-wing Yeltsin. Back in the 1970s, Weyrich had traveled to Russia, discovered Yeltsin, and helped him to run American-style political campaigns making use of effective public relations. These helped Yeltsin to rise in the Communist Party hierarchy first in Sverdlovsk, and then enabled him to challenge Gorbachev for national power. George H.W. Bush originally favored Gorbachev, though his administration supplied Yeltsin with portable telephone equipment, which he used to make secure calls to military commanders whom he urged not to back the KGB putsch. President Bush further ordered the National Security Agency to make available to Yeltsin real-time reports made by the coup plotters on their special government telephone. 31. Despite being heralded by Clinton for his commitment to freedom and characterizing him as the father of Russian democracy, Yeltsin actually took to calling himself Boris I, as if he was the new Tsar. 32. Clinton's obliviousness to the catastrophic impact of shock therapy was epitomized by his comments to Yeltsin in a meeting on May 17, 1998 in Birmingham, England, a mere 3 months before the collapse of stock and bond market, and devaluation of the Russian ruble, which caused massive hyperinflation. Clinton said, "You know, Boris, we really are working with the stuff of history here. I'm convinced that 20 years from now, when the Russian economy is booming, people will look back and say we were right, we did the right things. I just hope you get all the credit you deserve when you're still around, because you've done a terrific job of leading your country during one of the 2 or 3 most important moments in Russian history." 33. These comments were about equivalent to Herbert Hoover hoping to receive acclaim for his economic policies on the eve of America's Great Depression. If Clinton and Yeltsin were indeed working with the stuff of history, it was not at all a positive one. Yeltsin and the storming of Russia's parliament. On September 21, 1993, Yeltsin lived up to his Boris I title as a new Tsar by disbanding parliament in violation of the Russian constitution. The Communist Party opposed Yeltsin's mass privatization along with conservative pan-Slavic and Russian nationalist organizations in a left-right coalition Yeltsin referred to as a Red-Brown alliance. Parliament responded to Yeltsin's heavy-handedness by declaring his decision null and void, and impeaching Yeltsin, whom they had accused of impoverishing, tormenting and selling out Russia. On October 3, the crisis escalated as demonstrators took over the new parliament building nicknamed Russia's White House because it was a white skyscraper along with the Moscow mayor's office and the main TV broadcasting center. participants in the protests detected the presence of government provocateurs. On the same day, Yeltsin, the supposed father of Russian democracy, ordered the army to storm the parliament when the protesters refused to leave. He claimed that the goal of his opponents was to turn back history, and resurrect the communist past, which Russia had done with Forever 34. Between 187 and 2,000 people were killed, including numerous legislators, and nearly 1,000 were wounded by the Russian army. 35 The parliament building was burned in the worst day of violence Moscow had seen since the 1917 revolution. According to Iona Andronov, an elected member of parliament who was in the building before and during the attack, many of the bodies in and around the White House and TV station victims of the attacks and later executions were secretly removed and disappeared during the night. 36. Vice President Alexander Ruskoy, who accused Yeltsin of promoting the economic genocide of the Russian people and presiding over Russia's descent into a banana republic, and Parliament Speaker Ruslan Khasbolatov, who condemned Yeltsin's subordination of Russia's economy to the savage market, raw material corporations of international financial and industrial groups, were arrested under false pretexts along with 1,700 other people. They were accused of being communist hardliners, though in actuality they were centrists who favored the development of national capitalism. Some of the detainees were interned in a sports stadium, recalling the procedures used by dictator Augusto Pinochet after the 1973 coup in Chile backed by the Nixon administration. 37. After receiving news that Ruskoy and others of Yeltsin's opponents had surrendered, Strobe Talbot went to the State Department briefing room to congratulate Yeltsin on the victory. 38 Secretary of State Warren Christopher told Yeltsin his blatant assault on Russian democracy was a superb handling of the situation. 39 Clinton issued a statement expressing his full support for Yeltsin during the crisis after speaking with Yeltsin, and afterwards signed a large foreign aid bill. He publicly averred that Yeltsin had bent over backwards to avoid violence and had no other choice. If such a thing happened in the United States, you would have expected me to take tough action against it. 40. Yeltsin subsequently banned opposition parties and shut down their newspapers, including Pravda, the Communist Party newspaper. A new constitution was passed that placed enormous powers in the hands of the president. Finance Minister Boris Fyodor proclaimed gleefully that we can bring in any budget we like. This included an austerity budget widely opposed by the already suffering people. Yeltsin's conduct during the September 1993 crisis and thereafter underscored the fact that rapid privatization and shock therapy policies could only be instituted under an authoritarian climate. 41. Chechnya and human rights double standards. Clinton had called the promotion of democracy and human rights in Russia a key administration goal. However, the Clinton administration helped finance a war on Chechnya which resulted in human rights atrocities of a scale greater than those carried out by the Serbs in Bosnia and Kosovo that precipitated the U.S. NATO bombing. At the height of the NATO shelling of Sarajevo in winter 1995, there were 3,500 detonations a day, while in Grozny, Yeltsin's winter bombing reached a rate of 4,000 detonations an hour. 42 In the Balkans, the U.S. supported secessionist movements and slapped sanctions on Yugoslavia for trying to suppress them, but backed Russia when it did the same with greater ferocity. Chechnya had been annexed by Russia after the Napoleonic Wars and had fiercely resisted Russian rule for many years thereafter, including following the Bolshevik takeover in 1917. Prior to 1940, the region provided as much as 45% of the Soviet Union's oil supplies. In World War II, over 600,000 Chechens were deported for alleged collaboration with the Nazis. In later years, the Russians considered the Chechens to be Islamic terrorists supported by foreign powers and waged two brutal campaigns against them from 1994 to 1996, and again from 1999 to 2009. The U.S. indeed provided covert aid to Chechen separatists within the framework of what Zbigniew Brzezinski called the Grand Chessboard. Chechnya's leaders received training and funds from jihadist groups backed by the CIA in Afghanistan and from Pakistan. CIA asset Anwar al-Awlaki was among those to recruit Muslim youth to fight in Chechnya. According to terrorism expert Yosef Bodansky, the U.S. saw the Chechnya conflict as a way to deprive Russia of a viable pipeline route through spiraling violence and terrorism. U.S.-assisted escalation and expansion of the war in Chechnya should deliver the desired debilitation of Russia. Russian Defense Minister Igor Sergeyev said similarly that a permanent smoldering of manageable armed conflicts resulting will help the U.S. control the Northern Caucasus. 43. The first Chechen campaign was overwhelmingly opposed by the Russian people as Yeltsin ordered the military assault without even bothering to submit a decree to the Duma as required by his own constitution. The bloody two-year war was in many ways a logical extension of the shelling of the White House and was even led by the same general, Pavel Grachev. A central objective was the retention of control of a pipeline, which Chevron had agreed to help finance, that transported enormous quantities of Caspian Sea oil to the world market. 44. According to Amnesty International, the 1994-1996 military operation in Chechnya resulted in the death of between 20 to 80,000 civilians, only slightly lower than those killed in the entire Balkans conflict, with thousands more displaced. Many died as a result of indiscriminate attacks by Russian Federation federal forces on densely populated, residential areas, especially in Grozny where many homes were burned, and people were driven out. 45 Chechen women were raped at so-called filtration camps where prisoners were beaten with hammers and clubs and tortured with electric shocks. 46. Despite the fact that the city was razed, President Clinton spoke to Time magazine about Russia's impending liberation of Grozny. The Clinton administration blamed another massacre at Samashki, where over 350 Chechen homes were set ablaze, leaving human corpses burned beyond recognition, on inadequate military discipline rather than state policy, and concluded that American relations with Russia could not be held hostage to one issue because of the stakes involved. 47. In a letter to Yeltsin in January 1995, Clinton expressed concern for the growing cost in human life of the war, while reaffirming the official U.S. position that Chechnya was both an internal matter and part of Russia and that America opposed any effort to change international borders by force, including by means of armed secession. 48. This did not, of course, reflect the U.S. position with regard to the NATO assault on Yugoslavia. When Yeltsin asked, at an April 1996 summit, whether the U.S. should have been more critical of Russian policies in Chechnya, Clinton responded, "I would remind you that we once had a civil war in our country in which we lost, on a per capita basis, far more people than we lost in any of the wars of the 20th century over the proposition that Abraham Lincoln gave his life for, that no state has a right to withdraw from our union." 49. The New York Times reported that even Mr. Clinton's aides were appalled by his off-the-cuff remarks. A few days afterwards, the widow of Chechen President Dzhokhar Dudayev told CBS News that Clinton's support for Russia's war in Chechnya in effect signed her husband's death warrant, as a few hours later a Russian warplane had rocketed his car. 50. Journalist Wayne Madsen suggests that the U.S. was the only country with satellite technology which could have helped the Russian security services pinpoint Dudayev's location, and that it was probably not a coincidence that Clinton happened to be in Moscow the day that Dudayev was assassinated by 2 laser-guided missiles while using a satellite phone. British researcher Nafeez Mossadegh Ahmed wrote that Clinton had reportedly ordered the CIA to supply Moscow with top-secret electronic targeting devices that allowed the Russians to assassinate Dudayev. The main motive would have been to ensure Yeltsin's re-election, as Yeltsin and the army were starting to look impotent as Russian troops suffered their worst setback, with 90 of them killed in Chechen attacks in Yarishmarty in mid-April and in Budanarsk in Russia. 51. In February 1996, the Clinton administration pressured the IMF to grant $10.2 billion in credits to Russia, which was used to subsidize Yeltsin's re-election campaign along with the Kremlin's military operations in Chechnya. This loan, combined with an early one for $6.4 billion, exceeded most estimates of the total cost of the First Chechen War, leading some observers to argue that the West actually paid for the Russian invasion. 52 Former National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski, a Russophobe who stridently opposed the war, made reference to the genocide inflicted on the Chechnyans by Russia. 53 The choice of words was interesting because the alleged genocide of the Serbs had been a basis for U.S. military intervention in the Balkans, but since Russia was a staunch ally, the term did not gain any currency in this case. Winning the Russian elections for Yeltsin. When the United States in 2016 accused Russia of meddling in the American election on behalf of Donald Trump, few Americans were conscious of the fact that America had played a decisive role 20 years earlier in tilting the elections in Russia in favor of Boris Yeltsin. Like with the U.S. 2016 elections, the 1996 Russian elections were significant ones, which were set to provide a referendum on the privatization and shock therapy programs advanced by President Boris Yeltsin and the United States. In a discussion about the election at the White House on April 21, 1996, Yeltsin said that he did not need to run again for the presidency but felt compelled to do so to save the country from the communists who had gained in popularity because of the dire economic crisis afflicting the country. Yeltsin said that the Communist Party leader, Gennady Zhuganov, who was his main opponent, claimed to be a social democrat but he would cancel reforms and abolish privatization. According to Yeltsin, most of the communists were fanatics who wanted to take back Crimea and abolish the boundaries between the republics of the former Soviet Union and would destroy everything. It would mean civil war. Clinton responded by telling Yeltsin that he didn't have to worry about American support as America was equally committed to ensuring that the communists did not prevail. "We spent 50 years working for that result," Clinton said. 54. The Clinton administration subsequently lobbied the IMF to give Russia the $10.2 billion loan, some of which Yeltsin distributed to WU voters and boost his popularity, which was in the single digits in February. In return for the loan, Yeltsin said he would exempt the exports to Russia by Arkansas-based Tyson Chicken, then a $700 million annual business, from a threatened 20% import tariff increase. 55 Clinton told his point man for Russia, Strobe Talbot, "I want this guy to win so bad it hurts." 56. The National Endowment for Democracy, which gave nearly $1 million between 1990 and 1992 to support the anti-communist Democratic Russia movement, which provided Yeltsin with his political base. 57 received USAID grants for providing seminars, conferences, and exchanges on party organization, message development, focus groups, polling methods, and television ads to members of Yeltsin's political machine. 3 American political consultants went to work on Yeltsin's re-election bid, including George Gordon, a veteran of the Nixon, Ford, and Reagan presidential campaigns, and Richard Dresner, a veteran of the Clinton campaign in Arkansas and associate of Dick Morris, Clinton's top political advisor. Working through his daughter Tatiana, the consultants promoted dirty tricks and urged Yeltsin to go negative by rallying the oligarch-controlled Russian media to whip up a wild anti-communist psychosis among the people, as one sympathetic news editor put it. Every week, Dresner would send to the White House the Yeltsin's campaign's internal polling. Dresner also advised Clinton on what to say when he was in Moscow that would lend support to Yeltsin's re-election. Clinton meanwhile often passed on his own advice to Yeltsin and even phoned him to urge him to run a political ad prepared by Dresner, which proved to be effective. 58. Fresh from helping to elect Pete Wilson as governor of California, the American consulting team acknowledged that they were trying to help an unpopular candidate win. One of their first memos read, "Voters don't approve of the job Yeltsin is doing, don't think things will ever get any better, and prefer the communists' approach. There exists only one very simple strategy for winning: first, becoming the only alternative to the communists, and second, making the people see that the communists must be stopped at all costs." The final TV spots were all about the communists' repressive rule. Mikhail Margalev, who coordinated the Yeltsin account at Video International, a Russian TV company trained by the American PR firm Ogilvy and Mather, said that the Americans were vital. "They helped teach us Western political advertising techniques." 59. Time magazine's now famous report on the American meddling came with the brazen cover lead, "Yanks to the Rescue." Later, it inspired a Showtime film, Spinning Boris, about how American political consultants saved Russia from communism. Correspondent Michael Kramer rationalized the American intervention in pure Machiavellian logic. Democracy triumphed, and along with it came the tools of modern campaigns, including the trickery and slickery Americans know so well. 60. Despite his disastrous policies and poor health, Yeltsin won the election by 13%. At an Independence Day rally in Ohio, Clinton proclaimed that in a free and fair election, the Russian people chose democracy. 61. However, the Yeltsin campaign conducted extensive black operations, including disrupting opposition rallies and press conferences, spreading disinformation and false campaign material attributed to their communist opponent, and denying media access to the opposition. Campaign donations from financial oligarchs exceeded a legal spending cap by an estimated $1.7 billion and were used to pay out bribes and curry favor among political bosses. 62. The American embassy reported on a political scandal involving Yeltsin's deputy, Anatoly Chubais, whose people handed Yeltsin illegal cash contributions by the boxload. 63. An independent British election monitoring team found widespread voter fraud. 1 million people were said to have voted in Chechnya when the population was only 500,000. Yeltsin allegedly received 70% of the vote despite the fact that he had ordered the invasion and bombing of Chechnya. Michael Meadowcroft, a British election observer and former member of parliament, stated, "They'd been bombed out of existence and there they were all voting for Yeltsin. It's like what happens in Cameroon." 64. The Gore-Chernomyrdin Commission and the Third Worldisation of Russia. The Gore-Chernomyrdin Commission was set up in December 1994 to coordinate cooperative policies between the US and Russia in areas such as customs, taxes, tariffs, intellectual property rights, family planning, the spread of infectious diseases, space, the Arctic, and oil spills and other environmental problems, along with energy and US business in Russia. Gore met with Chernomyrdin twice per year, and 8 special committees were set up that met regularly at a Russian-American petroleum club. 65. Critics referred to the commission as an alternative State Department and Gore as a proconsul to the Russian Federation because of his tremendous power to affect policy and the commission's lack of transparency. 66. At a White House press conference, Gore specified that no aspect of our work together is more important than our efforts to create a healthy and open climate for trade and investment in Russia. 67. Gore's function as an economic fixer was evident during the so-called Chicken War. In 1996, when he was able to force the dropping of an import tax after Russian officials raised health concerns about the import of U.S. chicken parts, the largest being Tyson Incorporated of Arkansas. 68. In the hope of promoting disarmament and non-proliferation, Gore oversaw an agreement to buy Soviet weapons-grade uranium. An Energy Department agency took the uranium, diluted it and resold it to power plants, with the agency subsequently privatized under Gore's Reinventing Government program. However, when the market for uranium collapsed, the newly privatized company, USEC, was stuck with a contract to buy Russian uranium at above market prices, and U.S. taxpayers were on the hook for an extra $200 million. 69. The records of the commission at the Clinton Presidential Library reveal a strong push for privatization, the elimination of oil export quotas and regulatory burdens on oil companies, reduction in taxes, licenses and tariffs, tax exemptions for foreign joint ventures, and removal of other barriers for foreign investment. 70. American Energy Secretary Hazel O'Leary at one point told Chernomyrdin that American oil executives had expressed their appreciation for his government's efforts to alleviate the tax and regulatory burden on U.S. oil companies operating in Russia. Texaco, Exxon, and Amoco negotiated to develop the oil fields in the Taman-Pekara Basin northeast of Moscow above the Arctic Circle, which potentially held 2 billion barrels. 71. Commerce Secretary Ron Brown praised Chernomyrdin for exempting 6 joint ventures from the crippling oil export tax. He established the U.S. Russia Business Council, whose board of directors were staffed with CEOs of clients of Aiken Gumpet and T. Westinghouse, Bechtel, Upjohn Pharmaceuticals, and Pfizer. 72. Brown led a trade mission with corporate executives from Westinghouse, Duracell, Tenneco, Raytheon, and other companies which did more than $400 million in business in the new Russia. 73. The Gore-Chernomyrdin Commission's Health Committee championed a $100 million program by USAID that helped privatize Russia's pharmaceutical industry and other programs which supported private U.S. investment in the production of critical pharmaceutical products, along with the upgrading of health information systems, drug distribution, and creation of partnerships between American and Russian hospitals. 74. By December 1994, the American Overseas Private Investment Corporation had approved over $2.5 billion in insurance and loans for dozens of business ventures by U.S. companies in what it termed Russia's booming markets. The OPC's aggressive approach towards supporting U.S. investment in Russia extended to the telecommunications industry, printing, computers, agribusiness, trucking, as well as ports, manufacturing and infrastructure projects. 75. The U.S. Trade and Development Agency under Director Joseph Grandmaison supported aircraft projects, and diesel trucks and Caterpillar bulldozer machines. 76. In 1997, Al Gore boasted that American companies had come to account for a third of all foreign investment in Russia, an amount that eclipsed the period before Russia's communist revolution. 77. An unforeseen problem was that of tax evasion. The State Tax Service estimated its occurrence in August 1998 at a 60% rate, amounting to half the size of Russia's official economy. The rate of capital flight was also estimated to be anywhere from $15 billion to $500 billion per year, or as high as $20 billion per month. 78. The Gore-Chernomyrdin Commission produced positive cooperation in the realm of space exploration, environmental cleanup and conservation, nuclear warhead safety, and non-proliferation, exemplified in the Non-Lugar program, which led to the withdrawal of nuclear weapons from Belarus, Kazakhstan, and Ukraine. However, a U.S.-dominated consultancy called the Non-Proliferation Trust also helped to broker a corrupt scheme by which Russia's nuclear agency, Minaton, was offered $10 billion in return for the right to dump an estimated 200 tons a year of high-level radioactive material in Russian waste sites in the Urals. 79. This latter deal flew in the face of Gore's vision that the transition to a free market economy in Russia could be compatible with environmental protection. 80. Again, on the positive side, USAID initiated a project to cut emissions from district heating plants in Novovitsk, upgraded the city's water treatment facilities and conducted industrial audits to reduce pollution. Elsewhere, feasibility studies were financed for alternative energy sources to fossil fuels and nuclear power plants, grants were provided for creation of an environmental youth corps and protection of endangered species, and the Environmental Protection Agency promoted reforestation. Both countries also agreed to implement the Climate Convention. 81. Unfortunately, Gore's environmentalism did not coincide with the promotion of sound economic policies. Political scientist Michel Chossudovsky significantly titled a chapter in his book about Russia in the 1990s, "The Third Worldisation to the Russian Federation." He compared the economic medicine imposed by the Clinton administration and IMF to that imposed on debtor countries in Latin America and Sub-Saharan Africa. An explicit goal of the economic hitman 82 was to enforce debt servicing through the slashing of state expenditures, which resulted in impoverishment for most of the population. By 1998, 30% of the Russian budget was devoted to debt service. New laws were introduced that enabled foreign capital to take over large sectors of the national economy. Marlboro and Philip Morris, for example, acquired control over state production facilities for sale in the domestic market, and British Airways gained access to domestic air rates in a joint venture with Aeroflot. 83. Mark Rich, who bought a pardon from Clinton after his conviction for tax fraud and tax evasion, used his control over an offshore bank, Nordex, to snap up Russian oil refineries being auctioned off. 84. The jobs lost through public sector cuts were never made up through the private sector, as Clinton and Gore had envisioned, and the massive loss of tax revenues plunged living standards to third world levels as civil service wages, pensions and public services were dramatically cut. By the late 1990s, Russia's GDP was below its GDP during the Second World War and the death rate reached or eclipsed wartime levels. 85 Alcoholism, drug use, infant mortality, and HIV rates all skyrocketed. Organized crime came to control up to 50% of the Russian economy and infiltrated the highest levels of the state, looting tons of diamonds, jewels, silver, and gold from the Russian National Treasury. 86 Anatoly Chubais told the L.A. Times in September 1998 that we conned them out of $20 billion. He was referring to the US and IMF loans which went to foreigners and Russian speculators along with corrupt government officials who stashed the money in offshore banks. 87. In August 1999, the New York Times reported that billions of dollars were laundered from Russia through the Bank of New York, with many of the transfers originating at a Moscow bank chaired by a financial advisor to the Yeltsin family. 88 Chubais granted ownership over newly privatized companies to banks who gave loans to his foundation, and organized insider auctions of prime national properties, known as loans for shares, in which the Harvard Management Company, which invested the university's endowment, and billionaire speculator George Soros were the main participants. HMC and Soros in turn became significant shareholders in Novolipetsk, Russia's second-largest steel mill, and Sidenko Oil, whose reserves exceed those of Mobil. 89. In 1997, Soros purchased 24% of Svyaz Invest, a telecommunications giant, in partnership with Vladimir Potanin. It was later learned that shortly before this purchase, Soros had tied over Yeltsin's government with a backdoor loan of hundreds of millions of dollars. According to Wall Street Journal reporter Ann Williamson, the American assistance program in Russia was rife with such conflicts of interest involving HIID advisors and Chubais allies. 90. Veniamin Sokolov, the Russian government's chief auditor under Yeltsin, told Mother Jones magazine that under the guise of establishing a market in Russia, the authorities created an economic monstrosity that has nothing to do with a market system. He went on to describe how because of a lack of money, Russians were forced to resort to a barter system similar to that which existed in primitive societies in which people exchanged stone axes for mammoth skins. The Yeltsin government was corrupt and immoral, with teachers and medical workers laid off owing to the embezzlement of government funds. Sokolov said that giving more loans to the Yeltsin government was comparable to giving a drug addict a fresh supply of narcotics. Russian workers were reduced to serfs like under the Tsars. 91 When Yeltsin left office on December 31, 1999, he had an approval rating of 2%. 92 Desensitized from the suffering of his people, he spent much of his second term in a drunken stupor. Clinton, Gore and the others, however, were completely sober. Chapter 5. NATO expansion, a strategic blunder of epic proportions. In 2016, as the US and Russia fought in a proxy war over eastern Ukraine, Clinton's former Defense Secretary William J. Perry gave an interview to the London Guardian in which he acknowledged that the US bore a large degree of blame for the conflict. Perry stated, "Our first action that really set us off in a bad direction was when NATO started to expand, bringing in Eastern European nations, some of them bordering Russia. At that time, we were working closely with Russia and they were beginning to get used to the idea that NATO could be a friend rather than an enemy, but they were very uncomfortable about having NATO right up on their border and they made a strong appeal for us not to go ahead with that. 1. As these comments suggest, the Clinton administration's policy to go ahead with NATO expansion on Russia's border was undoubtedly one of the most disastrous of his presidency. Supported by Madeleine Albright, Warren Christopher, Tony Lake, Strobe Talbot, Sandy Berger, and others, it was driven by military lobbies and Eastern European émigrés and leaders with a strongly Russophobic outlook. Alfred de Zayas, the first UN independent expert on the promotion of a democratic and equitable international order, said in an interview with Covert Action magazine that the one chance to implement conventional disarmament and reorient the world toward development and peace was thrown away by President Bill Clinton when he approved the eastern expansion of NATO, a grave breach of trust, a needless provocation, and a violation of Article 2 of the Union Charter, which prohibits not only the use of force but also the threat of the use of force. Point 2. In an April 2022 essay in The Atlantic, Clinton tried to defend the policy of NATO expansion by claiming that it was designed to bolster Europe's security if Russia returned to ultranationalism and past aspirations to empire like Peter the Great and Catherine the Great. 3. This ipso facto justification is consistent with the pattern of Western leaders exaggerating Russia's purported expansionist designs, for it further evades the fact that NATO expansion fit with a larger policy that was designed to capitalize on the collapse of the Soviet Union to advance American regional power, undercut Russian influence in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, and keep Russia weak. This policy bore the imprint of Zbigniew Brzezinski, Jimmy Carter's former National Security Council advisor and Albright's mentor, who saw control over Eurasia as key to global domination and consolidation of the U.S. empire, which was far vaster and more aggressive than any projected Russian 1.5. An epic strategic blunder. Despite the huge influx of foreign aid during the 1990s, by the end of the decade, American-Russian relations were far worse than they were at the beginning. In the mid-1990s, with its Western-centric tilt, Yeltsin's Russia had participated in the international peacekeeping mission in Bosnia, become a member of the G8, and joined the Council of Europe. Russia also had withdrawn from Afghanistan, cut subsidies and trade to Cuba and other socialist countries, causing severe hardship there, and aligned increasingly with U.S. policy around the world. In September 1994, 300 Americans took part in the first ever joint U.S.-Russia military exercise. Clinton, in a toast to Boris Yeltsin, invoked the embrace on the Elbe River at the end of World War II between U.S. and Russian troops. Point 6. A major friction resulted from the Kosovo War, however, of which 93% of Russians disapproved, and the Clinton administration's support for NATO enlargement, which had become enshrined in the 1994 National Security Strategy Review. The latter was in violation of a promise made by Secretary of State James A. Baker in the spring, summer, and fall of 1990 to then-Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev that NATO would not be expanded 1 inch to the east in return for the Russians agreeing to NATO membership for a unified Germany. Point 7. By 1998, Clinton had succeeded in expanding NATO into Poland, the Czech Republic and Hungary, where the Clinton administration had spent $100 million to upgrade military infrastructure at the Tassar military base, which served as a staging point for NATO operations into Bosnia. Point 8. The ambassador who presided over this latter project, Donald Blinken, was head of a famous investment bank in New York and father of future Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Point 9. Also in 1998, Clinton signed a charter of Partnership for the Baltic States, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, which lay the groundwork for their joining NATO a few years later against the wishes of Russia, which had urged the Baltic nations to adopt Finland's neutral stand outside NATO. Point 10. NATO had been established as a defense alliance against the Soviet Union during the Cold War. The Clinton administration's view was that NATO was a force for the rule of law both within Europe's new democracies and among them, in the words of Strobe Talbot, and that expanding NATO in the post-Cold War era was likely to extend the area in which conflicts like the one in the Balkans simply do not happen. Clinton's Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, whose family had been expelled from Czechoslovakia in a 1948 Soviet-backed coup, was among the most fervent supporters of NATO expansion, stating she felt the Central European case for admission in my bones and in my genes. Clinton embraced the argument of Czech President Václav Havel and Polish President Lech Wałęsa at the opening of the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. that if the world wanted to avoid another European catastrophe, Central Europe should be integrated into Western structures. Point 11. In a 1997 West Point graduation address, Clinton emphasized that NATO enlargement would help secure the historic gains of democracy and erase the artificial line in Europe that Stalin drew. 12. Though in reality it created a new division which would lead to a new Cold War. Point 13. At the NATO summit in Brussels in January 1994, Clinton declared that with the Soviet Union gone, our community of interest endures, and it is now up to us to build a new security for a new future for the Atlantic people. In the 21st century. 14. The Atlantic people excluded the Russians, who could not be admitted to NATO according to Secretary General Willy Claes because all the Orthodox countries which emerged from the former Byzantine Empire have not reached the level of our civilization and will not be able to do so. 15. Given the existence of such attitudes, it is not surprising that the Russians across the political spectrum continued to view NATO in hostile terms as a relic of the Cold War. 16 Yeltsin had proposed a mutually beneficial partnership with the US on the basis of equality. 17 He told Clinton at a May 1995 meeting in the Kremlin following the celebration of the 50th anniversary of the end of World War II that NATO expansion would result in nothing but humiliation for Russia. How do you think it looks to us if one bloc continued to exist when the Warsaw Pact has been abolished? It's a new form of encirclement if the one surviving Cold War bloc expands right up to the borders of Russia. 18. Clinton's push for NATO expansion was driven in part by domestic political considerations. During the 1996 election, Clinton and Republican presidential candidate Bob Dole competed to woo Midwestern Poles and other Eastern Europeans who had a historical enmity towards Soviet communism and the Russians. 19 Former Black Panther Bobby Rush, whose Chicago district had a large Lithuanian population, lobbied the Clinton administration to support NATO expansion in Lithuania. 20 When Jack Matlock, the last U.S. ambassador to the Soviet Union, testified before a congressional committee to explain why NATO expansion was a bad idea, he was told, "Look, Clinton wants to get re-elected. He needs Pennsylvania, Michigan, Illinois, they all have a very strong East European, many of these had become Reagan Democrats on East-West issues. They're insisting that the Ukraine expand to include Poland and eventually Ukraine. So, Clinton needs those to get re-elected." 21. Clinton also of course needed the support of oil companies exploring opportunities around the Caspian and Black Sea, as well as the U.S. aerospace industry and the Wall Street banks that assisted it in a series of mega-mergers who were all for NATO expansion. 22 Political scientist Thomas Ferguson suggested that Clinton's primary motive was to attract defense industry dollars after the Republican triumph in the 1994 midterm elections, after congressional Democrats alienated Wall Street by sponsoring hearings into hedge funds and after the US dollar was artificially lowered in a scheme to open Japan's markets. 23 According to an analysis prepared for the New York Times by the Campaign Study Group, a research company in Springfield, Virginia, America's 6 biggest military contractors spent $51 million on lobbying for NATO expansion between 1996 and 1998. 24. Another study by the Congressional Budget Office predicted that Poland, Hungary, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia would spend at least $42 billion for new weapons and other military equipment by 2010. The Clinton administration at one point tried to get NATO membership applicants to commit to order Lockheed Martin's F-16 fighter aircraft. The U.S. Committee to Expand NATO, a lobby group funded by the arms industry, happened to have been co-founded by Lockheed Martin's Vice President for Strategy and Planning, Bruce Jackson. 25. Containment Doctrine author George F. Kennan warned that NATO expansion would amount to a strategic blunder of epic proportions and the most fateful error of American policy in the entire post-Cold War era, as it would inflame the nationalistic, anti-Western, and militaristic tendencies in Russian opinion, restore the atmosphere of the Cold War to East-West relations, and impel Russian foreign policy in a direction decidedly not to our liking. 26 Kennan's prediction proved to be true, but no one in power was listening to this grand old man of foreign policy anymore. The New York Times reported that there was virtually no organized opposition to NATO expansion, with the public mostly ill-informed. 27. During a White House luncheon in April 1996, Clinton told Yeltsin that he was trying to change NATO by changing the impression that it was something directed against Russia and by freezing equipment levels. 28 However, this was just rhetoric. After the Helsinki summit, Yeltsin said that the eastward expansion of NATO a mistake and a serious one at that. Nevertheless, in order to minimize the negative consequences for Russia, we decided to sign an agreement with NATO. 29. In meetings with Clinton, Yeltsin had spoken about an avalanche of anti-American and anti-NATO sentiment, and referred to the huge American aid package prior to the 1996 election as a bribe to get Russia to accept NATO enlargement. 30 Communist Party leader Gennady Zhuganov accused Yeltsin of allowing a Versailles for Russia, a reference to the 1919 conference in which Germany was humiliated by the Western Allies. 31 An advisor to the Foreign Ministry said that Russia was being treated like a colony. 32 The old Soviet Union in this context did not seem so bad anymore. Promoting a color revolution in a socialist bastion. With NATO expansion solidified, the Clinton administration helped set the groundwork for color revolutions in former Soviet republics that aimed to replace socialist leaders with links to Russia with pro-Western capitalist regimes that would support NATO expansion. A key example is Belarus, where in April 2000, Clinton appointed Michael Kozak as a new ambassador. Belarus at the time was run by socialist Alexander Lukashenko, who had effectively resisted shock therapy programs and ensured a strong social safety net, free healthcare and education and near full employment economy. Inequality levels were lower than any other European country. 33 Kozak had in the past been directly involved in regime change operations in Nicaragua directed against the socialist Sandinistas and served as special presidential envoy during the U.S. invasion of Panama, as well as chief of the diplomatic mission to Cuba, which enjoyed close relations with Belarus. Kozak described Belarus as worse than Cuba, hence insulting Lukashenko before he had even arrived. Once he took up his post, Kozak helped oversee the funding of non-governmental organizations which had links to Lukashenko's political opposition and to others seeking political change. 34 During Belarus' 2001 presidential election, Kozak worked on a plan with the head of the UN Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe Permanent Mission to Belarus, Hans-Georg Week, to field a unified opposition candidate to oppose Lukashenko in order to avoid dividing the votes between various parties. It was a blatant case of external political interference. Kozak subsequently admitted that U.S. methods were similar in Belarus to what he had done in Nicaragua to help unseat the Sandinistas 20 years earlier. These methods included promoting anti-Lukashenko demonstrations, which were attended by skinheads and far-right, anti-Russian elements. Kozak's actions helped set the groundwork for the 2005 Denim Revolution, a more coordinated and sustained U.S.-financed effort under the Bush administration to unseat Lukashenko, that dovetailed with other color revolutions the U.S. supported in Ukraine and Georgia. The latter gave the illusion of being progressive, but their main purpose was to enable NATO expansion by removing pro-Russian leaders. 35 In Belarus' case, a particular double standard was apparent on the issue of human rights in that Lukashenko's government was denounced for crimes that were never verified. 36 Prepping Ukraine before the storm. While spurning Lukashenko because of his socialism, Clinton cultivated warm relations with Ukrainian President Leonid Kravchuk, an acolyte of Boris Yeltsin, and his successor Leonid Kuchma, who instituted a failed privatization voucher system reminiscent of Yeltsin's while moving to integrate Ukraine more deeply with Western Europe and the European Union. A former member of the Central Committee of the Ukrainian Communist Party, Kuchma further pleased the U.S. by joining with the leaders of Georgia, Azerbaijan, and Moldova to find an energy transportation corridor from the Caspian Basin to Europe, bypassing Russia. 37 At the G7 summit in Naples in 1994, Clinton promised Kuchma that if he liberalized Ukraine's economy, the G7, IMF, and World Bank would provide $4 billion in assistance. The U.S. provided Ukraine with $700 million in economic assistance, marking Ukraine as the fourth largest recipient of American assistance anywhere in the world after Israel, Egypt, and Russia. 38 State Department reports praised Kuchma for adopting radical free market reforms resulting in the privatization of 90% of small enterprises and 8,000 of the largest firms, and for bringing in young economic reformers into his government who had a lot of exposure to the West. 39 Kuchma's son-in-law, Viktor Pinchuk, got access to lucrative privatization deals, then later became one of the largest donors of the Clinton Foundation, giving at least $8.6 million between 2009 and 2013. 40 Kuchma's authoritarianism was apparent in his ordering the arrest and deportation of Crimean President Yuri Meshkov after Crimeans voted for greater autonomy in March 1994, b. resorting to ballot-stuffing measures to fend off a communist challenge in 1999 elections, according to the OSCE's observation mission, c. suppressing a report indicating that military stocks worth $32 billion had been stolen and resold by corrupt officials, and d. being caught on tape ordering the kidnapping of investigative journalist Jeremy Kuzmarov, who was then murdered. 41. Clinton nevertheless affirmed that the U.S. stands with Ukraine, and heralded Kuzma when he visited the White House in November 1994 for leading a Ukrainian renaissance, comparing him to Franklin D. Roosevelt for creating hope during a period of economic depression. 42. Kuzma's lack of popularity was apparent, however, in his igniting a separatist movement in eastern Ukraine after his government lifted coal subsidies to reduce budget deficits and inflation, resulting in mounting financial losses and payment arrears across all sectors of the economy. Austerity measures combined with privatization led ultimately to deindustrialization. 43. Before visiting Washington, Kuzma had signed a nuclear non-proliferation treaty that resulted in the dismantling of the world's third-largest nuclear arsenal that Ukraine had inherited from the Soviet Union, giving the U.S. an overwhelming monopoly on nuclear weapons. 44. Kuzma also had Ukraine join the Partnership for Peace, whose aim was to move Ukraine and other signatories closer to NATO, which Kuzma considered a factor of stability in Europe. Ukrainian troops participated in U.S.-led military training exercises with counterparts in Moldova and Georgia, a particularly provocative exercise in 1997 off the coast of Crimea, home of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, prompted anti-NATO protests. 45. In an attempt to shore up the post-Soviet capitalist order, Ukrainian law enforcement agencies under Kuzma received technical assistance through the State Department's International Criminal Investigative Training Assistance Program, which was established by the Clinton administration to professionalize police services in foreign nations. Police aid was also provided through Department of State's International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Bureau, whose budget for Ukraine was over $3 million in 1999. 46. The Baltic states, establishing neocolonial dependence. Clinton forged another strong alliance with post-Soviet government of Lithuania, which jailed Soviet sympathizers and was accused by the head of the Jewish organization, B'nai B'rith, of excusing or dignifying Lithuania's wartime Nazi collaborationist past as anti-Soviet resistance. 47. Lithuania received expanded U.S. economic and security assistance under the Warsaw Initiative with the other Baltic states, and in 1998 hosted a U.S. military training exercise, which sent a belligerent signal to Moscow. 48. The Clinton administration considered Lithuania an important ally, grooming it for NATO membership like Ukraine. Accordingly, it saw to it that Lithuania removed Russian troops from its soil and embraced neoliberal economic policies that benefited U.S. investors. Under Algirdas Brazauskas, Lithuania signed a tax treaty promoted by Treasury Secretary Robert Rubin that removed significant tax barriers for U.S. firms. Among the beneficiaries was West Telephone Corporation, a subsidiary of AT&T that signed a $200 million telecommunications contract with the Lithuanian government, which between 1991 and 1996 privatized 40% of state property. 49. Clinton's State Department supported a particularly controversial deal by which Lithuania sold a major portion of the formerly state-run oil company, Mazuco Nafta, to the Williams Energy Company of Tulsa, Oklahoma, including a 319,000 barrel per day refinery near the Latvian border. The Russian company Lukoil stopped shipping oil because it had wanted a controlling interest. Romualdas Ozolas, opposition deputy in the Lithuanian parliament, had warned that the Williams sale would bring about neocolonial dependence, calling the deal a crime in which an American company dictated conditions that were unacceptable to Lithuanians. 50. The Clinton administration's strategy, supported by Democrats in Congress like Joe Biden and Richard Durbin, was generally to pry the Baltics and other former Soviet satellites away from the Russian orbit and integrate them into transatlantic political, economic, and security structures, as Clinton put it. 51. As in elsewhere in Eastern Europe, the administration pushed for economic liberalization, including privatization and the lifting of price controls, with much foreign aid designed to ease any economic dislocations. 52. A unique public-private initiative was developed with the George Soros Foundation, which supported new NGOs and civil society organizations that were anti-communist. A major land privatization initiative was also advanced in Moldova. 53. The Clinton administration further supported a $50 million American enterprise fund in the Baltic states modeled after similar funds that were established with other Eastern European countries designed to promote private sector development, privatization, and joint venture initiatives. This was accompanied by the commitment of millions of dollars to transfer U.S. technical expertise and expand financing for equity and loans in support of private enterprise in the Baltics. 54. To help sustain the post-communist economic order, the Clinton administration devoted significant funds to beef up security assistance. It developed a Baltic peacekeeping battalion, which took part in field exercises with U.S. and NATO units and served alongside NATO forces in Bosnia. The three Baltic states were now invited to take part in the U.S. foreign military sales program and allowed to make commercial purchases of U.S. defense articles. 55. A favored Baltic leader was Estonian Prime Minister Mart Laar, who was awarded the Milton Friedman Medal for having instituted a low flat tax, eliminated tariffs, and privatized 90% of his country's economy while embracing NATO expansion. 56. Laar was the author of a book that idealized the Forrest brothers, CIA-backed partisans who collaborated with the Nazis in World War II, then fought the Soviet occupation of Estonia during the Cold War. 57. The book gives a good indication of Laar's strong anti-communist, anti-Russian perspective, which the Clinton administration valued. Pimping for the Oil Cartel, the new great game in Central Asia. With the breakup of the Soviet Union, American government officials and oil industry executives saw an opportunity to expand American access to Central Asia's rich oil and natural gas resources, triggering a new great game of competition with the Russians that would continue through the 21st century. Future Vice President Dick Cheney, then the CEO of Halliburton, a pipeline services vendor based in Texas, enthused in 1998, "I can't think of a time when we've had a region as suddenly to become as strategically significant as the Caspian. It's almost as if the opportunities have arisen overnight. The good Lord didn't see fit to put oil and gas only where there are democratically elected regimes friendly to the United States. Occasionally we have to operate in places where, all things considered, one would normally not choose to go. But we go where the business is." 58. Sheila Heslin of the U.S. National Security Council acknowledged that the essence of U.S. intervention in Central Asia and the Caucasus in the 1990s was to break Russia's monopoly of control over the transportation of oil from the region. 59. Even Boris Yeltsin decried U.S. penetration, which he said hurt Russian interests. 60. Hugh Pope observed in the Wall Street Journal that today's great oil game is just as treacherous. The struggle typically pits Western interests against Russians fighting a rearguard action in their old backyard. 61. In 1997, the U.S. Department of State told Congress that the Caspian Basin held as much as 200 billion barrels of oil, about 10 times the amount found in the North Sea, and a third of the Persian Gulf's total reserves. 62. In the next 3 years, the Clinton administration provided $175 million in arms and military training and over $1 billion in aid to countries in the region, which strategic planners sought to incorporate into a vast U.S. dependency. Georgia specifically received $302 million to bolster the government of Eduard Shevardnadze, who had come to power in a coup d'état backed by the Western powers which toppled nationalist Zviad Gamsakhurdia, who died under suspicious circumstances a year later. Clinton approved a CIA program to send special forces into Georgia to protect Shevardnadze, who eliminated political opponents and had close ties to mafia warlord, Jaba Iosliani. Nicknamed the Old Fox, Shevardnadze further led the violent suppression of Russian-backed separatist movements in Ossetia and Abkhazia, where, according to one observer, Georgian paramilitary units marched on village after village, burning, pillaging, raping and killing. 63. Shevardnadze's main value to the West was his commitment to protecting the main export oil pipeline that crossed Georgia from Azerbaijan on the way to Turkey in an attempt to bypass Russia. Shevardnadze also opened up Georgia's economy to foreign capital and acquiesced to Georgia's membership in the World Trade Organization. 64 CIA agent Robert Baer recounted in his memoirs how he had refused a request by the State Department to sell Shevardnadze a Matador air defense system because the CIA had a video of his intelligence service shooting 6 blindfolded prisoners in the back of the head. 65. Another prime recipient of U.S. aid in Central Asia, Nursultan Nazarbayev of Kazakhstan, was described as somewhere between Franco and Chile. 66 Nazarbayev's mafia-style tactics were apparent when the decapitated carcass of a dog was left outside the office of a newspaper that reported he had stashed over $1 billion in state oil money in Swiss bank accounts, with a warning that there won't be a next time. 67 The money had come from the sale of a 20% stake in the Tengiz offshore oil fields to Chevron, and from $78 million in bribes given by an American oil industry consultant, James Giffen, the de facto U.S. ambassador who worked for Nazarbayev and claimed to have had the approval of the CIA in helping to secure Chevron's concession. 68. Clinton's close personal relationship with Nazarbayev was solidified in 2005 when he enjoyed a decadent midnight feast with the dictator while helping to secure a uranium mining concession for Clinton Foundation donor James Giestra. 69 Clinton had first met with Nazarbayev in the White House on Valentine's Day in 1994, where he announced a tripling of foreign aid and affirmed that he was impressed by Kazakhstan's openness to U.S. business investment, mentioning Chevron, Philip Morris, and Mobil, which signed a deal for offshore drilling in an area previously designated as a nature reserve that housed some of the Earth's largest freshwater fish. Strobe Talbot told Clinton before the meeting that we want Kazakhstan, with its sea of oil, to be securely fixed in international, economic, political, and security structures. 70. These new structures did not benefit the Kazakh people. 100 oil workers died and many more got sick working on the Tengiz oil field between 1996 and 2004, most of them young men who developed blood and liver problems. A local environmental group claims that the tests from 30,000 seals that died in 2003 revealed similar symptoms. A World Bank study in 2002 found 71% of the Kazakh population living on less than $2 per day. The country at the time ranked 122nd out of 145 countries in Transparency International's Corruption Index. 71. In 1997, Nazarbayev signed a defense cooperation agreement with Defense Secretary William Cohen calling for regular contacts and exchanges between U.S. and Kazakh officers. The Clinton administration subsequently provided Nazarbayev a fast patrol boat, the Dauntless, and advanced training to Kazakh military personnel while carrying out joint military exercises like Operation Centrazbat 97, in which 500 paratroopers from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division jumped into a battle zone near the Tian Shan Mountains. 72. Further exercises were carried out with Uzbekistan under the auspices of the NATO Partnership for Peace program, in which the U.S. military nurtured the embryo of a NATO-led military force in Central Asia. 73. The egregious double standard regarding human rights was exemplified by the harsh rule of Islam Karamuev, who employed forced labor and was accused by British Ambassador Craig Murray of boiling 2 of his opponents alive in the face of an Islamist rebellion backed by Saudi Arabia. 74. Robert Baer wrote that the deeper I got, the more Caspian oil money I found sloshing all around Washington. 75 American oil companies had begun obtaining concessions in Central Asia just after the demise of the Soviet Union, and thereafter began lobbying vigorously for a more interventionist foreign policy. The Washington Post, in a 3-part series entitled Pipe Dreams: The Struggle for Caspian Oil, spotlighted the lobbying efforts of Don Stacy, Director of Eurasian Operations at Amoco Corporation, who at a political gathering at the White House on August 6, 1996, emphasized the strategic importance of Azerbaijan's oil deposits. According to the Post, one listener at the gathering was riveted President Bill Clinton, who jumped in to clarify several geopolitical points, then strode to a blackboard and drew a remarkably accurate map of the Caspian region. Before the meeting ended, Amoco, the largest U.S. investor in Azerbaijan's oil boom, had what it wanted, a promise from Clinton to invite the Azerbaijani president, Haydar Aliyev, to Washington. 6 months later, the company, which traditionally donated heavily to the Republicans, contributed $50,000 to the Democratic Party. After signing a bilateral investment treaty, Clinton subsequently received Aliyev at the White House with full honors, witnessed the signing of a new Amoco oil exploration deal, and promised to lobby Congress to lift economic sanctions on Azerbaijan, which had been imposed because of its war with Armenia. 76 Clinton said that by working closely with Azerbaijan to tap the Caspian's resources, we not only help Azerbaijan to prosper, we also help diversify our energy supply and strengthen our energy security. 77. On the same visit, Aliyev met with Defense Secretary William Cohen to discuss stronger U.S. Azerbaijani defense cooperation and possible American training of the Azerbaijani army. This alarmed Russia and Armenia, whom the Azeris accused of occupying Azerbaijan territory. This prompted Aliyev to initiate a more violent phase of the 1992 to 1994 war that left 30,000 people dead. 78. In a joint press conference, Clinton praised Aliyev's success in strengthening Azerbaijan, implementing economic reform, including large-scale privatization, and spurring economic growth. 79 On Aliyev's death in 2003, however, the New York Times reported that living standards had declined since the end of Soviet rule and that the average Azeri earned just $650 per year. 80 Corruption was endemic and natural gas was barely available outside the capital, Baku, despite the discovery of world-class natural gas fields by BP, Amoco, and others offshore in the Caspian Sea. 81 In his remarks, Clinton further left out Aliyev's routine torture of political opponents and the fact that Aliyev was a protege of Soviet leader Leonid Brezhnev, who first gained power in 1969 after a career as a KGB general. 82 According to Western diplomatic sources, when Aliyev led an armed uprising in 1993 against Azerbaijan's elected president, Abulfaz Elchaibi, he was assisted by mercenaries in the employ of Mega Oil, which had employed veterans of the secret war in Laos and the Iran-Contra affair, notably Richard Secord and Heine Aderholt. The mercenaries were based at 3 Azeri army camps where they conducted a military training program. American diplomats put the total number of American trainers who were paid about $12 million at about a dozen, which suggested they were training a bodyguard force. 83 These soldiers of fortune were accompanied by up to 1,000 Afghan mujahideen, who helped push back Armenian invaders, who had been supplied by Russia, along the Azeri-Iranian border. Russian paratroopers were also training supporters of the Azeri Prime Minister Surat Husyanov as a counterweight to the pro-Western Aliyev, who wanted to open up Azerbaijan's oil reserves to exploration by Western companies and even said he'd welcome a NATO base. 84 CIA National Council on Intelligence's Deputy Director, Grammy Fuller, a key architect in the creation of the Mujahideen to fight Afghanistan and later the USSR, had stated that the policy of guiding the evolution of Islam and of helping them against our adversaries worked marvelously well in Afghanistan against the Red Army. The same doctrines can still be used to destabilize what remains of Russian power. 85 The U.S. Congressional Task Force on Terrorism and Unconventional Warfare's director, Yosef Bodansky, detailed the extent of the CIA's strategy to destabilize Central Asia by using Islamist jihad in the Caucasus as a way to deprive Russia of a viable pipeline route through spiraling violence and terrorism, primarily by encouraging Western-aligned Muslim states to continue to provide support for militant groups. 86 So much for the integrity of Clinton's war on terror. In September 1994, Aliyev signed what he called the deal of the century, in which a consortium called the Azerbaijan International Operation Company agreed to spend $7.4 billion to develop 3 major oil fields in the Caspian Sea, Azeri, Chirag, and Gunchli. The Soviets had banned offshore drilling in the Caspian Sea, which had been designated as a nature reserve and possessed some of the world's largest freshwater fish. 87 U.S. companies Amoco, McDermott, Unocal, and Pennzoil collectively took more than 40% of the King's ransom, by far the largest share, with Exxon Corp joining AIOC the following year. In a clear conflict of interest, Deputy National Security Advisor Sandy Berger, who headed an interagency committee on Caspian oil policy, held $90,000 worth of stock in Amoco, while National Security Advisor Anthony Lake owned over $300,000 in Exxon stock. Prior to Exxon's joining the AIOC, Aliyev had received a call from the State Department's Deputy Undersecretary for Economic Affairs, Joan Spiro, speaking in the name of Warren Christopher, who threatened to cut off aid to Aliyev if he did not give Exxon a favorable deal. Robert Baer, in hearing about this, wrote in his memoirs that he found it hard to avoid the conclusion that the Clinton administration was pimping for Exxon 88 and for Amoco. The Americans seeking to make their fortune in the new oil dorado included such luminaries of the national security establishment as Henry Kissinger, James A. Baker, Dick Cheney, Lloyd Bentsen, John Sununu, and Brent Scowcroft, who were all advisors to the newly U.S. established Azerbaijan Chamber of Commerce, and Zbigniew Brzezinski, Jimmy Carter's national security advisor, who became a paid consultant to Amoco. 89. Brzezinski had described Azerbaijan as the vitally important cork in the bottle containing the riches of the Caspian Sea Basin and Central Asia. 90 In September 1995, he was asked to carry a letter from Clinton to Aliyev asking him to give the U.S. preference to two pipelines, which could transport the oil through Turkey while bypassing Russia and Iran. In return, Clinton said he promised to resolve the dispute with Armenia over Nagorno-Karabakh. 91 Clinton nearly botched the agreement when the first two peace mediators that he appointed, according to one of Aliyev's top advisors, displayed illiteracy and ignorance of the Armenian-Azerbaijan conflict. 92 He subsequently appointed a more seasoned mediator, and in 1999, to Russia's chagrin, the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan pipeline was approved and built by 2005. 93 Oil industry fixer Illy Khalil noted that Americans want their gasoline cheap. But it's not possible without cutting a few corners. 94 This cutting of corners had serious implications that included the irrevocable corruption of the American government, empowerment of sordid dictatorships, and destabilization of much of Central Asia, and triggered a dangerous escalation of conflict with Russia that persisted into the first 2 decades of the 21st century. Putin and the New Cold War. The history recounted in this chapter provides a crucial backstop to the escalation of a new Cold War and rise of Vladimir Putin, a lawyer with a PhD in economics who has become a key political leader in Russia for over 20 years after his election as president in 2000. Putin's worldview dovetailed with that of Alexander Dugin, author of the 1997 book, The Foundation of Geopolitics, The Geopolitical Future of Russia, which called for Russia to rebuild its influence in Eurasia to counter Western imperialism or Atlanticism and to reinvigorate the Russian Orthodox Church. According to Stephen Hall, the former CIA station chief in Russia, Yeltsin's reliance on Clinton and U.S. interference in the 1996 election greatly disturbed Putin, who concluded that flirting with so-called democracy was nothing more than the U.S. and other Western countries trying to weaken Great Russia. 95 Putin said also that the U.S. had treated Russia like a colony in the 1990s, with trillions of dollars siphoned out of the country under a variety of schemes. 96 When Putin first came to office, one of his first measures was to redraw the map to strengthen Moscow's control over Russia's far-flung regions, issuing a decree grouping the nation's 89 provinces into 7 new federal districts, each to be overseen by a representative of the Kremlin. 97 In the 1990s, Putin stated that the support of separatism in Russia from abroad, including the informational, political, and financial, through intelligence services, was absolutely obvious. There is no doubt that they would have loved to see the Yugoslavia scenario of collapse and dismemberment for us, with all the tragic consequences it would have for the peoples of Russia. 98 Putin's considerable popularity in Russia stemmed from the fact that he prevented the latter outcome, stabilized Russia's economy and restored Russia's independence and self-respect. Famed Russian author Alexander Solzhenitsyn stated, in a strong rebuke to Clinton-Gore policies, that Putin inherited a ransacked and bewildered country. And he started to do with it what was possible: a slow and gradual restoration. 99. This was in part achieved by strengthening Russia's military defenses, by ordering oligarchs to pay taxes, by regaining national control over oil and gas deposits sold off to ExxonMobil and other Western oil companies under Yeltsin, and by implementing policies that improved infrastructure, living standards, and led to a decrease in corruption and crime. Inflation, joblessness, and poverty rates subsequently declined while wages improved, and the economy grew tenfold. Putin cut Russia's national debt, stymied the exodus of Russian wealth abroad, and put in place a successful pension system. 100. Tensions between the US and Russia were elevated when Putin first took office by the mysterious sinking of the most powerful Russian nuclear submarine, the Kursk, in the Barents Sea in August 2000, which Russia attributed to a NATO submarine that had been in the area when the Kursk was lost. 101 While initially Putin had positive diplomatic relations with the George W. Bush administration, those relations began to break down after the Kremlin prosecuted pro-American oligarch Mikhail Khodorkovsky and refused to support the illegal U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003. This was followed by a more serious rupture in 2008, when Russia backed a separatist movement in Georgia that was put down by the American-backed regime of Mikhail Saakashvili. 102 After a brief reset policy, relations deteriorated further when the Obama administration imposed economic sanctions on Russia in December 2012 in response to alleged human rights abuses, then backed a coup d'état in Ukraine in February 2014. 103. In January 2018, Senator Ben Cardin released a Foreign Relations Committee staff report purporting to detail Putin's nearly 2 decades-long assault on democratic institutions, universal values, and the rule of law across Europe and his own country. According to the report's analysis, Putin had restored the totalitarian features of the Tsarist and Soviet systems in Russia, combining military adventurism and aggression abroad with propaganda and political repression at home. 104. This assessment was greatly misleading. Among other things, it obscured how many of Putin's foreign policies were initiated in response to the expansion of NATO in countries bordering Russia and aggressive U.S. drives in Central Asia, and as a reaction to the economic cataclysm and degradation of Russian society bred by Clinton and Bush I administration policies. Putin's prior service from 1985 to 1990 as a KGB agent also enhanced his credibility in confronting organized crime, whose growth was another legacy of the Clinton era. Unfortunately, the American public was not well attuned to the recent history of U.S. Russian relations and the story of the shock therapy it suffered and its aftermath. If they had, they would not have fallen so easily prey to the demonization of Putin and rhetoric of the new Cold War. Author Alex Krainer stated in an interview that Russia was supposed to have continued the course initiated by Boris Yeltsin in the 1990s in turning over its industry and resources to key Western interests and joining the New World Order. Putin has done the opposite. He has asserted Russia's sovereignty, blocked the theft of Russia's resources, including oil, and asserted control over the Russian central bank. 105. This helps to explain the demonization of Putin and bipartisan opposition to him in the United States. Americans had been led to believe that capitalism and democracy were working well to remake Russia anew until Putin took charge and restored the old corrupt authoritarian order. This mendacious view whitewashed among other things American contributions to Russia's corruption during the Yeltsin era through the promotion of overzealous privatization initiatives. Many of the people promoting a new Cold War with Russia were the same financial elites who profited from its foreign plunder in the 1990s. One of the chief figures lobbying for economic sanctions, William F. Browder, was a billionaire hedge fund manager and grandson of U.S. Communist Party leader Earl Browder. His Hermitage capital made millions of dollars in the 1990s selling privatization vouchers which Hermitage bought from desperate Russians. A customer of the money laundering company, Mossack Fonseca, Browder fled Russia after being prosecuted by the Russian government for tax evasion. In 2017, he was convicted by a Russian court in absentia. Subsequent to his escape, he claimed to have been robbed of $237 million by the Russian government, though an independent investigation concluded that he was the one to have likely orchestrated the theft. 106. British writer John Hobson, in his 1902 classic work, Imperialism, a Study, provided an enlightened understanding of how the British Empire was driven by financial elites who sought outlets for new investments and unduly influenced government policy. With regard to the United States, Hobson wrote that it is Messrs. Rockefeller, Pierpont Morgan, Hanna, Schwab, and their associates who need imperialism, because they desire to use the public resources of their country to find profitable employment for the capital which otherwise would be superfluous. 107. A review of the history of America's crusade to privatize Russia's economy in the 1990s and U.S. policies in the Baltics and Central Asia, confirms Hobson's maxim. While the architects of U.S. policy may have believed in the ideals they were espousing, their programs were ultimately designed to benefit financial elites, large corporations, and the capitalist classes rather than the population at large. The expansion of investment opportunities had all along been a main goal of U.S. foreign policy, as Clinton administration officials openly admitted. Their crusade to remake a new Russia following the fall of the Soviet Union and dominate Central Asia was perhaps predictable in light of the previous 80 years of history, but no less damaging to the Russian people and prospects for a peaceful post-Cold War order. Chapter 6. Imperial Oversight, the Clinton Administration and Southeast Asia. Pax Americana Illusions. Standing in for the President at the annual meeting of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Forum, whose purpose was to advance free trade, Vice President Al Gore in November 1998 rebuked Malaysian Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad, who had imposed capital controls in response to the 1997 Asian financial crisis. Furthermore, Mohamad had rejected the International Monetary Fund, recommended austerity measures on the ground that he did not think that he should have to destroy the economy in order that it should become better. Gore countered that democracies have done better in coping with economic crises than nations where freedom is suppressed, and called for democracy and reform, people power, doi moi, and reformasi, the slogans of reform movements in the Philippines, Vietnam, and Malaysia. 1. Gore's remarks did not sit well with Mahathir Mohamad and the Malaysian government, which accused him of interference in the political affairs of their country, inciting lawlessness and encouraging political enemies bent on overthrowing it. These enemies included Deputy Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, whose supporters had rioted in the streets demanding the ouster of Mahathir. 2 According to the Japan Times, if successful, Ibrahim's supporters would have strengthened and expanded the power of Islamic radicals and exacerbated conflicts with Malaysia's Chinese community, leading to a possible Kosovo-type conflict. 3 Malaysia's Foreign Minister Abdullah Ahmed Badawi said that Malays did not take kindly to sanctimonious sermonizing from any foreign quarter, especially the U.S., a country which is known to have committed gross violations of human rights. 4. The Mahathir episode provides a revealing window into the Clinton administration's foreign policy in Southeast Asia. Mahathir was singled out for rebuke because he had criticized Western policies and challenged the Washington Consensus attempt to export neoliberal economic policies emphasizing deregulation, privatization, cutbacks in the public sector, and lowered taxation and tariffs, through his adoption of capital controls in response to financial crisis. Mahathir also began calling on oppressed Arabs to turn away from suicide bombing and to fight the U.S. UK combine with the far more potent weapon of dumping the US dollar in favor of the euro. After the collapse of the Russian and Brazilian economies in 1998, even the IMF, which adhered strictly to the Washington Consensus, argued that Malaysian-type controls were necessary for emerging countries. The American Chamber of Commerce in Malaysia and ASEAN's Business Council also approved Mahathir's measures. Because of them, businesses in Malaysia were protected from wild fluctuations in exchange rates and the risk of volatile outflows of capital. GDP growth in the country reached 2.5% after the controls were introduced, compared to -6.7% the previous year. 5 While possessing some authoritarian features, Mahathir was a popular figure in Malaysia who oversaw the country's transformation from an underdeveloped post-colonial state to an industrialized upper-middle-income country with the highest living standards in Southeast Asia with the exception of Brunei and Singapore. He won 5 elections and became the longest-standing leader in the country's history. 6. By its attitude towards and treatment of Mahathir, the Clinton administration exposed itself as being dominated by political ideologues committed to advancing an economic model which widened social inequality and produced a period of spectacular U.S. economic growth followed by financial disaster. America's commitment to an unregulated style of capitalism was backed by 100,000 military troops stationed mostly in South Korea and Japan, where the U.S. had established military bases after proclaiming a dubious victory in the Korean War, which in actuality split the country and had concluded in an armistice and still unresolved tensions with its northern half. Subscribing to the tenets of American exceptionalism, the Clinton administration claimed that the U.S. troop presence was there because it was beneficial to Southeast Asia, freeing up the region's resources to focus on economic development, upholding democratically elected governments, and protecting the sea lanes for trade, including shipments of oil from the Persian Gulf, which sustained unprecedented economic prosperity and growth. The 1997 Asian financial crisis, however, punctured many of the illusions about Pax Americana in Southeast Asia and the economic system it had brought forward. The U.S. was exposed in the Mahathir affair not only as a bully, but also as a feckless one. Mahathir was able to survive in the end and advance alternative economic policies which were more popular and successful than those of the Washington Consensus. The APEC meeting ended in rancor with Japan taking the lead in scuttling any further market opening schemes. 7. The Clinton era generally saw the beginning signs of revolt against the American-dominated order in Southeast Asia, epitomized further by the downfall in Indonesia of the Suharto regime, a long-standing American client, and protests against American military bases after 3 Marines raped a teenage girl in Okinawa. 8 For all the triumphalism in Washington during the 1990s epitomized by Francis Fukuyama's declaration of the end of history, the unipolar order in Southeast Asia built up in the aftermath of World War II was not sustainable indefinitely and would with time unravel. Backing up globalization with military might, the Nye Report. The blueprint for the Clinton administration's policy in Southeast Asia was laid out in a February 1995 report issued by the Pentagon's Office of International and Security Affairs, headed by Harvard University professor Joseph Nye. This report advocated sustaining the approximately 100,000 military troops, based predominantly in South Korea and Japan, which Nye claimed preserved the peace and security of the entire Far East region, as they were well located for rapid deployment to virtually any trouble spot in the region. In Nye's assessment, the American record over the past half-century was one of consistent strength and leadership. The American security presence had helped provide the oxygen for East Asian development, in large part by advancing open economic systems, and deterring any aggression by communist powers like China and North Korea. The U.S. was a great beneficiary as in 1993 its trade with the Pacific region totaled over $374 billion, accounting for 2.8 million U.S. jobs. The Asia-Pacific region was the most dynamic in the world, whose prosperity was in part the result of successful American policies, which had underwritten Asian security and underpinned Asia's economic development. 9. While some aspects of its assessment were accurate, the Nye Report promoted a triumphalist narrative which ignored the violence and inequality underlying American hegemony in Southeast Asia. The U.S. wars of aggression in Korea and Indochina resulted in millions of deaths alone. 10. Bill Clinton echoed many of the themes from the Nye Report in his public speeches. From the beginning of his governorship in Arkansas, Clinton had been a particularly strong proponent of American business expansion in Southeast Asia, taking the first Arkansas trade mission to the Far East to Taiwan, Japan, and Hong Kong. 11 He and members of his administration saw themselves as crusaders intent on remaking Asia's dysfunctional crony capitalism with its close links between government, corporations and banks and ruling families into free market democracies styled after the U.S. 12. In a July 1993 speech in Seoul, Clinton advanced the vision of a Pacific community that was to be based on shared strength, shared prosperity, and shared commitment to democratic values. 13. This vision was given intellectual rationalization by an influential World Bank report, co-authored by Clinton's Treasury Secretary and former Harvard University President, Lawrence Summers, entitled The East Asian Miracle. It attributed the region's rapid economic growth from 1965 to 1990 to market-friendly policies that encouraged foreign business investment and high rates of international trade along with fiscal discipline and sound macroeconomic management. The report claimed that the most successful governments were those that were less vulnerable and less responsive to organized labor's demands to legislate a minimum wage, and that they focused their efforts on job generation, effectively boosting the demand for workers. 14. This assessment dovetailed very nicely with the interests of multinational corporations which were looking to offshore production to take advantage of weak labor standards, and which generously financed Clinton's political campaigns. Karen Talbot provided a critical assessment of Clinton's foreign policy in a fall 1999 article in Covered Action Quarterly entitled Backing Up Globalization with Military Might. It quoted from a speech by Dr. Joseph Gerson, director of the New England branch of the American Friends Service Committee, who stated that in the Asia-Pacific region, the U.S. was enforcing its 21st-century open-door policy by means of the IMF, World Bank, bases and forward deployments, the Seventh Fleet and its nuclear arsenal, as it seeks to simultaneously contain and engage China, to dominate the sea lanes and straits through which the region's trade and supplies of oil must travel. Talbot wrote that Washington was regaining even greater access to ports and bases in the Philippines under the 1998 Visiting Forces Agreement, which allowed U.S. warships to participate in joint military exercises and exempted military personnel from being tried in local courts for criminal offenses. Washington had also recently arranged to use a new naval base in Singapore, and strengthen ties to Indonesia to prevent loss of access to its natural resources and markets and strategically important shipping lanes. It was also stepping up war games conducted in the Republic of Korea, and supporting Gulf of Tonkin-style provocations such as the sinking of one North Korean boat and damaging another in a dispute over crab fishing. 15. Clinton's greatest value to the national security establishment had always been in his ability, along with his wife, to co-opt and neuter the 1960s left, and to channel activist energies in support of political causes that either dovetailed with American imperial objectives or diverted attention away from them. Many liberal activists in the 1990s embraced the Free Tibet movement, which, like the subsequent Save Darfur movement, conveniently targeted a geopolitical foe of the United States. Far fewer people embraced the cause of the East Timorese or Okinawans battling against the presence of U.S. military bases on their land or challenged the premise underlying the Nye Report and Summers' East Asian Miracle text, which guided U.S. foreign policy through much of the Clinton era. Arming Taiwan, deep-sixing Nixon's cooperative approach to China. In May 1995, President Clinton set off a firestorm when he succumbed to congressional pressure and granted Taiwan President Lee Teng-hui a visa which enabled him to enter the United States and attend Cornell University's alumni reunion. Lee in turn gave an inflammatory speech beamed around the world in which he proclaimed the sovereignty of the Republic of Taiwan, to the cheers of supporters waving Nationalist Party flags, the symbol of Chiang Kai-shek's government in exile. 16. Chiang was the leader of the Chinese nationalists who had fled to Taiwan in 1949, with U.S. military support, after his defeat by Mao Zedong in the Chinese Civil War. 4 years earlier, Taiwan had returned to Chinese sovereignty after 50 years of Japanese colonial rule. Nonetheless, Chiang still ruled Taiwan with an iron fist until his death in 1978 and was succeeded by his son, Chiang Ching-kuo, who extended the island's period of martial law in which around 200,000 people were imprisoned or tortured and 3,000 to 4,000 were executed by the GMD. 17. In 1955, the U.S. military established the United States Taiwan Defense Command, deploying nuclear weapons to the island and occupying it with thousands of U.S. troops until 1979. The People's Republic of China has always considered Taiwan to be part of the Chinese mainland in a position validated by the UN. In August 2022, The spokesperson for the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres said, "The policy of the United Nations on this issue is that we are guided by General Assembly Resolution 2758 from 1971 on One China, which expelled the representatives of Chiang Kai-shek from the UN. 18. Predictably, the PRC leadership was angered by Taiwan President Lee's Cornell speech, condemning Lee as a separatist who was seeking to split the motherland. The PRC responded by firing 6 ballistic missiles into the East China Sea 100 miles north of Taiwan, causing the Taiwanese stock market to plunge. Beijing further approved a program of military exercises that included mock amphibious assaults, air combat displays and live fire drills, which gave off the appearance of an actual attack on Taiwan. Fearing that a confrontation with the PRC could undermine his presidency, Clinton sent a U.S. naval carrier to the Taiwan Straits in the biggest display of American military might in Asia since the Vietnam War, causing China to back down. 19. A number of Clinton's advisors, including the departing ambassador to Beijing, J. Stapleton Roy, believed that if only Clinton had been paying attention to China policy all along, he could have foreseen the congressional steamroller resulting from admitting Li Tenghui and preempted the crisis through consultation with Beijing and affirming the One China principle, which was at the time and remains official U.S. policy. 20. Instead, Clinton had antagonized the Chinese further by expanding arms sales to Taiwan, which came to rank second to Saudi Arabia as the largest recipient of American arms. 21. In December 1986, Clinton had given a speech in Taiwan challenging the government to reduce trade barriers and invest its cash reserves in America. The Taiwanese were good customers for Arkansas soybeans and manufactured products such as electric motors and parking meters, which drove Clinton's desire for stronger relations from that time forward. 22. In January 1994, Taiwan signed a deal that enabled its purchase of F-16 fighter jets, subsequently ordered 54 American helicopters and had plans to buy Patriot missile technology, American surveillance planes, U.S.-made frigates, shipbound guns and missiles, as well as older Patton tanks. In 1999, the Clinton administration informed Congress of its intent to sell Taiwan E-2T Hawkeye's advanced early warning radar aircraft, and delivered to Taiwan Aegis destroyers equipped with state-of-the-art surface-to-air missiles and Tomahawk cruise missiles to boost its naval capabilities in the Taiwan Straits. 23. From 1996 to 1999, the Commander-in-Chief of American Forces in the Pacific, Admiral Joseph W. Brooker, had undertaken extensive contingency planning for the defense of Taiwan, on the greatest scale since the 1950s, when the 7th Fleet twice sent warships into Taiwan Straits to prevent a mainland invasion. 24. This was another clear provocation in Chinese eyes, and a violation of an earlier pledge that America would show restraint by only providing limited defensive arms to Taiwan during the transitional era that was to follow the establishment of formal diplomatic relations with Beijing in 1979. 25. China at this time began pressing its claims in the South China Sea, whose subsea resources included potentially vast untapped oil and natural gas deposits. The U.S. 7th Fleet, based in Yokosuka, Japan, conducted regular military maneuvers in these waters. Their importance was magnified by the fact that a lot of Japanese oil comes through the Straits of Malacca, turns left, and heads through the South China Sea to Japan, as Admiral Timothy J. Keating, the commander of the 7th Fleet, explained. 26. Since the Chinese Revolution of 1949, America's grand strategy in Asia had been to build up Japan as a bulwark against Communist China while running covert operations to destabilize China and co-opt its elite. 27. Samuel Huntington's 1996 book, The Clash of Civilizations, identified China as a threat to Anglo-American world domination because of its spectacular economic growth in the late Maoist period and under the leadership of Deng Xiaoping. 28. During the 1992 election, most of the Chinese Communist Party leadership had preferred George H.W. Bush, whom Clinton had criticized for coddling the butchers of Beijing following the purported 1989 Tiananmen Square massacre. 29. The CCP's judgment was sustained by the Clinton administration's actions, including its bombing of the Chinese embassy in Belgrade, and the arrest of U.S. scientist Wen Ho for allegedly spying for China. 30 Beginning in the mid-1990s, the National Endowment for Democracy began providing $150,000 per year to the China Strategic Institute, a dissident think tank in Washington which put out a pro-democracy newsletter aimed at Chinese intellectuals and CCP members. 31 Clinton further antagonized the CCP by meeting with Tibet's Dalai Lama on 4 occasions during his presidency. 32 The Dalai Lama had lived in exile since 1959 following a failed uprising against the PRC backed by the CIA. China viewed the meetings with the Dalai Lama as serious interference in China's internal affairs and part of a campaign of destabilization targeting a Chinese province of key strategic importance, which was a great water source and possessed the world's largest uranium and borax deposits, oil, enormous iron deposits, over 80,000 gold mines, and the largest timber reserves at China's disposal. 33 Opening the China market while playing a double game. The Clinton administration played a double game by advancing a military containment strategy designed to undercut China's growing threat to American regional hegemony, while also trying to ameliorate personal relations with China's leaders. Deng Xiaoping, for example, was welcomed to Disneyland, and in 1997 when Jiang Zemin visited Washington, Clinton spoke of a constructive strategic partnership. Two-way trade between the U.S. and China reached $116 billion in the year 2000. Historian Michael Schaller wrote that the fabled China market seemed to have finally arrived, but in an unanticipated form. The United States that year sold China goods valued at about $16 billion while importing $100 billion in Chinese products. 34 The reason for these lopsided figures was that multinational corporations set up factories in China following reforms initiated by Deng Xiaoping, easing restrictions on foreign businesses taking advantage of cheap labor and increasing their purchase of goods from Chinese factories where there was low overhead cost. Special economic zones like in Shenzhen offered no taxes on foreign business, and transportation costs were reduced as a result of the CCP's huge infrastructural development program. 35 Influenced also by business lobbies, the Clinton administration promoted the expansion of trade as a means of integrating China into a regional system dominated by the U.S. The Democratic Leadership Council demanded that Clinton renew the country's most favored nation status. Some of its leading corporate contributors had close commercial relations with Peking, including at least 3 firms holding seats on the council's board: Xerox, which controlled 45% of China's desktop copier market; PepsiCo, which held over $350 million investments in China; and Merck Frost, whose CEO visited Peking to explore business opportunities. 36 To the delight of these and other U.S.-based multinational corporations, in the last year of his presidency Clinton signed a major trade bill opposed by the AFL-CIO which supported China's entry into the World Trade Organization. 37 This represented the fulfillment of the dream of U.S. policymakers going back to the late 19th century of opening up the China market. 38 Prior to this time, the U.S. had slapped high import duties or tariffs on Chinese-made goods in response to its human rights record. Congressman Sander Levin described China's WTO accession as potentially the most important economic event since Marco Polo, the Venetian traveler, ventured to China 700 years ago. 39 It compelled China to relax over 7,000 tariffs, quotas, and other trade barriers and further open up various industries, including telecommunications, to foreign corporations and investment. According to Clinton, by joining the WTO, China is not simply agreeing to import more of our products, it is agreeing to import one of democracy's most cherished values, economic freedom. 40 Among the biggest winners were Clinton's old Arkansas friends, the Walton family, owners of Walmart, which dramatically increased its investment in production in China, opened hundreds of new stores and made billions of dollars. The biggest losers were many of China's farmers who were uprooted owing to WTO-sanctioned imports of soybeans and other products, along with American manufacturers who couldn't compete with cheaper Chinese imports and American workers who never forgave the Clintons for their betrayal. 41 Although the U.S. realized genuine economic benefits, Largely as a result of this policy, America's trade deficit increased from $70 billion in 1999 to $162 billion in 2005.42 from 1999 to 2011. Competition from China cost the United States more than 2 million factory jobs, which could be attributed in part to China's joining the WTO. 43. Clinton's top point man for China, Winston Lord, the Assistant Secretary of State for Far Eastern Affairs from 1993 to 1998, was an associate of Henry Kissinger and former chairman of the NED. He had tried to promote rapid privatization and free market reforms along the model of Russia and had encouraged protests during the late 1980s while U.S. ambassador, which had culminated in the events in Tiananmen Square. The goal of U.S. strategy at that time appears to have been to create political chaos inside China aimed at weakening control of the CCP over China's economic transformation, a strategy that continued under Clinton. 44 The legislation granting China permanent normal trade relations in 2000 explicitly included a promise of additional funds for the NED to help Chinese dissidents and to support destabilization efforts in Tibet and Hong Kong, which was returned to China in 1997 by Great Britain. 45. As part of Clinton's double game, however, the Clinton administration allowed China to buy 46 U.S.-made supercomputers that matched those used for U.S. national security purposes and allowed the defense contractor McDonnell Douglas to ship an almost complete intact missile and strategic bomber factory to the PRC, despite opposition from specialists at the Defense Department. Clinton also turned a blind eye to money laundering by Citibank, which used Chinese funds to pay for U.S. high technology that was then diverted to the Chinese military, including technology that helped China modernize its nuclear strike force. 46. Clinton furthermore reversed Reagan and Bush-era restrictions on the export of advanced technologies to China by removing satellite technologies from the State Department's munitions control list, a measure undertaken against the wishes of the Pentagon and State Department as a favor to the single largest donor to the Democratic Party around this time, Bernard Schwartz, CEO of Loral Space and Communications, who contributed over $1 million in 1997 alone. 47. The permission for the waiver was granted by Commerce Department Secretary Ron Brown, past chairman of the Democratic National Committee and champion of the opening of China's markets, who was killed in a suspicious plane crash in Croatia in April 1996. A beneficiary, China Aerospace, was a state-run Chinese company that employed Liu Chaoying, a lieutenant colonel in the Chinese army and daughter of a top Chinese government official who funneled $100,000 to the DNC during the 1996 presidential campaign through Democratic Party fundraiser Johnny Chung, who was later forced to return the money after being convicted of bank fraud, tax evasion, and violating election laws. 48. While using U.S. technology to beef up its military capability, China resented being lectured at about human rights when the U.S. carried out its own human rights violations. When U.S. Secretary of State Warren Christopher at a March 1994 summit asserted that human rights will be at the top of my agenda, Prime Minister Li Peng responded that China would never accept the U.S. concept of human rights, and that you've got racism and human rights problems in the United States too, so don't come over here and talk to us about human rights problems. 49. At the end of its second term, the Clinton administration facilitated closer strategic ties with India, which at the time was ruled by a coalition government headed by the Bharatiya Janatha Party, an extreme right-wing formation, which promoted a Hindu chauvinist agenda. 50. The rampant xenophobia in the United States at the time was exemplified by the March 24, 1997 cover of the conservative magazine, The National Review, which portrayed Bill and Hillary Clinton and Al Gore in yellowface, and depicted the president as a buck-toothed, squinty-eyed houseboy wearing a straw hat serving tea. The First Lady wore a Red Guard outfit and waved a copy of Mao's Little Red Book, and the hapless vice president wore Buddhist robes and carried a monk's begging bowl stuffed with cash. The main article repeated the falsehood that China had bought the 1996 U.S. election and owned the president. 51. Our kind of guy, Clinton, General Suharto, and Indonesia. The double standards of America's human rights policies were again manifested in Indonesia, where Clinton opposed a measure introduced by Senator Russell Feingold which would have restricted arms sales to the government of General Suharto. Clinton also skirted a congressional ban on training Indonesian troops by allowing Jakarta to pay for its soldiers' military education in the U.S.52. Voted by Transparency International as the most corrupt politician in modern history, General Suharto had come to power in a bloody CIA-backed coup d'état in 1965, which wiped out the Indonesian Community Party and killed over 1 million people. The political establishment in Washington was thrilled at the time to have pried Indonesia away from the communist orbit. The country had a great deal of mineral wealth and was located astride key communications lines. 53. In November 1994, Clinton's State Department helped secure business deals with Suharto for projects worth over $40 billion. Beneficiaries included AT&T, Motorola, which signed a $104 million contract to provide a state-of-the-art radio communications system, Hughes Corp., and Federal Express. California Energy and Unocal signed a groundbreaking deal with Indonesia's state oil company, Pertamina, to expand exploration and development of geothermal generating capacity on the island of Java, while Esso, an affiliate of the Exxon Corporation, was given concessions for developing the largest offshore natural gas field in the Pacific to supply liquefied natural gas to Asian markets. 54. Clinton's personal relationship with Suharto was facilitated in part by Indonesian billionaire Mokhtar Riyadi and his son James, head of the Lipo Group business empire. During the 1992 election, Riyadi was the largest donor to the Clinton-Gore campaign, giving $450,000 and providing another $600,000 to Democratic Party candidates. Between 1992 and 1996, the Riyadis gave $840,000 to the Democratic Party, while many of their associates also gave money, down to an Indonesian gardener who worked for them, Arif Winandnata. 55. Earning his fortune in weapons smuggling, Mokhtar, who commanded the Bank of Central Asia, the third largest private banking firm in Indonesia, had first met Clinton in the early 1980s over cornbread and grits at one of Jack Stevens' regular lunches. Mokhtar had been introduced to Stevens by Bert Lance, Director of Office and Management under Jimmy Carter, who was Stevens' classmate at the U.S. Naval Academy. An investor in the infamous Bank of Commerce and Credit International along with Lance, Mokhtar had partnered with Stevens Incorporated and put his son James in charge of the Worthen Bank in Little Rock, a loan from which rescued Clinton's 1992 presidential campaign. Mokhtar also became an owner of the First National Bank of Mina during the height of the Contra smuggling operation. 56. Described as a God-fearing Christian who operated in the robber baron tradition of John D. Rockefeller, James Riyadi attended Clinton's inaugural and visited the White House 20 times during Clinton's first term. The Riyadis welcomed disgraced Clinton associates such as Webb Hubbell, who served 21 months in prison after being convicted of wire and tax fraud, and Jim Guy Tucker, Arkansas's governor from 1992, who was convicted of fraud in the Whitewater affair, to Jakarta to work with the Lipo Group and opened a Walmart in Indonesia. They also set up a corporation with C. Joseph Girwar Jr., a former partner at the Worthen Bank and Hillary's former boss at the Rose Law Firm, that matched the Riyadi conglomerate with American companies looking for business in China and Indonesia. 57. One of the Riyadis' main motives in buying Clinton's favor was to gain entree into the inner circle of General Suharto, who then helped them to become billionaires. 58. Riyadi had gained access to classified intelligence information through his connection to John Huang, a Democratic Party fundraiser who was granted a security clearance when he worked for the Commerce Department. 59. Suharto had wanted a better relationship with the U.S. president to facilitate the expansion of trade and investment in Indonesia, to purchase F-16 fighters, which he was ultimately allowed to do, and to secure American support on East Timor. 60. Clinton recalled that James Riyadi successfully persuaded him to meet Suharto at the 1993 Tokyo summit, and their relationship grew from there. 61. A senior administration official who dealt with Asian policy said, "He's our kind of guy." 62. In February 1994, in the midst of a formal government review of whether to permit Indonesia to continue to receive trade benefits, U.S. Trade Representative Mickey Cantor abruptly terminated the review process and announced that the Clinton administration was allowing Indonesia to keep its trade privileges, valued at more than $600 million a year to Indonesian companies. 63 The Wall Street Journal raised the question as to whether the major campaign contributions from the Riyadhis was a key factor that led Clinton to overlook major labor rights abuses in Indonesia, including in American corporations like Nike, which ran sweatshop factories there. 64. The average wage in manufacturing in Indonesia was 28 cents per hour. 65 Mining conglomerates like Freeport-McMoRan of New Orleans, the first foreign investor in the country after the Suharto coup, dumped thousands of tons of mining waste into local rivers every day, destroying local forests along the riverbank while hiring private mercenaries or calling on the army to repress local resistance. 66. Corporate opposition to the Feingold Amendment was coordinated by the U.S. on Business Council and American League for Exports and Security Assistance, some of whose members included Clinton donors like Lockheed, General Electric, and AT&T, which had won a $64.80 contract in Indonesia. 67 The Clinton administration in total provided over $500 million in economic assistance and sold and licensed the sale of hundreds of millions of dollars in weaponry to Jakarta. 68 It also established a police training program, which was in theory designed to combat transnational crime but was also designed to stabilize Suharto's rule and make sure that the radical left did not re-emerge. 69. State Department cables from the late 1990s reveal that thousands of PKI members remained in jail as political prisoners over 30 years after the 1965 CIA-backed coup. 70 The Indonesian military continued to oversee forced labor on U.S.-owned rubber plantations and to commit atrocities, crushing separatist movements in Irian Jaya, Aceh, Papua, and East Timor and targeting Islamic forces in Lampung. Suharto's overcrowded jails were filled with political prisoners and captives from these wars. 71. Clinton nevertheless praised Suharto for promoting regional stability during the Cold War and since and for his able leadership of APEC. 72 The Clinton administration sustained support for Suharto right up until his downfall in June 1998 when protests emerged because of the Asian financial crisis, which hit Indonesia particularly hard. The value of the rupiah dropped 90% at that time. Clinton told Suharto in a phone call on February 13, 1998 from Camp David, 3 months before he was deposed, "Your personal leadership has produced unprecedented economic growth and prosperity for Indonesia and its people. I am convinced you can get through the present difficulty." 73. Declassified documents show that the Clinton administration viewed the Indonesian military as a stabilizing force, even though they were well aware of the activities of the Special Forces in spring 1998 in crushing student-led anti-Suharto protests, torturing and disappearing pro-democracy activists and raping women. 74 A May 1998 State Department cable referenced a secret facility used to detain disappeared activists south of Jakarta, which student sources said was an elite Special Forces unit, whose former commander, General Prabowo Subianto, ordered the disappearances following an order from President Suharto. 75 Another cable discussed the massacre by Indonesian army officers of 6 demonstrators at Trisakti University, attributed to Subianto. Yet another emphasized that the ammunition used by Indonesian police and special forces who killed 17 people in Samagai came from American M16 rifles. 76. By mid-May, the death toll from Jakarta rioting had eclipsed 500. With the discovery of more remains in burned-out buildings. 77 Among the targets that rioters had burned was a supermall owned by the Riyadhis, which housed a Walmart and Ace hardware store. 78 Besides helping to perpetuate the conditions that had led to the upheaval, the Clinton administration sanctioned the training by American military advisors of elite Kopassus units in sniper techniques, demolition and air operations, and psychological warfare. Arms sales were fronted through the Israelis. Secretary of Defense William Cohen visited Kopassus headquarters where he spent 3 hours with Prabowo, implying a green light for his use of force to maintain the status quo. Cohen stated that the U.S. is close to and loves the Indonesian army. 79 When Suharto's fate was sealed after 3 decades of rule, the Clinton administration maneuvered behind the scenes to maintain the military's power and secure U.S. investor rights under the new democratic regime of B.J. Habibie, Suharto's vice president, who generated anger through his gradual approach towards the release of political prisoners. 80. After the financial crisis hit, the Clinton administration had played a key role in convincing Suharto to sign off on the IMF's structural adjustment program, which many scholars believe was responsible for Suharto's ouster. The cutting of subsidies for fuel and cooking oil pushed prices up and precipitated the rioting that ultimately brought Suharto down. Furthermore, Clinton nixed Suharto's efforts to create a currency board which had the prospect of artificially stabilizing the value of the rupee rather than letting it float and continue to get pounded on international currency markets. 81. Stephen Hanke, a Johns Hopkins economics professor who advised Suharto at the time, alleged that Clinton and the IMF deliberately counseled Indonesia to float its currency in order to hasten the fall of Suharto, who had come to be seen as an obstacle to restoring financial market confidence in the country and had become less compliant with the US and West in his old age. Ford and Toyota were upset because Suharto gave heavy subsidies to a car company owned by his son, Tommy. 82. Former Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger stated that we were fairly clever in that we supported the IMF as it overthrew Suharto. Ex-Australian Prime Minister Paul Keating noted that the US Treasury quite deliberately used the economic collapse as a means of bringing about the ouster of Suharto, something the IMF director Michel Camdesis bragged about. 83. Supporting those who matter, East Timor. During the 1992 presidential campaign, Clinton had characterized Indonesia's treatment of East Timor as unconscionable. 84. Nonetheless, Clinton's generous arms sales to Indonesia and military training programs helped the Indonesian army, in alliance with local militias, to drive an estimated 750,000 East Timorese people from their homes and kill over 10,000 civilians after East Timor voted for its independence in a September 1999 plebiscite. 85. The recipients of U.S. training included Kopassus commandos implicated in the 1991 Dili massacre and scorched earth operation that followed the September 1999 plebiscite. The latter operations destroyed 70% of the territory's buildings and caused a severe humanitarian crisis as Kopassus forces not only raped and slaughtered civilians but also polluted the wells, destroyed the water supply and phone system, and then stole everything else. 86. While the State Department tried to discourage the East Timor massacres, the Pentagon, as represented by Admiral Dennis Blair, the commander of U.S. forces in the Asia-Pacific, did nothing to challenge the Indonesian military and, according to researcher Joseph Nevins, seemed to actually endorse their malicious campaign of terror. 87. Clinton himself appeared to give a green light to the invasion by refusing to discuss with Australia and other countries the sending of an international peacekeeping force to protect the people of East Timor after the election referendum. Furthermore, U.S. government licensed sales of armaments to the Indonesian military had increased fivefold in the year before the invasion took place. 88. U.S. Ambassador Stapleton Roy was frank in explaining U.S. considerations when he told a Financial Times reporter, "The dilemma is that Indonesia matters, and East Timor doesn't." 89. The White House, predictably in light of this attitude, was silent and did nothing to pressure the Habibie government to halt the atrocities, instead asking the UN to reduce the size of its small peacekeeping force. 90. As late as September 9, Clinton said he favored the UN force only if Indonesia does not end the violence, a condition that allowed more time for the Indonesian army to continue its scorched earth operations. 91. After a public outcry led to domestic pressure, the Clinton administration changed course by threatening to veto loans and to cancel military cooperation, which induced the Indonesian generals to accept the international presence now bolstered by 5,000 U.S. troops. By 2002, East Timor was granted its independence. 92. The whole episode illustrated the latent power of the U.S. and how Clinton could have prevented the humanitarian crisis in East Timor if he had pressured the Indonesian government earlier. 93. Rather than being guided by any noble humanitarian imperative, Clinton was generally guided by political and economic calculations and realpolitik, which resulted in a gross double standards on human rights. Strengthening the U.S. Japanese Security Alliance. In September 1995, 3 U.S. Marines were indicted for abducting and raping a young girl in Okinawa, an island off Japan which housed most of the 45,000 American troops stationed there. 85,000 people subsequently took to the streets to voice their outrage. 94 The U.S. commander in the Pacific, Admiral Richard C. Macca, added fuel to the fire when he stated his belief that the rape was absolutely stupid. For the price they paid to rent the car, they could have had a girl. 95 This was a veiled reference to the underground sex economy in Okinawa which exemplified the quasi-colonial and exploitative relationship between the Americans and Okinawans. In July 2000, Bill Clinton became the first U.S. president to travel to Okinawa since Dwight Eisenhower in 1960. His purpose was to defend the military's presence on the island and try to defuse some of the anger over the 1995 rape and another more recent incident where a Marine had sexually assaulted a 14-year-old girl after breaking into her home. 96 On the eve of his visit, tens of thousands of local demonstrators formed a human chain around Kadima Air Force Base to demand a reduction of bases and U.S. servicemen. 97 Clinton tried to defuse the situation by telling Japan's Prime Minister Yoshihiro Mori that case of the 14-year-old girl hurt me in the heart while promising the Okinawans that the U.S. would reduce our footprint on the island. 98 But then he went on to defend the U.S. military presence in a speech before the Japanese Diet, stating, "Many in the US and Japan believe that, with the Cold War over and won, the two nations should pull back from the world and pull back from each other. With all due respect, I believe those views are wrong. The New World," he went on, "has brought new dangers that have been dramatized in both countries and there were new threats arising from conflict between China and Taiwan and on the Korean Peninsula. The U.S. Japan Security Alliance was the cornerstone of stability throughout Asia. Both our nations recognize that peace has its price. But true peace is much less than the cost of putting peace at risk." 99. Takeshi Kosugi, a Liberal Democratic Party member of parliament, said that Clinton had spoken with composure and without notes, which Japanese politicians usually used, and left a great impression. Others complained, however, that Clinton didn't say anything concrete and affirmed a commitment to the status quo. 100 These reactions followed a pattern throughout Clinton's career where his charisma and charm won over public opinion at the same time as he betrayed progressive causes. At the meeting with Mori, Clinton was able to secure a concession that Tokyo would reduce by $30 million the amount it paid to house the bases on its soil. However, Japan still paid $5 to $7 billion annually for the privilege of having the U.S. occupying its land. 101 It was also the leading purchaser of U.S. arms, with the Wall Street Journal reporting that it had loaded up on Grumman and Lockheed surveillance and sub-hunting planes, and bought Patriot missiles and was now seeking the THAAD U.S. Missile Interceptor System 102. Clinton was successful overall in helping to strengthen the U.S. Japanese Security Alliance, even amidst some tensions over trade issues and Japan's resistance to the opening of its markets to American automakers. 103 This was central to the long-standing strategy of containing China. In 1997, the Clinton administration signed expanded guidelines for a U.S. Japan Defense Cooperation Pact, which committed Japan to supporting American troops in a time of emergency with many forms of assistance including opening up its airports to American military operations and enforcing naval embargoes. The guidelines were written without consultation with the Japanese Diet in a reflection of the fundamentally unpopular and undemocratic nature of U.S. policy in the region, contrary to the rhetoric. 104. Reversing the outcome of the Vietnam War. On February 4, 1994, President Clinton ordered an end to the trade embargo on Vietnam, casting away a central remnant of one of America's most divisive wars and paving the way for the resumption of diplomatic relations. At a White House ceremony, Clinton said it was now time to acknowledge the cooperation Vietnam has shown in the search for evidence of the 2,238 Americans still officially listed as missing from that conflict, which ended in 1975. He said opening the door to trade would benefit that still unfinished search, adding that he was lifting the trade embargo because I am absolutely convinced it offers us the best way to resolve the fate of those who remain missing and about whom we are not sure. 105. Vietnam was a politically sensitive issue for Clinton because of his past as an anti-war organizer and draft dodger who had misled an ROTC sergeant at the University of Arkansas in order to evade the draft. The idea of reaching out to Vietnam had been vigorously opposed by the American Legion and others among the nation's leading veterans groups, who had attacked Clinton during his presidential campaign for avoiding the draft. 106. However, the momentum for ending the trade embargo and restoring relations was too strong, and driven in part by business lobbies, which saw great opportunity in Vietnam and wanted to compete with the Japanese who had established strong trading ties there. 107. Vietnam's communist government had enacted liberalizing economic reforms in the mid-1980s known as Doi Moi under the leadership of Nguyen Van Linh. These reforms, combined with IMF structural adjustment programs and the harsh U.S. embargo, had a devastating economic effect that helped undermine the country's victory in the war. Health clinics and hospitals were forced to close, public employees were laid off, local-level famines erupted as the price of food staples soared with the elimination of cooperatives, subsidies, and price controls, and 750,000 children had to drop out of school. 108. By the late 1990s, Vietnam's economy was dominated by foreign businesses taking advantage of cheap labor and tax holidays. As Vietnam was reintegrated into the Japanese sphere of influence, one of the primary original war aims of the United States. 109. In 1993, a secret agreement was allegedly reached in Paris which in many regards was tantamount to forcing Vietnam to compensate Washington for the costs of the Vietnam War, requiring Hanoi to recognize the debts of the defunct Saigon regime of General Nguyen Van Thieu as a condition for granting fresh credit and lifting the U.S. embargo. 110. Never reported in the mainstream media, this agreement exposed Clinton's official rationale for lifting the embargo as a sham, especially in light of the fact that no American POWs had ever been discovered alive in Vietnam after 1979 when American defector Robert Garwood came out of the jungles. Clinton had embraced the missing in action/POW cause as part of a historical revisionism which attempted to demonize Vietnam for allegedly violating the 1973 Paris Peace Accords by keeping American POWs in the country. The claim about withholding POWs had first been advanced by Richard M. Nixon as part of a ploy to discredit the anti-war movement and prolong the war. With time, the POW myth played into the revisionism which characterized Hanoi as the war's aggressor and helped justify the reneging on a 1973 promise made by the Nixon administration to provide $3.25 billion in reparations along with the embargo that was part of a revenge policy. 111. Historian Robert J. McMahon found little difference between Clinton's rhetoric on Vietnam and that of Republicans Gerald Ford, Ronald Reagan, and George H.W. Bush, who had all supported the Vietnam War. Each emphasized the heroism of American veterans and need for reconciliation, healing and the binding of old wounds without any effort to acknowledge the fact of U.S. aggression and magnitudes larger suffering and death of the Vietnamese victims. 112. In a Memorial Day speech at the Vietnam Memorial Wall in 1993, Clinton said that American troops had fought and died there for noble motives. They fought for freedom and the independence of the Vietnamese people. 113. Whatever may have been the personal intent of the troops, this was blatantly untrue of the intentions of successive U.S. administrations if we consider the fraudulent pretexts used to wage war, record number of political prisoners in South Vietnam's jails and dependency of the Saigon government on foreign support. 114. In another speech at Hanoi National University in November 2000, Clinton referred to the shared suffering of Americans and Vietnamese. 115. This echoed the outrageous claims of Jimmy Carter in 1979 that the destruction from the war was mutual. In actuality, nearly 4 million Vietnamese died and 14 million were made refugees, compared to 58,000 Americans killed. 116. The spread of capitalism and the inability of Vietnam's communist government to challenge American dictates generally raises the question about who really won the Vietnam War. After Vietnam's opening, Time magazine featured a cartoon of Ho Chi Minh holding up an order of French fries sporting the likeness of Colonel Sanders, The spokesperson for Kentucky Fried Chicken. 117 Clinton claimed in a speech at Hanoi University that globalization was the economic equivalent of a force of nature. 118 However, there was nothing natural about workers producing toys for McDonald's Happy Meals half a world away making only 6 cents an hour when company executives made six figures. Nor for the huge rise in inequality and destitution and the loss of economic sovereignty in a country that had sacrificed so many people in a heroic resistance war. They hate that we are communists. Election interference in Cambodia. Washington's revenge policy towards Vietnam extended to Cambodia, where the Clinton administration used the cover of a UN peacekeeping mission to interfere in Cambodia's 1993 election by supporting the Royalist Party led by Norodom Sihanouk's son, Ronarid, and the Buddhist-linked Khmer People's National Liberation Front against Hun Sen's Cambodian People's Party. The latter had gained power after Vietnam liberated the country from Pol Pot and the genocidal Khmer Rouge in 1979, a genuinely humanitarian intervention Washington opposed. When the election results were contested, Washington refused to back a power-sharing arrangement proposed by Sihanouk because it gave joint power to the CPP. Sihanouk in turn seized power for himself, sparking secessionist movements by CPP supporters under the leadership of then-Deputy Prime Minister Norodom Chukrapong, which put the country on the threshold of civil war. 119. CPP leader Hun Sen, who regained power in 1998, stated that the US considers us pro-Vietnamese and they don't like Vietnam. They hate that we are communists and so found every way so would not win elections. 120 This every way including the use of a $3 million USAID program to support opposition groups and enrich KPNLF and royalist zones at the expense of CPP-controlled areas where USAID projects were never approved. An NGO delegate called this a crude form of vote buying and control, obviously intended to strengthen the hand of the opposition to the CPP. 121. Clinton's special envoy to Cambodia during the 1993 crisis, Stephen Solars, had worked for a lobbying firm in Washington which participated in a pitch meeting with Ronarid, Sen's main rival, to represent Cambodia in Washington, and admitted to being biased in favor of the opposition. 122 In 1997, the NED, an organization established in the 1980s to carry on the work of the CIA, had a $1.24 million program in Cambodia, channeled through the International Republican Institute and other NGOs. That was designed to continuously undermine the CPP including through propaganda. 123. Hun Sen nevertheless won the 1998 election, in large part because of the perception that Ronarid preferred golf to working and surrounded himself with courtiers. 124 Washington afterwards cut off all foreign assistance in a continuation of its long-standing vendetta against the Vietnamese-backed CPP. 125 Sen went on to rule Cambodia for the next 20 years. While he was no model Democrat. 126 Washington's opposition to him was self-serving and destructive by provoking divisions and destabilization in an already shattered nation. 127. Our boys won big time, election interference to Mongolia. Few Americans are aware that the Clinton administration interfered not only in Cambodian elections but also in 1996 elections in Mongolia. In the latter case, it helped bring to power a right-wing government that provided a boon to U.S. corporate interests. Sitting atop some of the world's largest gold and copper reserves and valued as a launching ground for covert operations aimed at China and Russia, Mongolia had been ruled for decades by the Communist Mongolian People's Revolutionary Party, which adopted a liberalizing economic agenda following the demise of the Soviet Union, though not to the extent the U.S. wanted. 128. In 1996, the NED provided $158,327 to the IRI, a corporate-backed organization which helped form a right-wing political coalition, the Democratic Union Coalition, that won 57 of 70 parliamentary seats in the Mongolian election. USAID, whose budget for Mongolia was $12 million, gave grants in 1995 to both the IRI and the Asia Foundation, a CIA front which pushed for neoliberal reforms and trained political candidates. An IRI program assistant remarked after the election, "Our boys won big time." 129 This was not good, however, for ordinary Mongolians. Advised by IRI operatives, the Duke-led parliament dropped price controls, cut pension rolls, halved the number of government ministries, removed tariff protections from domestic products, slashed taxes, kept up the march of privatization, and proposed a 30% flat tax and a regressive value-added tax. It also passed a new mining and foreign investment law to attract foreign companies, particularly for mineral resource exploration and development, which was the purpose behind the electoral manipulation. 130. With a collapse in world copper prices, unemployment ballooned over 20%, helped along by the purging of government departments and the decline of domestic industries under Duke rule. 1/3 of the population was left to live below nutritional starvation levels, as unscrupulous politicians profited handsomely from the stripping of public assets. Even the founding chairman of one of the parties in the Duke admitted that average real incomes had dropped by 30% in the year they were in power. 131. Myanmar, destabilizing a Chinese-backed military regime. The Clinton administration carried on its de facto war against the People's Republic of China in Myanmar, where it tried to destabilize the Chinese-backed military junta that had ruled the country since 1962. Washington's main desire was to control the coastline off Myanmar, which provides naval access to the Strait of Malacca, the narrow ship passage between Malaysia and Indonesia through which more than 80% of all China's oil imports are shipped. 132. The main agency for promoting regime change was the NED. Asia Program Officer Louisa Cohen testified before the House Subcommittee on Asia and the Pacific on September 17, 1997 that the NED through its direct grants program supported dissidents belonging to the democracy movement of Daw Aung San Suu Kyi, youngest daughter of the nation's founding father, Aung San. Some of the funding was cycled through groups along the borders in Thailand and in India, and used to support twice-daily radio programming through the Democratic Voice of Burma, newsletters, underground newspapers, underground labor organizing, and other programs. 133 The dissident factions included Karen insurgents led by Bomaya operating along the Thai border, who financed their military operations through drug smuggling. 134 The NED's initiatives bore fruit a decade later in Burma's Saffron Revolution, an uprising led by robed monks, which set the groundwork for KYI's National League for Democracy winning elections in 2015 and becoming Myanmar's first non-military government in 54 years. However, KYI's saintly facade crumbled with her active complicity in the government-directed butchery of Rohingya Muslims. 135 Planning regime change and preemptive war, North Korea. With Vietnam brought into the New World Order, North Korea was the main country besides China and Cambodia to an extent that remained defiantly socialist, at least in name, and intent on forging an independent economic path. North Korea's resistant stand did not exactly turn out well for the country's people. The loss of trading partners in the Eastern Bloc combined with heavy investment in the military owing to the fear of renewed invasion and heavy rains and flooding in 1995-96, resulted in a period of severe economic hardship known as the Arduous March. 136. Under normal circumstances, the international community would have intervened to assist the North Koreans to cope with the latter natural disaster. The Clinton administration, however, hoped to use the crisis to sow popular disaffection with the North Korean regime and achieve the long-standing goal of regime change. So it sustained economic sanctions and blocked oil coming into the country, which resulted in 70% of Democratic People's Republic of Korea factories shutting down. According to Kim Rye-Hui, a North Korean citizen who witnessed the effects of the arduous march firsthand, CIA agents operating on the North Korean-Chinese border offered local farmers a bag of rice in exchange for a cow's tail. The purpose was to ruin North Korea's agriculture and induce starvation as a catalyst for regime change at a time that farmers had to use cows to plow their fields because they lacked oil or electricity. 137 The Clinton administration's thinking about North Korea was shaped by Zbigniew Brzezinski's 1997 book, The Grand Chessboard, which frowned on the unification of the two Koreas because it would alter America and Japan's role in the Far East. According to Brzezinski, South Korea was a key geopolitical pivot whose close links to the US enabled America to shield Japan and thereby to keep Japan from becoming an independent and major military power without an overbearing American presence within Japan itself. South Korea's increasing economic power also made it a more important space in its own right, control over which had become increasingly valuable. 138 Communist North Korea by implication had to be isolated, weakened, and contained, and its regime overthrown as a means of preventing the growth of a stronger Chinese sphere. In January 1993, the Clinton administration authorized Team Spirit War Games, the largest military exercise in the world, which included the introduction into South Korea of backpack nukes controlled by mobile mounts and practice with nuclear cannons. 139 Congresswoman Elizabeth first wrote to Clinton that she found the level of saber-rattling she saw going on in our present relationship with North Korea very disturbing. First was extremely concerned that we are sending additional weapons systems, conducting the Team Spirit War Games, and considering a naval blockade when we need to bring the tools of conflict resolution and continuing diplomacy to the situation and be working towards developing relations and eventually trading with North Korea. 140. Unfortunately, Clinton did not heed these words. In June 1994, a month before longtime leader Kim Il-sung's death, the Clinton administration nearly went to war with North Korea, triggering a crisis in an attempt to halt North Korea's nascent nuclear weapons program. Under the threat of encirclement and renewed US and South Korean military invasion, the North Koreans had first begun developing a nuclear weapons production program with Soviet support in the late 1950s. When the International Atomic Energy Agency requested unexpected and intrusive inspections of North Korean facilities, Kim Il-sung's government legitimately refused because they felt they were being singled out and that the inspection teams would be infiltrated by intelligence agents. 141. The Clinton administration responded by slapping sanctions on Pyongyang intended to cripple its economy. Knowing that Pyongyang had repeatedly denounced sanctions as a declaration of war, President Clinton on June 16 decided to dispatch substantial reinforcements to South Korea. This act was considered as a provocation by the North Koreans, who in turn mobilized for war. 142. Declassified documents available at the National Security Archive show that Defense Secretary William J. Perry had developed plans for a preemptive first strike on North Korea during the crisis, which involved sending cruise missiles and F-117 stealth fighters to hit a small nuclear reactor at Yongbyon in order to prevent North Korea from recovering the raw materials to make nuclear bombs. 143 Perry had told NBC's Meet the Press the previous April that the US did not want to provoke a war, but that if the US sanctions provoke North Korea into unleashing a war, that is a risk we're taking. Perry and future Defense Secretary Ashton Carter had studied whether preemptive strikes could be carried out on the Yongbyon nuclear facility without starting another Korean war, and concluded that it couldn't. By mid-June, the Clinton administration had nevertheless devised its war plan, which entailed sending 10,000 American troops to South Korea, dispatching Apache attack helicopters and various other aircraft, and moving in more Bradley fighting vehicles. 144 Some years later, Perry told South Korean Premier Kim Dae-jung that during the 1994 crisis, the US had planned for war. He stated, "Of course, with the combined forces of the Republic of Korea and the US, we can undoubtedly win, but war involves many casualties." 145. Luckily, the crisis was defused when former President Jimmy Carter was able to broker an agreement in which North Korea agreed to freeze its nuclear program in return for new nuclear reactors that didn't produce weapons-grade plutonium along with oil to help meet its energy needs. 146 Selig S. Harrison, a State Department official who played an important role in the negotiations, later asserted that while North Korea lived up to its end of the bargain, and ceased operating the Yongbyon reactor, the Clinton administration failed to adhere to its own commitments, notably by refusing to remove economic sanctions the North saw as crucial to solving its economic problems, especially its food shortage, and by failing to provide promised oil deliveries or fund light water reactors. 147. The blatant double standards of American policy was apparent in that the US had long stationed dozens of nuclear weapons in South Korea, including aircraft carriers equipped to deliver nuclear bombs over North Korea and nuclear Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles. 148 The development of a nuclear program by North Korea in this context was completely rational, even more so if we consider how the U.S. Air Force had literally bombed North Korea back to the Stone Age during the Korean War, a war which Clinton presented as the first resolute and effective action to stem the expansion of communism, which he claimed had heralded the collapse of the Berlin Wall and demise of communism. 149. Clinton's condescending attitude towards North Korea and his historical denialism was apparent in an April 2021 speech at Harvard University, in which he said that North Korea's psychological problem is that no one would ever think about them if they didn't cause trouble. 150 When North and South Korea got together in June 2000 for a historic peace summit, the Clinton administration seemed to regard the prospect of change as unwelcome for reasons spelled out by Brzezinski in the Grand Chessboard, and refused to allow for troop reductions in South Korea. 151. The Pentagon also continuously simulated nuclear attacks on North Korea. In June 1998, F-15 fighter bombers dropped dummy BDU-38 nuclear bombs on concrete emplacements arrayed like the hundreds that protected North Korean underground facilities. Lt. Gen. Raymond Ayers threatened to overthrow the DPRK, stating that the entire resources of the U.S. Marines would be sent into battle and would abolish North Korea as a state and reorganize it under South Korean control. "We'll kill 'em all." 152 This kind of reckless talk reinforced North Koreans' perception of being under siege, which made the prospects for peace more unlikely. The 1997 Asian financial crisis and end of an illusion. The 1997 Asian financial crisis helped puncture many of the myths underlying American-led globalization and the purported benefits of the Washington Consensus or free market dogma, which the Clinton administration had sought to advance. The crisis first erupted in Thailand in July 1997 when it ran out of foreign exchange reserves and was forced to devalue its currency, the baht. The Thai stock market dropped by 75% and unemployment rate soared by 23%, resulting in a huge growth in poverty and doubling of the suicide rate. The crisis in Thailand quickly spread to the rest of Asia. After posting some of the most impressive growth rates in the world, the so-called tiger economies saw their stock markets and currencies lose about 70% of their value during the crisis. Various analysts attributed it to the hasty liberalization of capital markets, low wages, over-reliance on exports, inflationary pressures, and unsound lending practices, shifting investment to China due to low wages, reckless speculation by international financial investors, the lifting of capital controls, and an inability to develop effective regulatory mechanisms in the face of record levels of foreign investment. 153 Jagdish Bhagwati, a former advisor to the Director General of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, was among those to see the root of the crisis as lying in an unregulated financial system which could with relative ease become divorced from the productive system it is supposed to serve and so be unnaturally predisposed to panics and manias. 154. By refusing to comply with the advice of Western institutions and the U.S. Treasury to deregulate its economy, Malaysia under Mahathir's leadership was one country, along with China, that was spared the worst of the crisis, though Mahathir was himself vilified. Mahathir highlighted Western pressure to turn all Asian economies Anglo-Saxon laissez-faire market economies, accusing the World Bank and IMF of being instruments of the Western neocolonialism, and Western finance and currency traders of artificially devaluing Asian currencies so the so-called East Asian economic tigers suddenly turn into meowing cats. 155. In November 1997, a few months into the crisis, Clinton enraged his Southeast Asian counterparts at the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit when he dismissed the Asian financial crisis which his administration had done so much to provoke by advancing neoliberal policies as a few little glitches in the road. 156. The crisis, however, had caused over 2.4 million people to lose their jobs, 20 million people to fall into poverty, and caused a 20% increase in child prostitution in the Philippines and Thailand in 1 year alone. 157. Clinton prescribed the same remedy as for the 1994 Mexico peso crisis. That is, Thailand would get $17 billion in an IMF-led loan package in exchange for promising to impose high interest rates, restrain government spending, close insolvent banks and let its currency fall in order to expand exports and curtail imports. MIT economics professor Paul Krugman wrote that, Mexico worked. How could they not try to repeat the Mexican rescue? However, Thailand was different from Mexico. Its neighbors and main trading partners had been weakened by the Asian financial crisis, whereas Mexico shared a border with the U.S.158. The U.S. Congress, furthermore, was reluctant to provide a robust financial rescue package to Thailand, which according to former Defense Secretary William Cohen, sent a signal that the U.S. was pulling away, ensuring that the confidence of foreign investors was not restored. 159. At the annual meetings of the IMF and World Bank in Hong Kong, Japan proposed an Asian monetary fund and urged Asian countries, pointedly excluding the U.S., to chip in as much as $100 billion to cope with the financial crisis. The sum was immense, but Clinton's chief economic advisors, Robert Rubin and Lawrence Summers, feared that the fund would offer big loans with less stringent conditions than the IMF that would threaten U.S. economic supremacy. Accordingly, U.S. Treasury officials worked the corridors of Hong Kong's convention center and the city's private dining rooms to slow the Japanese plan's momentum. It was ultimately defeated with help from China and South Korea, who were suspicious of Tokyo's ambitions. A triumphant Summers, who referred to himself as Mr. Dollar, declared that U.S. economic leadership was crucial to avoid a descent into the kind of regionalism and protectionism that we saw in the periods between the First and Second World Wars. 160. However, critics suggested that the U.S. Treasury Department under Summers had Americanized the crisis without sufficient money or congressional support for the strategy, while humiliating its Asian junior partner. The Wall Street Journal intoned that if Dr. Dollar and its allies produced a quick recovery in Asia, there would be little second guessing. But they didn't. It's like less than successful chemotherapy. The side effects are miserable, the cancer is unconquered, and the patient is questioning the doctor's competence. 161. Others compared Summers' mistake to that made by Herbert Hoover when he tried to balance the budget in the face of the Great Depression. The costs for the Asian people were severe, including being forced to endure economic austerity, high interest rates, and reduced subsidies, measures which even Robert Rubin conceded were overly harsh. The Wall Street Journal wrote that it was like siphoning gasoline out of a truck already low on fuel. 162. Former World Bank president and Vietnam War architect Robert S. McNamara amazingly said that the failure to contain the worst financial crisis in half a century reminded him of the Vietnam War. Events, he said, were beyond the ability of government officials to shape and control. The parallel is that you have to dig deeply and understand your problems and do it early. 163. Journalist Naomi Klein, in her book The Shock Doctrine, The Rise of Disaster Capitalism, suggests that American policymakers, driven by Wall Street financial interests, did not actually want a successful recovery because they wanted to take advantage of the crisis by imposing radical free market economic policies that lessened the role of the state, and which would enable greater penetration of U.S.-based multinational corporations. Klein quoted from a Wall Street Journal article entitled Wall Street Scavenging in Asia Pacific, which reported on Wall Street firms dispatching armies of bankers to the Asia Pacific region to scout for brokerage firms, asset management firms, and even banks that they can snap up at bargain prices. The hunt for Asian acquisitions is urgent because many U.S. security firms led by Merrill Lynch & Co. and Morgan Stanley have made overseas expansion their priority. 164. In short order, several major sales went through. Merrill Lynch bought Japan's Yamaichi Securities as well as Thailand's largest securities firm. AIG bought Bangkok Investment for a fraction of its worth. JP Morgan bought a stake in Kia Motors, while Travelers Group and Salomon Smith Barney bought one of Korea's largest textile companies and several other companies. Samsung was broken up and sold for parts. Volvo got its heavy industry division, SC Johnson & Son its pharmaceutical arm, General Electric its lighting division, Bechtel got the contract to privatize the water and sewage system in eastern Manila and won to build an oil refinery in Sulawesi, Indonesia. Motorola got full control over Korea's Appeal Telecom, and a New York-based energy firm, SITH, got a large stake in Thailand's public gas company. All told, there were 186 major mergers and acquisitions of firms by foreign multinationals in the span of only 20 months. It was dubbed the world's biggest going out of business sale by the New York Times and a business buying bazaar by Businessweek. 165. Servant of Empire. Bill Clinton, who had first cultivated alliances with Southeast Asian business elites and led trade missions to the region while governor of Arkansas, was an effective front man of U.S. capitalist interests in Southeast Asia who could generate excitement and woo crowds of people, even while his policies were eroding their nation's sovereignty. McNamara's Vietnam analogy provides perhaps the most fitting epitaph on American Southeast Asian policy during Clinton's presidency. America's best and the brightest in the roaring 1990s were imbued with the same ideological and moral fervor that their predecessors had been in fighting communism during the Cold War. Now, with their main ideological adversary removed, they faced no opposition in their efforts to export free market ideals and expand America's empire of military bases. On the political left, human rights considerations were often invoked to challenge Clinton's engagement with China and at times to promote a hardline policy towards North Korea, but rarely to demand the reduction of U.S. military troops and bases, or renounce American support for dictators like General Suharto, or political meddling by the NED, or the ravaging effects of neoliberal economic policies. At the end of the day, Washington was no different from the earlier colonial powers which had adopted a liberal veneer as a means of rallying public support for their cause. Clinton at times can be compared with his counterparts in the British and French empires whose personal charisma could effectively diffuse crises. Reckless provocations and artificially created crises, as in the Taiwan Straits in 1996 and the Korean Peninsula in 1994, however, nearly led to the outbreak of nuclear war. The Clinton administration's inability to reverse its market fundamentalist policies following the 1997 Asian financial crisis, furthermore, showed an arrogance reminiscent of the Vietnam era, and helped lay bare the illusions upon which the American century rested. Endnotes. 1. Mark Landler, GOR, in Malaysia, says its leaders suppress freedom. The New York Times, November 17, 1998. Mahathir quoted in Naomi Klein, The Shock Doctrine, The Rise of Disaster Capitalism, 268. 2. Richard Lloyd Perry, Malaysia Fury at Al Gore's Interference, The Independent, November 18, 1992. 3. Ika Furukawa, How Mahathir Overcame the Asian Crisis, Japan Times, July 18, 1999. 4. Perry, Malaysia Fury at Al Gore's Interference. 5. Ika Furukawa, How Mahathir Overcame the Asian Crisis, Japan Times, July 18, 1999. Webster G. Tarpley discusses Mahathir's call to dump the US dollar in 9/11 synthetic terror, made in USA, 120-121. Mahathir told the Nikkei Forum in Japan in 2003 that the US dollar is not a stable currency at all. We have to think of some other ways of determining exchange rates. We need to rethink whether we can depend on the US dollar or not. Initially, yes, we have to depend on the US dollar, but we should move away from the US dollar. 6.1 Wang, Personalized Politics, The Malaysian State Under Mahathir, A.B. Abrams, Power and Primacy, A History of Western Intervention in the Asia-Pacific, 25, 408, 409. Mahathir said that his generation had been inspired by Japan's greater co-prosperity sphere which sought to counter Western imperialism. He wrote that the success of the Japanese invasion convinced us that there is nothing inherently superior to the Europeans. They could be defeated. They could be reduced to groveling before an Asiatic race. 7. Chalmers Johnson, Blowback, The Costs and Consequences of the American Empire, 209. 8. Johnson, Blowback. 9 U.S. Security Strategy for the East Pacific Region, Department of Defense, Office of International Security Affairs, February 1995, https://nautilus.org/global-problem-security-for-the-east-asia-pacific-region 10 https://peacehistoryusp.org/korean-war/ https://apjjf.org/2012/10/Jeremy-Kuzmarov/3855/article.html 11 Bill Clinton, My Life, 270. 12 David Wessel and Bob Davis, Markets Under Siege, Limits of Power, How Global Crisis Grew Despite Efforts of a Crack U.S. Team, The Wall Street Journal, September 24, 1998, 1. Stephen Greenhouse, Clinton Pushes Business with Asia, The New York Times, November 11, 1993. 13 Quoted in Donald K. Emerson, U.S. Policy Themes in Southeast Asia in the 1990s, In Southeast Asia in the New World Order, The Political Economy of a Dynamic Region, ed. Bruce Burton and David Werfel, 103. 14 The East Asian Miracle, Economic Growth and Public Policy, ed. Lawrence Summers et.al., 10, 19. 15 Karen Talbot, Backing Up Globalization with Military Might, Covered Action Quarterly, Fall-Winter 1999, 30-36. See also Michael T. Clare, Resource Wars, The New Landscape of Global Conflict, 135. 16 Patrick Tyler, A Great Wall, Six Presidents and China, An Investigative History, 22. Stephen Greenhouse, Aides to Clinton say he will defy Beijing and issue visa to Taiwan's president, The New York Times, May 22, 1995. 17 A.B. Abrams, Power and Primacy, A History of Western Intervention in the Asia-Pacific, 86. Americans present in Taiwan in the late 1940s equated the imposition of GMD rule with having put all Formosans into slavery. Taiwan was used subsequently as a base for CIA clandestine operations that were designed to destabilize China. 18 Only 13 of 193 UN member states recognized the Republic of China in Taiwan. 19 John C. Roper, U.S. Aircraft Carrier in Asia Routine, UPI Archives, January 26, 1996, https://www.upi.com/archive/1996/0/2/US-aircraft-carrier-in-Asia-Routine/55358226324000, Third Taiwan Strait Crisis, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/third_Taiwan_Strait_crisis 20 Tyler, A Great Wall, 28-21 Tyler, A Great Wall 22 Clinton, My Life, 326-23 Jeff Cole and Sarah Lubman, Global Arms Market Bombs Away, The Wall Street Journal, January 28, 1994, A1. Stephen Lee Myers, U.S. seeks to curb Israeli arms sales to China, The New York Times, November 11, 1999. MPRI mercenaries also train Taiwan's armed forces. Lewis Wolf, MPRI, Washington's New Private Army, Covered Action Quarterly, Fall-Winter 1999, 49. 24 Tyler, A Great Wall. 25 Tyler, A Great Wall, 14, Michel Chossudovsky, United States War Machine, Reviving the Engines of World War III, Covered Action Quarterly, Fall 2002, 41. 26 Clare, Resource Wars, 112, 133. It's the uninterrupted flow of commerce through those waters that is of critical importance to the U.S. 27 On the U.S. containment strategy directed against China, see James Peck, Washington's China. 28 Samuel Huntington, The Clash of Civilizations and the Remaking of World Order, Rev. ed. 29 Tyler, A Great Wall. A.B. Abrams' book Atrocity Fabrication and Its Consequences, How Fake News Shapes World Order, 45. The CIA had long supported the Dalai Lama, and may have helped finance the Free Tibet movement, which played up China's human rights abuses in Tibet, while ignoring the authoritarian features of the Dalai Lama's rule. No country has recognized the Tibetan government in exile as the legitimate government of Tibet. 34 Michael Schaller, The United States and China, Into the 21st Century, 4th ed., 192. 35 Engdahl, Target China, 162, 163. 36 Alexander Coburn and Ken Silverstein, Washington Babylon, 20. Clinton also received tens of thousands of dollars for his political campaigns from Chinese state agents or businessmen, which may have influenced his policy. See Dick Morris, with Eileen McGann, Because He Could, 227, 228. 37 Johnson, Blowback, 140, Michael M. Phillips and Helene Cooper, Clinton to Send China Trade Bill to Congress, The Wall Street Journal, March 8, 2000, A2. Various Democrats stood with organized labor and opposed the trade bill, including Richard Jefford. They had been disappointed by former President Jimmy Carter, who had endorsed it. 38 C. Thomas J. McCormick, China Market, America's Quest for Informal Empire, 1893 to 1901. 39 Levin quoted in Greg Hitt, Jefford is being pushed closer to Clinton on China WTO entry, The Wall Street Journal, May 6, 1999. 40 quoted in A.B. Abrams, China and America's Tech War from AI to 5G, The Struggle to Shape the Future of World Order, 251. 41 Engdahl, Target China, 163, 164, Robert E. Scott, The Walmart Effect, Economic Policy Institute, June 25, 2007, https://www.epi.org/publication/IB23542 Antonio Juhas, What Walmart Wants from the WTO, Alternet, December 13, 2005, https://labor-rights.org/in-the-news/what-wal-mart-wants-wants-wants-WTO. For positive assessments of Clinton's support for China's WTO accession, see Abrams, China and America's Tech War from AI to 5G, 252, 253. 43 Edward Wong, Michael Crowley and Anna Swanson, Biden Journey on China Has a Hard Turn, The New York Times, September 7, 2020, A1, A14, A15. 44 Engdahl, Target China, 6, F. William Engdahl, Manifest Destiny, Democracy as Cognitive Dissonance, ch. 5. 45 John Berlaw, Asia Minor, The New Republic, March 24, 2002, https://newrepublic.com/article/66182/China-national-endowment-for-democracy-dissident. The Net nevertheless channeled a lot of its funding away from pro-democracy dissidents like Wei Jingsheng, the leader of the Chinese democracy movement, to projects aiming to advance reforms that were palatable to the Chinese Communist Party leadership, like village election mobilization. This led the New Republic to conclude that the Net had gone soft on China. 46 David Bossie, Intelligence Failure, How Clinton's National Security Policy Set the Stage for 9/11, 39, 104, 112, 119, Edward Timperlake and William C. Triplett II, Year of the Rat, How Bill Clinton Compromised U.S. Security for Chinese Cash. 47 Victor Thorne, Hillary, The Murder Volume, Part 3 of the Clinton Trilogy, 589, N. H. Coulter, High Crimes and Misdemeanors, The Case Against Bill Clinton, 253, William Safire, U.S. Security for Sale, The New York Times, May 18, 1998, https://www.newyorktimes.com/1998/05/18/opinion/SA-security-for-sale.html. The removal of Reagan-Bush-era restrictions assisted China in developing its ballistic missile program. Schwartz traveled to China under a trade mission led by Commerce Secretary Ron Brown and used his Chinese contacts to obtain satellite transmission rights for a mobile telephone network, a deal worth billions of dollars. Hughes Electronics also lobbied heavily for the easing of restrictions on satellite technology transmission. It was a major donor to the Democratic Party. When a Laurel rocket was tested, it crashed, allegedly killing hundreds of Chinese. China went on to sell some of the missile technology to Pakistan and Iran. 48 Justice May probe links between China policy, campaign cash, CNN, May 17, 1998, https://www.cnn.com/allpolitics/1998/05/17/satellite.review, Coulter, High Crimes and Misdemeanors, 252, Johnny Chung, https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Johnny_Chung. On Brown's suspicious death, see Jack Cashill, Ron Brown's Body, How One Man's Death Saved the Clinton Presidency and Hillary's Future. 49 Schaller, The United States and China, 193. See Peter Simons, Clinton Visit to the Indian Subcontinent Sets a New Strategic Orientation, World Socialist Website, March 23, 2000, https://www.wsws.org/n/articles/2000/03/ind-m23.html 50 Simons, Clinton Visit to the Indian Subcontinent Sets a New Strategic Orientation. 51 Schaller, The United States and China, 199. 52 Coburn and Silverstein, Washington Babylon, 181. 53 C. Gabriel Kalko, Confronting the Third World, Abrams, Power and Primacy, 164. Suharto is estimated to have stolen between $15 and $35 billion from the Indonesian treasury. In the Vietnam War, Suharto provided the CIA access to radars that helped in the development of electronic warfare countermeasures against Soviet S-75 air defense systems that had been lent to the North Vietnamese, enabling the U.S. to carry out bombing and napalm saturation of North Vietnamese cities. 54 A commercial strategy for American businesses and American workers, Clinton Administration and Asia, Clinton Presidential Records, White House Office, Office of Press Secretary, November 16, 1994, Box 10, William J. Clinton Presidential Library, Little Rock, Arkansas. 55 For more on Clinton's relationship with the Riadis, see Timberlake and Triplet 2, Year of the Rat, ch2. James Riadi was ultimately fined $86 million for breaching federal election laws resulting from his donations to Clinton. 56 L.J. Davis, Riadi, or not. Mother Jones, January/February 1997, https://www.motherjones.com/politics/1997/01/Riadi-or-not, Sharon Love-Rennie, John Pomfret and Lena H. Sun, The Riadis, Persistent Pursuit of Influence, The Washington Post, May 27, 1997, A1, Robert L. Jackson, Clinton donor Riadi pleads guilty to conspiracy charge, Los Angeles Times, January 12, 2021, Thorne, Hillary, 591. In a nod to the Waltons, Riadi arranged the opening of a Walmart store at a mall he owned in Jakarta. 57 Jeff Gerth, Clinton and Arkansas have long ties to Indonesian family, The New York Times, October 17, 1996, William Safire, The Asian Connection, The New York Times, October 7, 1996, A2, Bill Clinton letter to Susato Tanukajaja, March 18, 1986, Bill Clinton Gubernatorial Group, Natural and Cultural Resources, Economic Development Series, Bob Nash, Box 7, Butler Center for Arkansas Studies, Bobby L. Roberts Library of Arkansas, Central Arkansas Library System, Little Rock, Arkansas. Entergy Corporation, another Riyadi-owned corporation, got contracts to build power plants in Indonesia. According to Victor Thorne, Riyadi paid Webb Hubble $100,000 as a bribe to prevent him from exposing Hillary Clinton after he was indicted for fraudulent activities carried out when he was at the Rose law firm. In exchange, the Clintons secured the appointment of one of Riyadi's associates, John Huang, as Assistant Secretary of Commerce, giving him access to classified CIA briefings on China, which he supplied to Riyadi and allegedly to the Chinese government through Jackson Stevens. Thorne, Hillary, 594, 595. 58 James Castle, a business consultant in Jakarta, stated that to James, the political contributions were like buying a diamond ring. He's buying it to impress people here. Peter Waldman, East Meets West, The Wall Street Journal, October 16, 1996, A1. 59 Timberlake and Triplet 2, Year of the Rat, 18, 23, 25, 29, 43, 50. Huang had worked for the Lipo Bank, directed all political contributions from the Riyadi's shell companies to the Clinton campaign and DNC, and was known as the Riyadi's man in Washington. It is estimated that Huang saw between 370 and 550 CIA-produced pieces of American intelligence. This would have included intelligence that could have benefited their business empire and that they could have supplied to Suharto. 60 Davis, Riyadi, or not. Lafreniere, Pomfret and Son, The Riyadis, A1, John Hayward, 90s Clinton scandal figure barred from U.S. Still giving money to Clintons, Breitbart News, November 5, 2016, https://www.breitbart.com/politic/2016/11/5/90s-clinton-figure-barred-from-u-s-still-figure-161 Lafreniere, Pomfret and Son, The Riyadis, A1, Peter Waldman, Clinton's personal ties with Indonesia. Suharto to help so far, but the future could prove trickier. The Wall Street Journal, January 16, 1998, A11. 62 David E. Sanger, Real Politics, Why Suharto is in and Castro is out, The New York Times, October 31, 1995. 63 Coulter, High Crimes and Misdemeanors, 246. 64 Helene Cooper, Clinton is criticized for backtracking on labor rights issues in other nations, The Wall Street Journal, October 18, 1996, 820, Tim Connor. Still waiting for Nike to respect, Global Policy Forum, June 28, 2001, https://www.globalpolicy.org/component/article/225/32158.html. 65 Coburn and Silverstein, Washington Babylon, 183. 66 Pratap Chatterjee, Mercenary Armies and Mineral Wealth, Covert Action Quarterly, Fall 1997, 32, 33. 67 Coburn and Silverstein, Washington Babylon, 184, A Commercial Strategy for American Businesses and American Workers, Clinton Administration and Asia, Clinton Presidential Records, White House Office, Office of Press Secretary, November 16, 1994, Box 10, William J. Clinton Presidential Library, Little Rock, Arkansas. 68 Joseph Nevins, The Making of Ground Zero in East Timor in 1999, An Analysis of International Complicity in Indonesia's Crimes, Asian Survey, 42, 4, 623 to 641. 69 https://www.justice.gov/criminal-ICITAP/ICITAP-historical-milestones. On Cold War-era police programs and their impact in Indonesia, see Jeremy Kuzmarov, Modernizing Repression, Police Training and Nation Building in the American Century, ch. 5. 70 American Embassy Jakarta to Secretary of State, Washington, D.C., May 1998, Codell Smith calls on Justice Minister Maladi, National Security Archive, George Washington University, https://nsarchive2.wu.edu//dc.html, doc equals 4616957 document 24 telegram 002977 from U.S. Embassy. Many of these prisoners were now old and infirm. 71 American Embassy Jakarta to Secretary of State, Washington, D.C., August 1998, Human Rights Commission calls for review of national security doctrine to deal with systematic abuses, https://nsarchive2.gu.edu//dc.html, doc equals 4616961 document 28 telegram 004329 from U.S. Embassy, Gerard Colby, DuPont Dynasty, 444. 72 APEC Jakarta Arrival Statement, November 13, 1994, Clinton Digital Library, White House Office, Antony Blinken Speeches, https://clinton.presidentiallibraries.us/items/show/911773 Krithika Varagur, Declassified Files Provide Insight into Indonesia's Democratic Transition, Voice of America News, July 24, 2018, https://www.voanews.com/east-asia-pacific/declassified-files-provide-insight-indonesia's-democratic-transition 74 Krithika Varagur, Declassified Files. Provide insight into Indonesia's democratic transition, Voice of America News, July 24, 2018. https://www.voanews.com/east-asia-pacific/declassified-files-provide-insight-indonesia's-democratic-transition, Bradley R. Simpson, U.S. promoted close ties to Indonesian military as Suharto's rule came to an end in spring 1998, July 24, 2018, National Security Archive, George Washington University, https://nsarchive.gw.edu/briefing-books/indonesias/2018-hyphen-018-007-24/us-promoted-close-ties-indonesian-military-suhartos-rule-came-end to Secretary of State. Washington, D.C., who's behind recent disappearance. May 1998, National Security Archive, George Washington University, https://nsarchive2.gu.edu//dc.html, doc equals 4616943 document 10 telegram 002579 from U.S. Embassy 76 U.S. Embassy Jakarta to State Department, Situation Report, May 13, 1998, https://nsarchive2.gu.edu//dc.html, doc equals 4616945 document 12 telegram 002672 from U.S. Embassy, Jakarta to State Department, connecting recent riots, kidnappings and student killings, September 1998. https://nsarchive2.gu.edu//dc.html, doc equals 4616963 document 30 telegram 005076 from U.S. Embassy 77 U.S. Embassy Jakarta to State Department, Indonesia Situation Report, May 17, 1998, https://nsarchive2.gu.edu//dc.html, Doc equals 4616950 Document 17 Telegram 002751 from U.S. Embassy 78 J. Solomon, Old Boys Network, How Two Principals in Clinton Scandals Joined Up to Do Business in Jakarta, The Wall Street Journal, June 28, 2000. 79 Alan Nairn, Indonesia's Killers, U.S. Support of Military Repression in Indonesia, The Nation, March 30, 1998. 80 Johnson, Blowback, 72-78, American Embassy Jakarta to Secretary of State, Washington, D.C., May 1998, Codell Smith calls on Justice Minister Maladi, National Security Archive, George Washington University, https://nsarchive2.gu.edu/dc.html, doc equals 4616957 Document 24 Telegram 002977 from U.S. Embassy. Many Pentagon strategists saw the best possible outcome as the restoration of military rule, which thankfully did not come to pass. 81 Kriti Kavaragur, declassified files provide insight into Indonesia's democratic transition, Voice of America News, July 24, 2018, https://www.voanews.com/east-asia-pacific/declassified-files-Indonesia's-democratic-transition, Wessel and Davis, Markets Under Siege. 82 Ibid, Naomi Klein, The Shock Doctrine, The Rise of Disaster Capitalism, 271. These companies were used to the market being rigged for them. 83 Steve Hanke, 20th Anniversary, Asian Financial Crisis, Clinton, the IMF, and Wall Street Journal toppled Suharto, Cato Institute, June 6, 2017, https://www.cato.org/publications/commentary/20th-Asian-Financial-Wall-Street-Journal, Wessel and Davis, Markets Under Siege. The Wall Street Journal supported the regime change operation by spreading stories that Hanke had proposed to set the exchange rate at an overvalued level so that Suharto and his cronies could loot Indonesia's central bank, making him look devious. 84 Peter Waldman, East Meets West, The Wall Street Journal, October 16, 1996, A1. 85 Noam Chomsky, A New Generation Draws the Line, Kosovo, East Timor, and the Standards of the West, 78. Jimmy Carter's UN Ambassador Richard Holbrooke, who played a key role in carrying out U.S. policy in the late 1970s, continuously disregarded a UN General Assembly vote acknowledging East Timor's right to self-determination. 86 Chomsky, A New Generation Draws the Line, 54, 69, Nevins, The Making of Ground Zero in East Timor in 1999, 631, Alan Nairn, U.S. Complicity in Timor, The Nation, September 27, 1999, John Taylor, East Timor, The Price of Freedom, Wayne Madsen, Genocide and Covert Operations in Africa, 1993-1999, 84, Ed Buiami and Anthony Barnett, U.S. Aided Butchers of Timor, London Observer, September 19, 1999. Financial Times journalist Sander Thienes was among those killed after he had exposed corruption at the company of General Prabowo. 87 Nevins, The Making of Ground Zero in East Timor in 1999, 638 88 Noam Chomsky, Rogue States, The Rule of Force in World Affairs, 52, 54, Bitter Flowers, Sweet Flowers, East Timor, Indonesia and the World Community, ed. Richard Tanter, Mark Selden, Stephen R. Shalom. 89 Nevins, The Making of Ground Zero in East Timor in 1999, 640 90 Ibid, Chomsky, A New Generation Draws the Line, 5291 Nevins, The Making of Ground Zero in East Timor in 1999, 639, 640 92 Chomsky, A New Generation Draws the Line, 49, 50, Andrew Byshvik, American Empire, The Realities and Consequences of U.S. Diplomacy, 157. U.S. military assistance to the Indonesian army quietly resumed a few months after the crisis had passed without fanfare to avoid criticism on Capitol Hill and among human rights groups. 93 Chomsky, A New Generation Draws the Line, 49, 50. 94 Andrew Pollock, Marines Seek Peace with Okinawa in Rape Case, The New York Times, October 8, 1995, Johnson, Blowback, 34, 35, 42-95 quoted in Johnson, Blowback, 35. 96 Mark Lacey, Clinton Tries to Ease Anger at U.S. Troops in Okinawa, The New York Times, July 21, 2000. 97 Daniel Smith, Clinton Visits Okinawa Marine Base, Associated Press, July 22, 2000. 98 Smith, Clinton Visits Okinawa Marine Base. 99 John Broder, Clinton Defends U.S. Military Presence in Asia, Los Angeles Times, April 18, 1996. 100 Lacey, Clinton Tries to Ease Anger at U.S. Troops in Okinawa, Broder, Clinton Defends U.S. Military Presence in Asia. 101 Smith, Clinton Visits Okinawa Marine Base, Walter Lafebre, The Clash, U.S. Japanese Relations Throughout History, 391. 102 Cole and Lubman, Global Arms Market, Bombs Away. See also Clare, Resource Wars, 132, Stephanie Strom, Japan Beginning to Flex Its Military Muscles, The New York Times, April 18, 1999. 103 C. William G. Hyland, Clinton's World, Remaking American Foreign Policy, ch. 9. 104 Johnson, Blowback, 61. 105 Douglas Gell, Opening to Vietnam, Clinton Drops 19-year Ban on U.S. Trade with Vietnam, Cites Hanoi's Help on M.I.A.S., The New York Times, February 4, 1994. 106 Ibid 107 Lafebre, The Clash, 390. 108 Michel Chossudovsky, The Globalization of Poverty, Impacts of IMF and World Bank Reforms, 147. 109 John Pilger, Vietnam. The Final Battle, Covert Action Quarterly, Spring 1998, 60, Noam Chomsky, For Reasons of State. 110 Chossudovsky, The Globalization of Poverty, 147. 111 Edwin A. Martini, Invisible Enemies, The American War on Vietnam 1975-2000, H. Bruce Franklin, Missing in Action or Myth-Making in America, Pilger, Vietnam, The Final Battle. 112 Robert J. McMahon, Rationalizing Defeat, The Vietnam War in American Presidential Discourse, 1975, 1995, Rhetoric and Public Affairs, 2, 4, 529-549. 113 McMahon, Rationalizing Defeat, 544. In his speech marking the normalization of relations, Clinton said that whatever we may think about the political decisions of the Vietnam era, the brave Americans who fought and died there had noble motives. They fought for the freedom and independence of the Vietnamese people. President Bill Clinton, remarks by the President in announcing normalization of diplomatic relations with Vietnam, July 11, 1995, Clinton Presidential Records, Press Office, Box 7, William J. Clinton Presidential Library, Little Rock, Arkansas. 114 C. Kuzmarov, Modernizing Repression, ch. 7. 115 Full text of U.S. President Bill Clinton's speech on Vietnam, http://patrick.unin2.free.fr/cantho/vnnews/bclint14.htm, Martini, Invisible Enemies. Clinton referred to America's intervention in a purported Vietnamese civil war. This ignores the facts about how the war started and that it was a war of national liberation against a U.S. imposed puppet regime. When meeting with the Secretary General of the Communist Party, Clinton denied that the U.S. was an imperialist power and was anything like France. Bernard von Bothmer, framing the 60s, the use and abuse of a decade from Ronald Reagan to George W. Bush, 160. 116 C. John Marciano, Vietnam, Crime or Commemoration, Nick Turs, Kill Anything That Moves, The Real American War in Vietnam 117 Martini, Invisible Enemies, 196 118 Martini, Invisible Enemies, 235, 236, full text of U.S. President Bill Clinton's speech on Vietnam, http://patrick.unin2.free.fr/cantho/vn news/bclint14.htm119 David Roberts, U.S. Intervention in Cambodia, From Bombs to Ballots, Covert Action Quarterly, Fall 1997. Hun Sen had fought as a Khmer Rouge guerrilla against the U.S.-imposed puppet regime of Lon Nol in the early 1970s. 120 Roberts, U.S. Intervention in Cambodia. 121 Roberts, U.S. Intervention in Cambodia. 122 Tina Rosenberg, Hun Sen stages an election, The New York Times, August 30, 1998. 123 Roberts, U.S. Intervention in Cambodia. One of the IRI's consorts in Cambodia was Raul Garcia Prieto, former vice president of El Salvador and a protege of Death Squad leader Roberto Dogwison. 124 Rosenberg, Hun Sen stages an election. The election was not without violence and Sen's forces were accused of killing 41 Ranarid loyalists. Rosenberg suggests that the UN only endorsed the election to validate the $2 billion it had spent trying to advance democracy in Cambodia. See also, Cambodia 1998, Fair Elections Not Possible, Human Rights Watch, June 19, 1998, https://www.hrw.org/news/1998/06/19/Cambodia-fair-elections-not-possible 125 Rosenberg, Hun Sen stages an election. 126 See 30 Years of Hun Sen, Violence, Repression, and Corruption in Cambodia, Human Rights Watch, January 12, 2015, https://www.hrw.org/report/2015/30-1/12/30-Hun-Sen/violence-repression-Hun-corruption-Cambodia number sign 127 in 2007. The Bush administration hypocritically reversed its stance on foreign aid following the discovery of massive extractable resources in the country, including gold, bauxite, and other minerals, plus potentially large reserves of oil and gas. In 1999, Sen signed a bilateral investment treaty to boost exports in the apparel industry, prompting the relocation of many foreign factories which provided miserably low wages to the locals, many of whom decided to work instead as prostitutes. See Ken Silverstein, The Secret World of Oil, ch. 128 Branko Marcetic, How Washington Hacked Mongolia's Democracy, Jacobin, November 29, 2017, https://www.jacobianmag.com/2017/11/mongolia-election-international-republican-institute, Richard Bartholomew, The Deep State in the Heart of Texas, 333. 129 Marcetic, How Washington Hacked Mongolia's Democracy. 130 Marcetic, How Washington Hacked Mongolia's Democracy. 131 Marcetic, How Washington Hacked Mongolia's Democracy. In 2000, the MPRP came back to power in a landslide, and has continued to dominate the country's politics ever since. 132 See William Engdahl, Target China, how Washington and Wall Street plan to cage the Asian dragon. As Engdahl points out, Myanmar was an integral part of what China terms its string of pearls, its strategic design of establishing military bases in Myanmar, Thailand, and Cambodia in order to counter U.S. control over the Strait of Malacca choke point. Myanmar had oil and gas, and the junta leaders were opposed to U.S. militarization of the region, including an air base on Banda Aceh in Indonesia. 133 Chinese anger at National Endowment for Democracy, Chennai Center for China Studies, July 20, 2009, https://www.c3syndia.org/geopolitics-strategy/Chinese-anger-for-democracy 134 See Alfred W. McCoy, The Politics of Heroin, CIA Complicity in the Global Drugs Trade. 135 Engdahl, Target China, Nick Beek, Myanmar Rohingya, Aung San Suu Kyi cuts a haunted figure in court, BBC, December 14, 2019, https://www.bbc.com/news/world-asia-50770961 See Charles K. Armstrong, Tyranny of the Weak, North Korea and the World, 1950-1992. 137 AB. Abrams, Immovable Object, North Korea 70 years at war with American power, 371, 372. 138 Zbigniew Brzezinski, The Grand Chessboard, American Primacy and its Geostrategic Imperatives, 47, 48. 139 Bruce Cummings, North Korea, Another Country, 65. In yet more war games in March, the U.S. deployed B-1B bombers and B-52s from Guam as well as naval vessels carrying cruise missiles targeting North Korea. 140 Elizabeth Furse, Letter to President Clinton, April 8, 1994, Clinton Digital Libraries, Korea, January-June 1994, https://clinton.presidentiallibraries.us/items/show/72535. First noted that according to recent press reports, South Koreans do not seem to be nearly so concerned about North Korea's intentions as the U.S. Perhaps they are aware that North and South Koreans are the same people and have a greater motivation to normalize relations than go to war with North Korea. Clinton responded to Furse's letter by stating, "We have coordinated with South Korea on a proposal that, if accepted by the North, would permit resumption of U.S.DPRK dialogue. At the same time, we are continuing prudent upgrades to the defensive capabilities of our military forces in the South." 141 Abrams, Immovable Object, 359. 142 Leon V. Seigel, Disarming Strangers, Nuclear Diplomacy with North Korea, Clinton, My Life, 591. 143 Engaging North Korea 2, Evidence from the Clinton Administration, ed. Robert A. Wampler, December 8, 2017, https://nsarchive.gwu.edu/briefing-book/korea/2017-12-08/engaging-north-korea-clinton-administration, Washington was on the brink of war with North Korea 5 years ago, Pentagon had predicted up to 1 million deaths, CNN, October 4, 1999. 144 Cummings, North Korea, 72. 145 Engaging North Korea 2, Evidence from the Clinton Administration, ed. Robert A. Wampler, December 8, 2017, https://nsarchive.gwu.edu/briefing-book/korea/2017-12-08/engaging-north-korea-clinton-administration 146 Washington was on the brink of war with North Korea 5 years ago, Pentagon had predicted up to 1 million deaths, CNN, October 4, 1999. 147 Abrams, immovable object, 365, 373, 374. 148 Hans M. Christensen and Robert S. Norris, A History of U.S. Nuclear Weapons in South Korea, Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, October 2-6, 2017, https://www.10phoneline.com/doi/pdf/10.1080/0096340.227.38656 149 See Jeremy Kuzmarov, Barbarism Unleashed, http://peacehistory-usfp.org/Korean-war, Remarks by President Clinton and the President of South Korea at the dedication of the Korean War Veterans Memorial, July 27, 1995, Clinton Presidential Records, President's Office, Box 11. William J. Clinton Presidential Library, Little Rock, Arkansas. Towards the end of the Korean War, General Douglas MacArthur developed a plan to drop between 30 to 50 tactical atomic bombs on air bases and other depots strung across the neck of Manchuria from just across the Yalu at Antung to the neighborhood of Hunchun. 150 Christina Pazanes, Clinton reflects on foreign policy triumphs and challenges, The Harvard Gazette, April 8, 2021. https://news.harvard.edu/gazette/story/2021/04/clinton-on-foreign-policy-triumphs-and-challenges 151 Jonathan G. Clark, A Foreign Policy Report Card on the Clinton-Gore Administration, Cato Institute, Policy Analysis, October 3, 2000. 152 Cummings, North Korea, 82, 83. 153 See the Asian Financial Crisis and the Architecture of Global Finance, ed. Gregory W. Noble and John Ravenhill, Abrams, Power and Primacy, 380. Joseph Stiglitz, a Nobel laureate in economics, determined that rapid market liberalization, primarily the sudden deregulation of capital flows by lifting capital controls, was the primary cause of East Asia's economic crisis. The exact policies the U.S. Treasury and IMF strongly advocated for and pressed Southeast Asian countries to adopt, which left them vulnerable to speculative attacks. 154 Quoted in Johnson, Blowback, 206. 155 Abrams, Power and Primacy, 382. 156 Abrams, Power and Primacy, 382. 157 Abrams, Power and Primacy, 388, 389. In a March 1999 visit to Thailand, U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright shamefully expressed strong support for the severe austerity policies imposed by IMF, while at the same time scolding the Thai people for turning to prostitution and dead-end drugs. She emphasized how it was essential that girls not be exploited and abused and exposed to AIDS. It's very important to fight back, while promoting the very same policies that forced them into such vices. Albright also lobbied hard for multi-billion-dollar sales of fighter jets to the crisis-hit country. 158 David Wessel and Bob Davis, Markets Under Siege, Limits of Power, How Global Crisis Grew Despite Efforts of Crack U.S. Team, The Wall Street Journal, September 24, 1998, 1. 159 Wessel and Davis, Markets Under Siege. 160 Wessel and Davis, Markets Under Siege. 161 Wessel and Davis, Markets Under Siege. 162 Wessel and Davis, Markets Under Siege. 163 Wessel and Davis, Markets Under Siege. 164 Klein, The Shock Doctrine, 274, Anita Raghavan, Wall Street is Scavenging in Asia Pacific, The Wall Street Journal, February 10, 1998, CI. 165 Klein, The Shock Doctrine, 274, 275, 276, Abrams, Power and Primacy, 390, 391. Economists Robert Wade and Frank Veneroso predicted that the IMF program would precipitate the biggest peacetime transfer of assets from domestic to foreign owners in the past 50 years anywhere in the world. Former U.S. Undersecretary of Commerce Jeffrey Garton had predicted that when the IMF was finished with Asia, there is going to be a significantly different Asia, and it will be an Asia in which American firms have achieved much deeper penetration and much greater access. Chapter 7. Clinton's excessive and two-faced war on drugs. In January 1985, Bill Clinton's kid brother, Roger, was convicted on 6 counts of drug dealing and conspiracy. Bill helped him secure a light 2-year sentence while publicly insisting that he never knew that Roger had tried drugs. But Roger's drug involvement was impossible to miss, as he sang in a rock and roll band entitled Dealer's Choice. Roger was also caught on a police videotape saying he needed to get some cocaine for Bill, who had a nose like a vacuum cleaner. The manager of Roger's apartment complex, Jane Parks, said she had seen and overheard Bill and Roger taking drugs together. 1. Being the political animal that he was, Bill and his handlers sensed an opportunity to spin Roger's arrest in a positive way. During the trial, Bill regularly showed up in court. After Roger's conviction, Bill told the public that drugs were a curse which has reached epidemic proportions and has plagued the lives of millions of families, including many in our state, and that he hoped the publicity would discourage other young people from involvement with drugs. 2. Clinton had previously claimed that he wanted his brother's case to be handled exactly as any other similar case would be. 3. However, Travis Bunn, a Hot Springs undercover policeman, who had tape-recorded evidence of Roger selling cocaine, was never called to testify before the grand jury despite his familiarity with the case. A state police investigator loyal to Clinton took it over. 4. The episode with Roger was significant because it reflected the double standards and hypocrisy of Bill Clinton's war on drugs, which carried over into his presidency. According to Robert Tosh Plumlee, a former CIA pilot, when the Clinton administration was briefed in detail by undercover operatives who had been part of a covert mission to infiltrate and gather intelligence on drug cartels in South America, the administration shut the operation down to protect the corrupt officials, putting the lives of the undercover operatives in danger. 5. The people of the region were left to wonder why it took so long for cartel leaders like Pablo Escobar and the Ochoa brothers who terrorized their country to be taken down. Initially, Clinton's election had heralded hope for a change in U.S. drug policy because he was the first president to have been a product of the 1960s counterculture. However, Clinton was guided by the fear of being labeled soft on crime, which had ruined fellow Democrat Michael Dukakis in the 1988 election. Branding young people in the 1960s as naive for believing drugs weren't dangerous, Clinton told school children in 1996 that drugs had nearly destroyed our generation and the United States military. 6. The latter was a reference to the myth of the addicted army, which exaggerated the negative impact of drugs on soldiers during the Vietnam War. 7. Clinton's liberal and hip persona shielded him from public rebuke as he escalated the war on drugs to new heights. In 1995 alone, the Clinton administration spent $13.2 billion on anti-drug programs, including $1.6 billion on supply-side interdiction. 8. Sociologist Timothy Black noted that Clinton made Reagan's law enforcement budget look like the minor leagues, increasing annual spending to 20 times the amount the war on drugs guru himself had spent. 9. The consequence could be felt not only in the overcrowded jails but also in the displacement of peasants in Latin America subjected to chemical sprays. The U.S. government under President Clinton meanwhile continued to protect high-level drug traffickers who served as political assets, as Governor Clinton had done in Arkansas. It further enhanced the growth of the global drug trade through policies which contributed to widening social inequality and made smuggling easier by opening up the border with Mexico. A nose like a vacuum cleaner, Slick Willie's drug habit. The 1992 and 1996 elections were interesting manifestations of the cultural wars in America, pitting the supposed liberal hippie Clinton against establishment figures representing America's greatest generation. Clinton played the part effectively by admitting to marijuana use, albeit with the absurd caveat that he had never inhaled. Like he had done in Arkansas, he also tried to win over conservative middle Americans by evoking his feelings of empathy for families who had suffered from drug addiction, stating in a televised presidential debate with Dole that his family had suffered from drug abuse. "I know what it's like to see somebody you love nearly lose their lives. And I hate drugs, Senator." 10. These comments were disingenuous in lieu of what is known about Clinton and drugs. Despite claiming he never used them in Arkansas, various associates have stated publicly that Clinton used drugs routinely for pleasure as an adult in Arkansas. 11 A Democratic state representative, Jack McCoy, said he remembered once entering the governor's conference room and it reeked of marijuana. 12 Clinton's lover Jennifer Flowers, with whom he had carried on a 12-year affair, said that he would carry marijuana joints around with him and sometimes smoke them in her presence. Flowers also said he told her about a party where he got so fucked up on cocaine. He said it made his scalp itch and he felt conspicuous because he was talking with people who were not aware drugs were at the party and all he wanted to do was scratch his head. 13. Sally Perdue, a Clinton girlfriend from the mid-1980s, similarly told a journalist that Clinton had all of the equipment laid out, like a real pro. Another Arkansas party girl, Charline Wilson, said that she'd serve Clinton drinks at LE Club Bistro and lines of cocaine on a glass mirror. One night, she said, Clinton got so stoned he slid into a trash can. 14 State Trooper LD Brown also saw Governor Clinton do cocaine while on vacation with his family in Boca Raton, Florida. 15 In 1983 to 1984, Roger Clinton, on a police surveillance film, was quoted as saying, "OT to get some for my brother. He's got a nose like a vacuum cleaner." 16. Jane Parks was the manager of an upscale Little Rock apartment complex where Clinton's half-brother, Roger, lived. Once, when she opened Roger's door after she had to carry Roger back to his apartment after finding him drugged out by the pool, Mrs. Parks said that she saw Bill Clinton sitting on the couch, staring straight ahead and looking stoned, as lines of cocaine sat next to him on the table. On other occasions, Mrs. Parks, whose office was adjacent to Roger's room and could hear what was going on there, heard Clinton enthuse over the high-quality cocaine he was using along with sounds of sex coming from the sex parties he and Roger hosted with underage girls. 17. According to Sam Houston, a respected Little Rock doctor, Bill Clinton was admitted to the University of Arkansas Medical Center for emergency treatment for cocaine abuse and overdose following his defeat in the 1980 gubernatorial election and had to be cared for at the hospital on one or possibly two occasions. When Mrs. Clinton arrived, she told both of the resident physicians on duty that night that they would never again practice medicine in the U.S. if word leaked out about Clinton's drug problem, journalist Christopher Ruddy said. Reportedly, Hillary pinned one of the doctors up against the wall, both hands pressed against his shoulders, as she gave him a dire warning. Ruddy's 1999 article "Did Bill Clinton Overdose on Cocaine?" claimed that journalist R. Emmett Tyrrell found one of the nurses who was on the job when cocaine-inebriated Bill Clinton was brought into the hospital, who then would not say any more out of fear of losing her job. A doctor soon worked at the medical center that took care of Clinton for a sinus problem, which is believed to be related to his cocaine use. 18. In late 1987 or early 1988, when Larry Nichols, then director of the Arkansas Development Finance Authority, was looking for Bill, he was told by Clinton's chief of staff Betsy Wright that Bill had been sent off to a drug rehabilitation clinic to get off cocaine. Nichols believed that this was probably the Betty Ford Clinic in Minnesota. Wright told Nichols that Clinton had been sent to drug rehab more than once. 19. Clinton's phony war on drugs in Arkansas. While Governor Clinton was himself regularly using cocaine and other drugs, his administration in Arkansas passed tough drug control legislation that resulted in a 100% increase in Arkansas's incarceration rate. Penalties for drug trafficking offenses were strengthened, and Clinton enacted a program with the Arkansas State Police in which random stops were made of suspicious vehicles on state highways in an effort to seize drugs. Clinton further requested and received permission to use the Arkansas National Guard in an effort to wipe out drug use in Arkansas, with Arkansas National Guard helicopters flying thousands of hours of missions to spot marijuana crops and destroy them. 20 During his 1992 presidential campaign, Clinton bragged that this campaign resulted in the destruction of 1 million marijuana plants between 1982 and 1991 that were valued at $1 billion. 21. On the other hand, the IRS reported that Arkansas led the nation in money laundering during Clinton's governorship and offered an enticing climate for traffickers seeking to get their money into the legitimate economy. 22 CIA pilot Basil Bo Abbott described how Arkansas State Police protected drug loads by blocking off roads leading to small airstrips when drug flights arrived. 23 Mena was a particular hub for gun and drug running operations to the Nicaraguan Contras, as Chapter 2 details. Political operative Roger Stone and Robert Morrow described Arkansas under Clinton's leadership as a diseased narco-state run by a cocaine-addled governor. 24 Journalist Ambrose Evans Pritchard referred to it as a major point for the transshipment of drugs and a sort of mini-Colombia within the borders of the United States. An epidemic of cocaine contaminate the political establishment from top to bottom, with parties at which cocaine served like hors d'oeuvres and sex was rampant. 25. The drug parties were at the home of Dan Lassater, Clinton's closest and most important political contributor, who lent him his plane for campaign trips and was a key figure in the Mena drug trafficking operation. Lassater had been investigated for drug trafficking on planes coming in and out of the Angel Fire Resort in New Mexico, which had a 8,900-foot runway. Former Angel Fire Resort employees claimed that the resort was the focal point for a large controlled substance smuggling operation and large-scale money laundering activity. 26 In 1977, Lassater's private jet turned up in Las Vegas with Jimmy Chagra, a prominent drug trafficker, on board. 27 Lassater's chauffeur, Lee Curtis Chuck Berry, was later given a 50-month sentence for carrying cocaine for Lassater. 28. A 1988 FBI report considered Lassater a major player in the cocaine trafficking network of the Dixie Mafia as early as the mid-1970s, with the DEA opening a file on him in 1983. Clinton claimed that he did not know about investigations into Lassater for drug trafficking until 1986 after Lassater & Co. received $750,000 commission from the sale of $30.7 million in bonds from a new state police radio system, but Republican Governor Frank White said that Clinton had to have known as early as 1983. 29. In the early 1980s, Lassater had bought a horse farm, which smugglers would use to refuel planes for drug mules to Colombia. Arkansas investigator Russell Welch said that Barry Seal used the ranch frequently. Land owned by Lassater's company Oxley Timber in Pine Bluff, was also the site of more drug drops and possible covert training operations for the Contra War. Residents stated that they would see people in camouflaged uniforms and hear and see planes flying over low at night with their lights off, almost exactly the things going on at Mena 30. Lassater and Bill used to party back at Lassater's mansion, where there would be ashtrays filled with cocaine and girls as young as high school age. One of the girls whom Dan Lassater got hooked on cocaine was 16-year-old Patty Ann Smith, who was also sold into prostitution. She told Pritchard that Clinton was never acting like a governor when I saw him. He was seen using cocaine on 2 or 3 occasions, including at Lassater's residence. He was doing a line. It was just there on the table. 31. Former Arkansas State Trooper J.N. Doc DeLaughter told a reporter that a 1986 narcotics investigation of Lassater was shut down for political reasons. DeLaughter stated that he and another state police investigator who worked on the case were excluded when then U.S. Attorney General George Proctor and federal agents interviewed Lassater and others, including Roger Clinton. DeLaughter was given the unusual order to make only oral reports on his findings in the Lassater case, and only to Colonel Tommy Goodwin, the head of the Arkansas police, who was close with Clinton. Lt. Larry Gleghorn, DeLaughter's supervisor, corroborated part of DeLaughter's account, stating that anything anyone ever did in this investigation went to Little Rock, and none of it ever came back to us. 32. In another irregularity, the officer assigned to investigate Lassater's finances, Mike Mahone, had previously conducted business with Lassater and was under investigation himself by both the FBI and the State Police Internal Affairs Unit for alleged obstruction of justice. Not coincidentally, Lassater's finances were barely actually investigated, and he got off with a short prison sentence in a country club-type jail and a fine of $200,000, which amounted to 6 cents for every dollar that he had robbed from Arkansas taxpayers. In 1990, Lassater was pardoned by Clinton. His secretary and fixer, Patty Thomason, who had accompanied Lassater on flights to Latin America, became executive director of the Arkansas Democratic Party, and in 1993 was named as special assistant to the president and director of the Office of the Administration in the White House, where, incredibly, she was responsible for drug testing. 33. Among other Arkansas high rollers, the DEA had a file on Jackson Stevens, who was referred to as a cocaine and alcohol abuser. According to former CIA operative Robert Johnson, Stevens placed indirect pressure on U.S. Attorney General Edwin Meese to appoint as U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Arkansas, J. Michael Fitzhugh, who then effectively stonewalled investigation into the drug trafficking activities taking place in and around Mena. 34. A state police investigation uncovered that Arkansas Chicken King, Don Tyson, who had provided secret envelopes filled with cash to Clinton, put cocaine in the rectums of chickens transported on their trucks, and that his planes were used to ferry drugs between Florida and Arkansas. The investigation, however, was shut down by upper echelons in the Arkansas State Police. 35. The DEA office in Oklahoma City in December 1982 cited confidential information that Tyson smuggled cocaine from Colombia inside race horses to Hot Springs, Arkansas, and cited the investigative tracking number for Don Tyson, who was given the nickname Chicken Man. A second document from DEA offices in Tucson from July 1984 stated that cooperating individuals had information concerning heroin, cocaine, and marijuana trafficking in the state of Arkansas, Texas and Missouri by the Tyson Organization, and noted that Tyson used as a stash location the barn, which was located between Springdale and Fayetteville, Arkansas, and was frequented by Lassater, Roger Clinton, Barry Seal, and Bill. 36. When the TV series Unsolved Mysteries investigated the deaths of Kevin Ives and Don Henry, two teens allegedly killed after they witnessed illicit cocaine drops in Mena, host Robert Stack interviewed Saline County prosecutor Richard Garrett, who stated that Saline County and the central Arkansas area are overrun at this time with drug trafficking, and it's drug trafficking at a high level that extends to other states and other counties. 37. These comments epitomize the deep-rooted corruption in Arkansas during Clinton's governorship, which set the precedent for his presidency. Arkansas drug money is even suspected of helping to finance Clinton's political campaigns with money that had been laundered through the ADFA, assorted area banks, and Lassater's bond companies. Policies causing health and human services disasters. At a campaign stop in New Hampshire during the 2016 presidential campaign, Black Lives Matter activist Donasia Yancey confronted Hillary Clinton about her shared culpability in America's destructive war on drugs, stating, "You and your family have been personally and politically responsible for policies that have caused health and human services disasters in impoverished communities of color through the domestic and international war on drugs that you championed." 38. Bill Clinton had all but acknowledged that Ms. Yancey was correct 14 years earlier when he told an interviewer that his greatest failing as president towards the black community was in the criminal justice area. There is a grossly disproportionate percentage of African Americans behind bars, particularly young black men. A lot of them are there for nonviolent offenses, many of them related to drugs, and if they stay a long time it's going to have an enormous impact on our social fabric. 39. Law professor Michelle Alexander called this the new Jim Crow, comparable to the era of legalized segregation that had followed the breakdown of Reconstruction after the Civil War. Alexander pointed out that Clinton's war on drugs resulted in the largest increases in federal and state prison inmates in American history, a disproportionate number of whom were black. 40 In a testament to the problem of racial profiling, a March 2000 government report found that black women were 900% more likely to be x-rayed for drugs by customs agents than white women, even though black women were less than half as likely to be caught with contraband. 41. Not content with just giving minor drug offenders long prison sentences, the Clinton administration passed laws denying federal financial aid to students with drug convictions, introduced guidelines that required public housing authorities to evict anyone who committed a drug crime, and signed legislation imposing a lifetime ban on welfare and food stamps for anyone convicted of a felony drug offense, an exceptionally harsh measure that disproportionately impacted black Americans. 42 In a vivid reminder of the pay-to-play system in the U.S., Clinton meanwhile granted a pardon to Carlos Vinali, who was sentenced to 15 years for shipping half a ton of cocaine to Minnesota, after his father gave $160,000 to Democrats in the 2000 cycle and paid $200,000 to Hugh Rodham, Hillary's brother. 43. During the 1992 presidential campaign, Clinton had criticized George H.W. Bush for locking up addicts instead of treating them or teaching them to resist using them in the first place, and promised to invert the ratio under which 2/3 of the drug budget went for interdiction and law enforcement and only 1/3 for education and treatment. Michael Kramer reported in Time magazine on the eve of Clinton's 1996 re-election, however, that the ratio had remained the same, and that nothing had changed. 44 The government continued to lock people up under Clinton's presidency for drug-related offenses at a rate of about 700,000 per year. 45 According to Rolling Stone magazine, marijuana-related arrests rose 43% under Clinton to 600,000 in 1995, and then 700,000 in 1999, double the total from the early 1990s. 46 The total prison population rose by 673,000 people, or by 235,000 more than it had under President Ronald Reagan, according to a study by the Justice Policy Institute. 47. Much of this increase was attributable to the Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act, which Clinton had signed in September 1994. What Clinton termed the toughest and smartest crime bill in American history provided for 100,000 new police officers and $9.7 billion in funding for prisons, as well as a grant program that encouraged police officers to engage in more drug-related arrests. The bill further made large-scale drug traffickers eligible for the death penalty while extending money for states that adopted truth in sentencing laws requiring inmates to serve out at least 85% of their prison sentences without an early release. 48 The 100-to-1 sentencing disparity between crack and powder cocaine was preserved against the recommendation of a U.S. Sentencing Commission report. 49 Clinton said that tough penalties for crack trafficking are required because of the effect on individuals and families, related gang activity, turf battles and other violence. 50. Clinton tried to further burnish his anti-drug credentials by expanding the scope of drug testing in federal and state prisons, forcing parolees to take drug tests, and by proposing that teenagers had to take a drug test before getting their driver's license, an idea the legal director of the American Civil Liberties Union called drug mania gone crazy. 51 In 1996, more than 8,000 U.S. military personnel took part in 754 counter-drug missions on U.S. soil, resulting in over 1,894 arrests. This was a brazen violation of the 1878 Posse Comitatus Act, which prohibits military involvement in domestic searches and seizures. 52. Playing war. Clinton's first drug czar, former New York Police Commissioner Lee Brown, had been praised by drug policy reformers for saying that the nation's drug policy should concentrate on hardcore users and addicts, not casual users, and should expand treatment opportunities. Clinton also in 1993 slashed funding for drug interdiction programs in the Andes from $387 to $174 million after a classified review found them to be ineffective. But Clinton's tune quickly changed after the 1994 midterm elections when he realized that more progressive policies had made him vulnerable to Republican attacks, that he was soft on crime. 53 At that time, the Clinton administration rejected a Rand Corporation study which recommended that $3 billion in drug funds should be switched from law enforcement to drug treatment. 54. Surgeon General Dr. Jocelyn Elders incurred disfavor from the White House for suggesting that she was open to the idea of legalizing or decriminalizing drug possession. The ostensible final straw that prompted her dismissal was that she talked about promoting masturbation in sex ed classes. Clinton fired her. He then appointed as his drug czar four-star General Barry McCaffrey, former Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Southern Command, who oversaw a budgetary increase from $266.1 million to $2.4 billion by 2000 and the transfer of an estimated $727 million in military hardware to law enforcement agencies, including bulletproof helmets, aircraft, grenade launchers, and M16 rifles. Ridiculing claims of marijuana's benefit as Cheech and Chong medicine, McCaffrey also established a Troops to Cops program, which subsidized police departments for hiring returning veterans, many of whom had little patience for carrying out the painstaking detective work necessary to make a case, according to sociologist Peter Kraska, but just like to play war, they get a rush out of search and destroy missions. 55. In 1993, the Defense Department's Counter-Drug Technology Development Program teamed with the Army Research Laboratory and Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency to organize a face recognition technology program that tested and led to advances in facial recognition technologies used for identifying drug traffickers and terrorists. 56 The National Institute of Justice also awarded grants to companies like Tracer Detection of Syosset, New York, which developed anti-counterfeiting fibers that could be embedded in documents and chemical tag ants used to mark vehicles and contraband and were detectable by chemical sensors. 57. Stun guns that deployed 50,000 volts of electric shock, police choppers equipped with night vision devices and computer databasing and algorithms designed to predict outbreaks of violence were additional tools utilized by police forces in the 1990s as record numbers filled America's prisons thanks to the new tough on crime bills. 58 After admitting to his own drug use on MTV, a purportedly penitent Clinton championed a $1 billion media anti-drug initiative modeled after Ronald Reagan's Just Say No campaign that enlisted Hollywood movie stars and encouraged Hollywood producers to adopt anti-drug themes in their films. 59 Clinton's Housing and Urban Development Department adopted a one-strike and you're out policy, upping his infamous three strikes policy that preceded it, and expelling whole families from public housing on the mere suspicion that one family member was using drugs. 60 This kind of policy bore unfortunate resemblance to the kind carried out in totalitarian states, where neighbors inform on one another, and society is guided by suspicion and fear. How the global drug war was compromised. Under McCaffrey's direction, the Clinton administration promoted a supply-side strategy that was designed to halt the flow of drugs entering the U.S. The Operations Green Clover and Laser Strike deployed hundreds of U.S. military troops to work with Latin American militaries to monitor and shoot down drug flights. McCaffrey claimed that the multinational, cooperative effort yielded stunning tactical results. 61. Yet it was acknowledged that these and other drug war operations had no impact on the availability and price of cocaine in the United States. 62. Between 1998 and 1999, cocaine imports jumped almost 15%. In 1998, more Americans died from drug overdoses, more Americans went to hospital emergency rooms for drug-related problems than ever before, and more high school students reported that marijuana was fairly easy or very easy to get than ever before. 63. One reason for high supply rates was that high-level traffickers who were assets of the U.S. government continued to enjoy immunity from prosecution. 64. Clinton's experience covering up the MENA scandal in Arkansas made him especially well prepared to cover up high-level corruption as president. In Russia, the Clinton administration helped empower what the IMF's chief economist Michael Mussa referred to as a bunch of criminals who caused a huge growth in the drug trade, which totaled between $4 and $7 billion per year. 65 Clinton provided extensive military aid and also granted a White House visit to Albanian President Sali Berisha, whom Jane's Intelligence Review said tolerated and even directly profited from the drug trafficking in order to finance secessionist political parties. Notably the Kosovo Liberation Army, which relied heavily on funds from the narcotics trade to fund its operations against Yugoslav forces. 66 KLA leader Hashim Thaçi was later identified in a UN report as having exerted violent control over the regional heroin trade and held connections to a mafia cartel which moved drugs from Turkey to Western Europe through the Balkans. Route 67. In Afghanistan, the CIA provided $200,000 per month to Northern Alliance warlord Ahmed Shah Massoud, whose men smuggled large amounts of opium and heroin into Europe, according to the CIA's Counter-Narcotics Center. 68 Clinton further failed to impose sanctions on oil-rich Nigeria, which had become a hub for heroin trafficking under Sani Abacha. 69 Clinton received illicit campaign financing from a business associate of Cambodia's most significant narcotics trafficker, Than Bunma, and backed the Siller government in Turkey, which employed state-linked gangs, including the CIA-trained paramilitary Grey Wolves, that wrested control of the $20 billion drug trade from Kurdish businessmen. 70. South of the border, one of the CIA's chief assets in the fight against drugs, Peruvian Security Director Vladimir Montesinos, diverted CIA monies, amassing a $264 million personal fortune. Gen. Barry McCaffrey had praised Montesinos as an outstanding and knowledgeable strategist. Later, Montesinos was charged with death squad activities, corruption, arms and drug trafficking, and illegal enrichment. In 1999, the Senate Appropriations Committee noted that it had repeatedly expressed concern about U.S. support for the Peruvian National Intelligence Service, and requested that it be consulted prior to any decision to provide assistance to the SIN. The Clinton administration, however, continued to provide Peru with extensive military aid, and Bill wrote a personal letter to President Alberto Fujimori praising him for Peru's admirable progress in the war on drugs. 71. Following a similar pattern, the Clinton administration helped cover up the corruption of Mexico's President Carlos Salinas and his brother Raúl, who were introduced to the drug trade by their father in the 1970s. The New York Times reported that American investigators were forced to file away reports that Raúl received at least $500 million for trafficking cocaine into the U.S. and funneled drug money into his brother's election campaign. Carlos Salinas enjoyed a close friendship with one of the legendary figures of Mexico's north border drug trade, Juan N. Guerra. His first Attorney General and Education Minister, Manuel Bartlett Diaz, a CIA asset who spied on left-wing groups in Central America, was suspected of involvement in the murder of DIA agent Enrique Kiki Camarena in 1985.72. The CIA concluded that Salinas' hands-on governing style made it unlikely that he had no knowledge of his brother's affairs or the shady dealings of other close associates. 73. These associates included Mexico's drug enforcement chief, General Jesus Gutierrez Rebollo, who was arrested on charges of working for cocaine trafficker Carrillo Fuentes. 8 days earlier, Rebollo had stood at attention in Washington as the White House drug policy chief. Gen. Barry R. McCaffrey described him as an honest man, a guy of absolute unquestionable integrity and a no-nonsense field commander. 74. The farce of the drug war was further epitomized when Clinton hosted a drug summit in February 1999 in Yucatan at the ranch of a wealthy Mexican banker, Roberto Hernandez Ramirez, who was publicly accused, with creditable evidence, of running a major cocaine trafficking operation and laundering illicit drug money. 75. In July 1995, the New York Times reported that because of concern for Mexican stability and the fate of the North American Free Trade Agreement, officials said that the United States often exaggerated the Mexican government's progress in the fight against drugs, playing down corruption and glossing over failures. The article, written by Tim Golden, went on to detail how Major Mexican traffickers were sometimes captured and let go without a public word from American diplomats. Slow movement by the Mexican government to stop the laundering of drug profits was accepted almost patiently, rather than push for the prosecution of the drug-related corruption. American officials usually wrote off such episodes as unavoidable bumps in a long, bumpy road. 76. These latter comments exemplify how the drug war was subordinate to larger political interests, reminiscent of Arkansas during Clinton's governorship. Drug revenues in Mexico had generated more than half of the foreign exchange earnings that were needed to repay U.S. loans, which bailed the country out in 1994 after the collapse of the peso. 77 When a videotape shot by U.S. Customs agents showed that Army soldiers who killed 7 drug agents in a remote airstrip in the eastern state of Veracruz had been protecting drug shipments, and autopsy reports showed that the agents had been shot at point-blank range, American diplomats bent over backwards to buttress the Mexican government's attempted cover-up of the massacre, claiming to be motivated by what one official called concern for the big picture. 78 Ambassador John Negroponte called the shootings a regrettable accident, which clearly they were not. A deal made in narco heaven. One key to the long-standing failure of the war on drugs was the unwillingness of law enforcement agencies to go after money laundering banks, which enabled the global drug trade to flourish. The Clinton administration made it easier for drug cartels to launder their money by supporting the deregulation of banks and the financial industry. Raul Salinas had gotten special treatment from Citigroup, which happened to be the future employer of Robert Rubin, the head of Clinton's Council of Economic Advisers and a top aide, who was unlikely to back any serious investigation. 79. Clinton donors, the Stevens and Riotti families, were connected to the Bank of Commerce and Credit International, a major money laundering haven for drug traffickers. 80 Clinton himself had no compunction about accepting donations from figures known to have profited from the drug trade, including Dan Lasseter and Don Tyson. Arkansas restaurateur Charlie Tree funneled millions of dollars illegally in foreign funds to the Democratic National Committee, including a bundle derived from Ng Lap Seng, the owner of a gambling resort in Macau that served as a haven for Chinese triad gangs who controlled the drug trade from the Golden Triangle. Mr. Ng's largesse won him 10 visits to the White House between 1994 and 1996, including at least one with Clinton, who overlooked his connection to organized crime. 81 The level of hypocrisy was astounding if we consider the disproportionately long sentences given out to African American petty dealers and users. NAFTA furthermore was a deal made in narco heaven for the godfathers of the drug trade, according to Phil Jordan, one of the Drug Enforcement Administration's leading authorities on Mexican drug cartels. 82 Both the DEA and U.S. Customs Services had been significantly prohibited from raising the subject of drugs during the NAFTA negotiations. 83 The loosening of trade barriers along with advances in transportation made smuggling across the border far easier. 84 1994 saw the biggest jump in commercial vehicle smuggling on record, a 25% increase. 85 NAFTA further led Mexican farmers to plant more drug crops in response to decreased income from maize farming, left sweatshop workers without means to care for their kids, and helped provide the infrastructure and labor pool to facilitate more smuggling, with widening domestic inequality and anomie ensuring ample demand. 86 The underfunding of public education, outsourcing of manufacturing jobs, and weakening of unions eroded economic prospects for working-class youth, driving many into the underground economy. 87 In a futile attempt to halt the flow of drugs and refugees, the Clinton administration militarized the U.S. Mexican border, employing robotic drones for the first time for surveillance along with radar blimps and military aircraft equipped with high-speed thermal imagers. This was in conjunction with night vision and infrared detection devices, global positioning system receivers and radio links to law enforcement agencies off the Florida coast and an intelligence center in El Paso, Texas, which served as a repository of worldwide drug smuggling data. 88 On May 20, 1997, Ezequiel Hernandez Jr. was killed by a U.S. Marine Corps unit engaged in anti-drug surveillance along the U.S. Mexico border. The gentle 18-year-old high school student was herding goats near his hometown when he was stalked, Shot and allowed to bleed to death. Lt. General Carlton W. Fulford, commander of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force at Camp Pendleton, admitted, as reported in the Washington Post, that the killing might not have happened had civilian law enforcement agencies patrolled the border. 89. Between 1995 and 1997, American anti-drug aid to Mexico shot up from $10 million to $78 million per year. The Pentagon launched a $28 million program to train over 1,000 Mexican soldiers each year at American bases, shipped 73 Huey helicopters and other high-tech military equipment, quadrupled the budget for military surveillance, and created a specialized counter-narcotics units whose officers were implicated in torture and assassination. 90. A hidden purpose of the drug war was to fund counterinsurgency operations against leftist groups, which were conveniently accused of trafficking in drugs. El Press of the Progressive magazine pointed to a stunning admission tucked in the footnote of a General Accounting Office report on counter-narcotics. During the 1994 uprising in the Mexican state of Chiapas, several U.S. provided helicopters were used to transport Mexican military personnel to the conflict. 91. This exemplified the ulterior function of the war on drugs, which was to sustain U.S. military aid to governments which Congress would not ordinarily fund. The result was a growth in human rights atrocities despite all the pretenses about humanitarian intervention. The Bolivian success. In 1994, Clinton issued a presidential directive advocating a supply-side approach targeting Latin America's coca-growing regions. 92. 5 years later, Clinton bragged that we have witnessed a decline in cocaine production by 325 metric tons in Bolivia and Peru over the last 4 years. 93. He didn't mention, however, that much of the production was transferred to Colombia, where production doubled between 1996 and 2000. 94. Despite the expansion of coca leaf eradication by some 323%, total cocaine production increased in these years by 9% and opium poppy production by 16%. 95. The U.S. ambassador to Bolivia, Manuel Rocha, stated in 2001 that Bolivia had done in the past 2-3 years what no other country has done in the drug war. In Latin America, this is a success story. 96. The success came at a cost to the Bolivian economy of an estimated $500 million per year, accompanied by the growth of civil unrest and decimation of the coca-growing region of Cochabamba. The Reverend Ravario Martinelli spoke of a human tragedy for thousands of poor families with no way to support themselves. Now 97. When the Bolivian government provided pineapples to farmers as an alternative to growing coca, they forgot to provide assistance on how to cultivate the plants, which were left to rot. The cash payments offered were ridiculously low. 98. Clearly more attention was paid to the military effort than to addressing economic alternatives for the impoverished population. Coca, it should be noted, was chewed by locals to dull hunger and pain and curb indigestion, and as a medicine, and in ritual and ceremonial events. The attempt to eradicate trafficking thus included an assault on a people's culture. The U.S. funded, equipped, and trained Bolivian anti-narcotics police, which according to a 1995 report by the Bolivian Chamber of Deputies, acted with unnecessary displays of power, abuse, and indiscriminate attacks against the civilian population in Chapare. Their interdiction activities were guided by the assumption that all Chapare residents are drug trafficking suspects. 99. Under Law 1008, Bolivians were imprisoned without the possibility of pretrial release and had to remain in overcrowded prisons, where malnutrition was rampant because of the absence of kitchen facilities, until the trial court's decision was reviewed by the Supreme Court, a process that usually took years. 100. A number of Bolivians detained on drug trafficking charges alleged torture by Bolivian law enforcement along with DIA complicity in abusive interrogations. 101. Bolivian soldiers carrying out eradication campaigns burned down homes, stole people's possessions and routinely shook people down, soliciting bribes at checkpoints. 102. Coca growers began engaging in acts of civil disobedience and other forms of resistance. Evo Morales, the head of the Coca Growers Union and a congressman in Chapare, who in 2006 was elected as the country's first indigenous president, said that we are not going to stop growing coca. and we will defend ourselves from this government, which has decided to blindly obey orders of Washington with no thought given to its own citizens. 103 In April 2001, Morales led coca growers from Cochabamba along with trade union organizing against the privatization of water on a march of life and sovereignty towards La Paz. 104. 2 years earlier, the New York Times reported coca growers had formed self-defense committees in Cochabamba, which made a series of hit-and-run ambushes on army and police units with sticks of dynamite and old rifles, killing 3 police officers and wounding 15. In response, government units killed up to 12 growers along with a baby who was killed inhaling tear gas. Fearing guerrilla insurrection, the government decided to send units of the Anti-Terrorism National Center, a CIA-trained and financed agency, into the anti-drug fight. These units paid informers in the Cocalero movement and captured code books, a list of terrorist leaders, and maps that showed where booby traps were laid to protect the coca fields, officials said, enabling them to defeat the mini-insurgency. 105. Plan Colombia. Even more so than Bolivia, Colombia by the end of the 1990s had the makings of another Vietnam, with the presence of military advisors, high-tech listening posts, aerial defoliation, river boats, and helicopters linked up to jungle penetration sensors, all justified under Clinton's war on drugs. 106 Colombian Police Chief Rosso Jose Serrano referred to the war on drugs in Colombia as a Vietnam-type operation. 107. Colombia's strategic significance had increased by fresh discovery of oil deposits there in the 1990s. 108 The drug war in Colombia furthermore provided a pretext to expand the American military base network in Latin America. While losing a major base in Panama, the Pentagon during the 1990s acquired 4 new military bases, including one in Manta, Ecuador, which hosted up to 475 U.S. military personnel. The agreement signed by Ecuador's short-lived Mahuad government designated aerial detection, monitoring, tracking, and control of illegal narcotics activity, as the purpose of U.S. control of the air base. 109 The U.S. Southern Command also operated 17 radar facilities mostly in Peru and Colombia, which were key to increased surveillance operations in Washington's Andean drug war. 110. During Clinton's first year in office, the U.S. military deployed the full panoply of Cold War surveillance technology to hunt Medellin cartel boss Pablo Escobar, including State Route 71 reconnaissance planes capable of flying 3 times the speed of sound, GPS and helicopter drones, though it was intelligence produced by his Cali rivals that ultimately sealed Escobar's fate. 111 In 1996, Clinton expanded counter-narcotics-related military aid to Colombia by $40 million, $30 million to the Army and $10 million to the National Police. Some military assistance was cut in March because of revelations of narco-trafficking by President Ecobedo Samper's campaign, though Special Forces deployments to Colombia were exempt from the ban. 112 The same year, which saw coca production in Colombia expand by 32%, Clinton's State Department sold 12 Huey combat helicopters equipped with 24 M60D door-mounted machine guns and 12 Black Hawk helicopters to Colombia as part of a $64 million weapons sales package. 113. Journalist Mark Cook observed that a remarkable number of veterans of the U.S. Dirty War in El Salvador in the 1980s were now running American policy in Colombia in the 1990s. Examples included Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs Thomas Pickering, who had justified mass killings of civilians as U.S. Ambassador to El Salvador in 1984, and Assistant Secretary of State Peter Romero, who believed like Pickering that the Salvador solution could be the model for Colombia. 114. This Salvador solution entailed paramilitary and death squad activities and state-sanctioned terrorism. Military and police training missions packaged as part of the war on drugs now assisted the Colombian government's long war against the leftist Fuerzas Armada Revolucionario de Colombia guerrillas, who controlled 43,500 square kilometers of Colombian territory. Stan Goff, a former Special Forces officer who worked in Colombia, stated that, "You were told, and the American public was being told, if they were told anything at all, this was counter-narcotics training. The training I conducted was anything but that. It was pretty much updated Vietnam-style counterinsurgency doctrine. We were advised that this is what we would do, and we were further advised to refer to it as counter-narcotics training should anyone ask. 115. The dismal failure of the war on drugs in Colombia was reflected in the tripling of cocaine production from 1991 to 1999 and an increase by a multiple of 5.8 of the cultivation of opium poppy. 116. One reason for this outcome was that IMF and World Bank programs demanding the opening of the border to a flood of heavily subsidized agricultural products from the rich countries had undermined local agricultural production and fueled a boom in the production of drug crops for the export market. 117. Wide-scale government corruption was another factor. In November 1998, a Colombian Air Force plane landed at Fort Lauderdale International Airport with a hidden cargo of 1,600 pounds of cocaine. Army officers worked intimately with Carlos Castano, Colombia's chief paramilitary leader and a reported CIA asset, who stated that 70% of income for his group, the United Self-Defense Forces of Colombia, a de facto wing of the Colombian army which carried out 70 to 80% of non-combat killings in the war against FARC, came from drugs. Castano was close to the powerful Henao Montoya drug trafficking cartel. He was indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice in September 2002 and charged with trafficking over 17 tons of cocaine since 1997. 118. The AUC had been placed on the State Department's list of terrorist organizations because of its role in the assassination in August 1999 of TV host Jamie Garzon, who advocated for peace with leftist guerrillas. 119. Despite the Army's intimate connection with a narco-terrorist organization, Clinton and Colombian President Andrés Pastrana in 1999 launched Plan Colombia, a $1.3 billion anti-drug program. 75% of the funds were for the military. The plan was an accelerated version of one proposed by Republicans in Congress. When the Office of Management and Budget proposed taking $100 million to be used for treatment of U.S. addicts, Barry McCaffrey made sure it was nixed. Instead, $400 million under the plan was appropriated for the purchase of 30 Black Hawk helicopters, made by United Technologies of Connecticut, and $144 million for training and equipping 2 new anti-narcotics battalions. Clinton repealed a waiver that would have placed human rights criteria on the transfer of military aid. Over 75,000 Colombian military officers were trained at American military academies under the plan, and laser-guided bombs were provided to go along with real-time intelligence used to locate, bomb, and kill FARC leaders, who were accused of being narco-traffickers. 120. Referring to Plan Colombia as anti-drug and pro-peace, Clinton claimed that a condition of the aid was that we are not going to get into a shooting war, that this is not Vietnam, neither is it Yankee imperialism. 121. Many Colombians would beg to differ. General Barry McCaffrey told the New York Times that the distinction between rebels and drug traffickers had grown irrelevant and that Colombia's poorly equipped and inadequately trained armed forces needed immediate help. 122. This assessment obscured the fact that the main drug cartels hated the left-wing guerrillas because of their promotion of land reform and taxation on the wealthy and were allied with the right-wing government, and that the FARC guerrillas mainly taxed coca that was grown in territory that they controlled. McCaffrey further left out the Army's record of brutality. A week before Clinton's visit, it killed 6 children taking a nature walk who were mistaken for guerrillas. 123. In the 10 years after Clinton left office, the U.S. government spent $10 billion for counter-narcotics under Plan Colombia. Yet in 2016 Colombia remained the world leader in coca production. The comparatively paltry hundreds of millions of dollars spent on alternative crop projects, everything from airlifting in chickens to distribute to Colombian farmers to building factories, melted into the jungle without a trace. 124. Senator Paul Wellstone had promoted an alternative to Plan Colombia that would have switched $225 million from military aid to drug treatment programs at home. He argued that we've been down this road forever, and that more soldiers and more guns have not and will not defeat the source of illegal narcotics. Future Vice President Joe Biden rose immediately to the president's defense, stating that Congress would wreak a whirlwind if Plan Colombia failed to strike back at the drug traffickers, and that President Andrés Pastrana was the real deal. 125. However, in January 1999, the head of the Colombian government's Peace Commission, Victor G. Ricardo, gave FARC documents that detailed Pastrana's links with right-wing paramilitary groups and cocaine barons. 126. The country's leading news weekly, Semana, denounced him for going along, after obvious pressure, with the opportunism and hypocrisy of U.S. officials, and accepting U.S. aid which was a recipe for destruction, indefinite war, and indebtedness. 127. The worst aspect of Plan Colombia was the aerial fumigation program designed to destroy drug-growing fields and move villagers away from FARC-controlled areas or make the way for megaprojects benefiting multinational corporations. Glyphosate, or Roundup weed killer, manufactured by Monsanto, was sprayed at 100 times the concentration that was allowed in the United States. Though the State Department said that it was no more toxic than common salt, aspirin, or caffeine, a 2015 World Health Organization study found that glyphosate probably causes cancer in humans. 128. Entire regions were left without butterflies or birds, because of its use. 129. Gonzalo de Francisco, a Colombian national security advisor, likened the fumigation program to chemotherapy as sometimes, he said, you end up killing the patient. 130. Elsa Niva, a Colombian agronomist who works with the Pesticide Action Network, reported that in 2 months alone 4,289 Colombians suffered skin or gastric disorders from the chemical spraying, while 178,377 creatures were killed, including cattle, horses, pigs, dogs, ducks, hens and fish. 131. An unknown number of farmers died from dehydration, fever, and other sicknesses, and thousands were displaced, an outcome known in advance, as the initial Plan Colombia package included $15 million for emergency resettlement and employment of persons displaced by the Push into Southern Colombia program. 132. Journalist Hugh O'Shaughnessy visited the indigenous Kofan community of Santa Rosa de Guamues, whose pineapples were stunted and shriveled because of the chemical spraying, and once green banana plants were no more than blackened sticks. The children were underweight, suffering from respiratory problems and stomach pains. 133. A local health worker in Putumayo, where thousands of villagers were displaced, recalled how the spraying turned everything yellow, not a green leaf on a tree. Many jungle animals dead, dead monkeys, dead birds, fish farm tanks with thousands of dead fish floating in them. 134. In a class action lawsuit, a group of farmers alleged that DynCorp of Fall Church, Virginia, which in 1998 was awarded a 5-year $170 million contract to carry out fumigation, caused severe health problems and the destruction of food crops and livestock of approximately 10,000 residents in the region bordering Ecuador. The toxicity of the fumigant further caused the deaths of 4 infants. 135. Energy Secretary Bill Richardson pointed to an underlying motive behind Plan Colombia when he stated, during a visit to Cartagena in 1999, the United States and its allies will invest millions of dollars in 2 areas of the Colombian economy, in the areas of mining and energy, and to secure these investments we are tripling military aid to Colombia. 136. Among the biggest beneficiaries were defense contractors like Sikorsky Aircraft Corporation, which got a $234 million contract to deliver 18 new Blackhawks, and Bell Textron, which hired the former Colombian ambassador as a lobbyist. DynCorp pilots carrying out fumigation, some of whom were involved in other covert operations, reported being shot at by farmers who had no other means of making a living, firing back in kind. FARC responded by launching missiles at American aircraft as U.S. trained and equipped anti-drug battalions began killing FARC rebels in counterinsurgency operations financed in part through the drug trade. Todd Robertson of the Dallas Morning News wrote that DynCorp's activities went well beyond the stated U.S. mission of fighting drug traffickers. 137. From 1997 to 2003, 14 American contractors were killed, including 2 employees manning a surveillance flight in Caqueta province. An Army officer commented, "Imagine if 20 American troops got killed here. Plan Colombia would be over. 138 Several DynCorp employees were themselves indicted for smuggling, and a DynCorp subcontractor which exported military technology was suspected of being a drug front. On May 12, 2000, Colombian authorities intercepted a parcel containing liquid heroin which had been sent from DynCorp's Colombian office to its Florida air base. Several years earlier, a DynCorp pilot died of a cocaine overdose. In 1999, the Colombian state prosecutor launched an investigation into amphetamine smuggling. Documents relating to these cases mysteriously disappeared. 139. These cases exemplify the continued double standards and corruption underlying the war on drugs. A memo leaked by Justice Department Attorney Thomas Kent in 2004 alleged that DEA agents in Colombia were assisting narco-traffickers and paramilitary forces in an alliance dubbed the Bogotá Connection, which according to Narco News reporter Bill Conroy had the CIA's footprints all over it. 140 Just before he left office, Clinton pardoned Harvey Weintraub, a Manhattan lawyer who was serving an 11-year sentence for his part in laundering $19 million for the Cali drug cartel. The pardon was especially egregious in light of the Clinton administration's own severe condemnation of the Colombian government's surrender policy toward the Cali cartel in the mid-1990s, which allowed a reduced prison sentence to those drug kingpins who agreed to surrender. 141. At best, the weakening of the Colombian drug cartels led the Mexican cartels to start taking over, just as a NAFTA-induced trade boom made it easier than ever to get drugs across the border. At his Senate confirmation hearing, Secretary of State John Kerry claimed that Colombia was a model for the region, an example to the rest of Latin America about what awaits them if we can convince people to make better decisions. 142 Popular author Robert Kaplan echoed Kerry in writing that Colombia is what Iraq should look like in our best dreams. 143 Both countries, however, ended up as dystopias rooted on the shoals of American power. In 2012, Clinton acknowledged in a documentary that his administration's effort to limit drug trafficking from Colombia hasn't worked. 144. Conclusion. The attitude of the American public towards politics has become completely jaded and cynical because of the actions of government leaders like Bill Clinton. Clinton effectively won the vote of the middle-aged baby boomer population in the 1992 and 1996 elections by presenting himself as one of them, a former hippie from the 1960s who experimented with drugs and who was now committed to enacting a more liberal drug policy. However, in practice, he expanded the war on drugs to unprecedented heights, eclipsing the anti-drug guru himself, Ronald Reagan. Because of the failings of the mass media, few American voters knew the real truth about Clinton: how he was never a hippie but a CIA informant, how he and his half-brother Roger had lived a playboy lifestyle in which they partook in drug/sex orgies, and how Clinton had protected high-level drug traffickers and helped cover up for smuggling schemes while governor of Arkansas and then again as president. While structural forces were indeed a powerful obstacle to change, Clinton himself had long been part of the political establishment and lacked any moral integrity. He would sanction any atrocity so long as it gained him some political advantage, despite the negative consequences for thousands of people, and the war on drugs was no exception. And he succeeded, because the American masses judge their politicians based on their public persona and media image and not on their actual policies. Chapter 8. The Relay Runner, Bill Clinton in the Middle East. On October 29, 1994, 11 days before the midterm elections, President Clinton tried to score some political points by giving a speech threatening Iraqi leader Saddam Hussein aboard a platform in Kuwait erected on the back of two M1A1 Abrams tanks, with an armored personnel carrier and Patriot missile launcher in the background. Clinton stated that the international community will not allow Baghdad to threaten its neighbors, now or in the future. That is not our threat, that is our promise. Clinton's display of foreign policy swagger was designed to eradicate the image of softness conveyed by Democratic Party presidential candidate Michael Dukakis during the 1988 election and divert attention away from his domestic policy failings. At the time, 9,000 American combat soldiers were stationed in Kuwait as a residue of the First Persian Gulf War, which as Governor Clinton had supported. Clinton's statements displayed a strong continuity with those of his predecessors, who had expanded the U.S. troop presence in the Middle East beginning in the late 1970s in a drive to control the region's oil. 2 In 1983, the U.S. military possessed no military bases anywhere in the Middle East. By the mid-2000s, U.S. Central Command at MacDill Air Force Base in Tampa, Florida had built up a military footprint of over 125 bases across the region. 3 Journalist Chip Gibbons compared Clinton to a relay runner who handed off to George Jr. the hawkish baton passed on to Bush by his father, especially with regards to Iraq. 4 This is an apt analogy for Clinton's foreign policy in the Middle East more broadly, which set the groundwork for the post-9/11 war on terror. Promoting regime change, Clinton's Iraq policy. On June 27, 1993, President Clinton ordered the launching of 23 cruise missiles on Iraq's intelligence headquarters in downtown Baghdad. 7 missed their target and struck a residential neighborhood nearby in the middle of the night and killed 6 people, including a man found with his baby son in his arms and one of Iraq's most celebrated painters, Layla Al-Attar, Director General of the Saddam Center for Arts. Many locals thought initially that the attack came from Iran. An angry crowd of 10,000 demanded revenge, some shouting "Vengeance, vengeance Saddam!" as they joined a funeral procession for the 6 people who were reported killed. Clinton, "Pay attention, we are the people who toppled Bush," the mostly Sunni demonstrators sang as 6 coffins were carried from central Baghdad to a site about a mile away. 5. The pretext for the bombing was to punish Iraq for having allegedly plotted to assassinate George H.W. Bush during a visit to Kuwait. Washington claimed to have proved that Iraqi military intelligence was behind the assassination attempt. Later it emerged that the FBI's chief investigator, Fred Whitehurst, had deemed the evidence inconclusive, and the plot appeared to be amateurish, though this was not made public. One of the defendants who was put on trial later retracted his confession. Others put on trial claimed they had been beaten into making a false confession or had crossed the border on a smuggling expedition. 6. A theory relayed to Ace reporter Seymour Hersh was that Kuwait's ruling Al Sabah dynasty had concocted the story of an assassination plot in order to prevent the Clinton administration from establishing better relations with Saddam. 7 Clinton himself said he felt quite good about what transpired the next day on his way to church. It was a view shared by liberal congressmen like Barney Frank and Joseph Moakley of Massachusetts, who said, "We've got to show these people that we're not sitting targets for terrorism." 8. At the UN Security Council, Secretary of State Madeleine Albright defended the bombing with an appeal to Article 51 of the UN Charter, which authorized the use of force against armed attack, although this article was reserved for cases when its necessity was overwhelming and where there was no moment for deliberation, not for an alleged assassination attempt. 2 months before. 9 The Bahrain Daily observed that Arab lands had become such fair game for America that Clinton did not even bother to search for a reasonably convincing pretext with which to justify the latest aggression, confident of support in the UN Security Council, which had become little more than an appendage of the US State Department. What is really happening is that America is humiliating the Arab people whenever it has a chance. 10. Saddam was targeted primarily because he was an heir to the pan-Arab legacy of Gamal Abdel Nasser, and threatened to become a regional strongman and to cut off America and its allies' access to the region's oil. Iraq itself sat on 112 billion barrels of crude. It was the linchpin of a strategy to secure and diversify cheap oil supplies while breaking the clout of the Arab-dominated oil cartel, OPEC, journalist Lutz Venman wrote. Lest foreign investors in Iraq be burdened by production limits, a new pro-US government could go as far as pulling Iraq out of OPEC 11. The San Francisco Chronicle on February 22, 1998 reported further that if Iraqi oil were allowed on the international petroleum market, it would devalue British North Sea oil, undermine American oil production, and much more important, it would destroy the huge profits which the United States stands to gain from its massive investment in Caucasian oil production, especially in Azerbaijan. 12. In October 1998, Clinton signed the Iraq Liberation Act, championed by Paul Wolfowitz and Richard Pearl of the neoconservative Project for the New American Century, which formalized America's demand for regime change. 97 million was appropriated to fund Iraqi opposition groups, including most notably the Iraqi National Congress, a collection of Shia clerics, Bedouin chiefs, royals, communist apparatchiks, ex-Ba'athist and ex-military officers, and Kurdish chieftains, headed by Ahmed Chalabi, a PhD from MIT who had been convicted in absentia in Jordan for embezzlement. Chalabi's cousin, Ayad Alawi, was, according to CIA officer Vincent Canestraro, a paid Mukhabarat agent for the Iraqis involved in dirty stuff, allegedly including running a hit team that sought out and killed Ba'ath party dissenters throughout Europe in the 1970s. After developing a taste for money and the high life of the West, Alawi became a British MI6 agent and was attacked by the Mukhabarat in his home as a traitor. When he became interim prime minister following the 2003 U.S. military invasion, Alawi personally executed terrorist suspects by shooting them in the head. 13. UN Weapons Inspector Scott Ritter resigned after declaring that the UN Weapons Inspection Program provided a front for CIA spying to further the regime change efforts of the Inc. 14-1 Inc. member, Canan Makia, author of the anti-Saddam book, Republic of Fear. The Politics of Modern Iraq received funding from the National Endowment for Democracy to create an archive of secret Ba'athists documents seized during the Iraq War. Makia spread horror stories about Saddam's human rights abuses and other regime change propaganda from his perch as a professor at Harvard University and later Brandeis University. 15 The Inc. and other anti-Saddam groups received military advice from retired General Wayne Downing, a Special Forces expert and employee of Science Applications Incorporated Corporation, and CIA officer Dwayne Dewey Claridge, a Brown University graduate who had played a central role in Nicaragua's Contra War in the 1980s. 16. Another CIA-financed group, the Iraqi National Accord, made up mostly of former Iraqi military officers who fed disinformation about Iraq's alleged weapons of mass destruction, mounted a coup attempt in 1996 from Jordan. 17 The Silver Bullet coup, as it was known, was coordinated by the CIA's Amman station and approved by the Clinton White House. It aimed to use the UN Special Commission in Iraq for weapons inspection to trigger a crisis that would create a pretext for a U.S. military attack against Saddam's personal security force, the Republican Guard, which would allow defectors to then take over the government. Iraq's Mukhabarat, however, took control of one of the CIA's secure satellite communications units, learning every detail of the plan. Saddam rounded up more than 800 suspected plotters, most of whom were tortured and executed. Scott Ritter wrote that the U.S. had witnessed a covert action fiasco of a kind not seen since the Bay of Pigs in 1961-18. The Delfer Report, compiled by a special advisor to the CIA on Iraq's alleged possession of WMD in 2004, revealed that, much like with Fidel Castro after the Cuban Revolution, Saddam's regime had made diplomatic overtures to the U.S. in the 1990s. As a continuity of its strategy during the 1980s Iran-Iraq War, Saddam even said that Iraq was willing to be Washington's best friend in the region bar none. 19 Washington, however, did not reciprocate, allocating tens of millions of dollars to overthrow Saddam. 20 Part of this money went towards recruiting Iraq's Kurds who had been subjected to reprisals after participating in a failed uprising against Saddam during the First Persian Gulf War. In August 1996, Saddam damaged American efforts to forge a united Kurdish opposition to his regime when his army drove the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan from a protected zone in Erbil with a green light, according to PUK leader Jalal Talibani, and helped drive a wedge between it and the Kurdish Democratic Party. Factional fighting subsequently left hundreds dead. The KDP and PUK's private security apparatuses carried out torture and assassinations. The Clinton administration retaliated against Saddam by expanding its no-fly zone in northern Iraq to the 33rd parallel and by launching 44 computer-guided cruise missiles from B-52s against Iraqi air defense installations in southern Iraq. 21 5 Iraqi civilians were killed in an errant strike and 19 wounded.